lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chess 24. This is perhaps one of the most unique, well, not one of the most unique event of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We've got players across 3 different generations, 2 iconic players of the old guard. We've got the cream of the crop, the stalwarts of current chess scene, as well as the prodigies and future world champions. It's going to be an intense chess battle, and I'm super excited and thrilled to be here with all of you. Now, everyone who's joining us on our Chess 24 channels on Twitch, on YouTube, and on our website, a big warm welcome for what promises to be a complete bloodbath of an event. I have to say one thing though, between the previous event, which was the Miami FTX Crypto Cup, and the Julius Baer Challengers, not Challengers, but Julius Baer Generation Cup, we've had probably the biggest controversy ever of our time. And I've got a very special guest with us today who was in fact in the middle of that entire storm. And he handled it with absolute professionalism, making sure that the chess world did not miss out on any of the action. He's also the coach of the US national team. He has been a trainer, a former second to Fabiano Caruana, and he's joining us right now. I've got with us Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. Ale, welcome.
Tania, the pleasure is all mine. Always happy to be opening one of these great events. And you're absolutely right. When I went into the Singfield Cup, I thought this was just going to be another excellent round robin event. We're going to have this nice memories of some cool chess games. I had picked Magnus Carlsen to take the event home finally. He hadn't won it since 2018, and I was sure he wanted to win it very badly. And what happened just blew my mind. I mean, nobody saw it coming. And at this point, it's not a surprise to anybody what's happened. The surprise is what's going to happen in this tournament.
And the fact that both players are here with us. Magnus is playing, Hans is playing, and of course, the very, very fun mix of combative chess players. But Anya, I have to ask you that you mentioned, right, nobody was expecting it. Now, there was this one tweet which pretty much set the chess world on fire. We're going to bring that tweet up really quickly. Let's see if we can have that on our screen. And it's more than what's written in the words. It was what was implied with that video. Now, you in the studio, along with Yasser and Peter, did you have any idea at all what was coming up before this tweet?
So I haven't talked about this publicly at all. So this is the first time I'm actually explaining this. But we didn't know that tweet was coming. What happened was the day before, rumors started that Magnus wasn't going to show up for the next day. And they were coming from people that are pretty trusted. Like at this point, I'm like, wow, this is kind of serious. But still, it was just a rumor. Chess players in general are pretty, they're pretty hot-blooded. So sometimes they say things, they don't mean it, they get a good night's sleep, a nice breakfast, and okay, they're ready to go. This was not the case. I mean, Magnus was set. And we were told basically during rehearsal. So the way that it works in St. Louis is that we have rehearsal about an hour before the actual show starts, just to make sure that everybody's warmed up, that the mics are working, that the cameras are in their correct position. So we actually show up an hour earlier. And usually it's just me and the production assistant, and all of the other production people are in what we call the truck. But I come into the studio and everybody's there. Like the entire staff of the St. Louis Chess Club is there. And I'm like, all right, this is not normal. What's going on? Am I late? No, I'm not late. What's going on? And they told us Magnus wasn't going to show up to the game. We knew that he wasn't going to show up. They didn't give us the reason. Magnus gave no official reason. Of course, because of the tweet and because everything that happened afterwards, you can kind of guess what was the reason. But nothing official was given to us. And we were hoping that Magnus would join us in the show. We were hoping that Magnus was going to come and explain his position on why he wouldn't continue the tournament. But he never did. It was his choice. He left on relatively good terms with the club. I don't think there was anything bad. But the tweet actually came out during the round. And it's funny because the producer told me to take out my phone and read the tweet. And the tweet is very different when you just read it than when you realize that there is an entire video attached to it, which changes the connotation of the tweet, right? It went from this, yeah, completely, right. So that's kind of how I found out about it. It was during the show. They had me read the tweet out loud, and I didn't know that there was this Mourinho clip attached to it. So at that moment, the mystery even intensified, and the entire hurricane started.
And there was zero suspicion before that about anything at all.
Suspicion about what specifically? About Magnus not playing?
About, well, that there could be something, there could be anything to do with fair play or such insinuations coming up.
Look, the truth is that if I had to listen and pay attention to every fair play insinuation that is made at a certain level of chess, we just wouldn't work. Like nobody would get invited to anywhere. Nobody would play any tournaments. And it's a sad truth that cheating is very prevalent. But it's even more prevalent, cheating accusations. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to deal with this nowadays because grandmasters are throwing, every time that they lose a game, they're like, okay, this guy's cheating. And clearly, what Magnus did is not that. What Magnus did is so far and beyond what most people do, where they like are hot-blooded again and they accuse somebody of cheating, offhanded. He actually quit the tournament. He left St. Louis. He left one of the clubs that he has the best reputation with. And it's really unheard of.
We've seen him enjoy playing in St. Louis so much.
He loves coming to St. Louis. I mean, he's consistently mentioned that this is one of his favorite tournaments to play. He goes out of his way to play these tournaments. I mean, this is a classic event that he really enjoys very, very, very much. He won it on the first edition. He keeps coming back on every time that he can. The only time that he's missed it is because of a force majeure or because the World Chess Championship was coming up. And then at that point, obviously, it's not part of the schedule. But if there is a gap, even if he's not part of the Grand Chess Tour like he was this year, he wasn't part of the Grand Chess Tour, but he carves some time to be able to play this tournament. So that he came all the way to St. Louis. I understand he was in Miami and he probably chilled in USA for a few days, but he comes all the way to US, plays in St. Louis, and quits on round 3. It's a very big statement. It's a humongous statement. So at this point, we're left wondering what's the evidence? What does he have against Hans?
What was very surprising after that, as you mentioned, that Magnus doesn't do these things. We've never seen the world champion do, well, just quit a tournament, put out this statement, but the radio silence that followed after. I mean, everyone was talking about this. It also the Hikaru stream afterwards, which I think had a big impact on people's perception of the situation, Alejandro. And because Hikaru is one of the big voices in the chess world. Hans, in fact, put out a tweet. Let's see if we can have that one up, where he did ask for accountability of that because he said it was all very unfounded. Did it surprise you that Magnus, because in general, at least in my opinion, and what we know of him in the chess world, he's very responsible. He does take his responsibility of being the world champion pretty seriously. He doesn't take it lightly. He's all about being right and fair about many things. But then we just didn't hear from him. Did that take you by surprise?
It took everybody by surprise. I think that we expected more from the world champion. And let's be honest, Magnus has been a great world champion. He's been a great ambassador to the sport. And I'm not saying that just because I'm in a stream right now, but I really do feel like it. Since he became world champion, he's done a lot of things to encourage the growth of chess, to be professional, to show up at all kinds of events and show I'm the world champion. I'm here to support the game. And what he did, as you mentioned, was just unprecedented. The radio silence that followed, in my mind, can only mean lawyers. Like, really, this is the only thing that comes to my mind, because at some point, accountability starts to hit it, right? If you don't have solid evidence of things and you start spouting things on the internet, you can be held accountable for all of these things. If you even talking about Hikaru's channel, he was very careful never to accuse Hans of cheating over the board. He did accuse him of cheating online, and Hans admitted to that. So that's, completely different, because apparently Hikaru knew, probably a lot of people knew. I had heard about it. But again, cheating online, cheating over the board, they're different things. I mean, some people think they shouldn't be different things. I'll be honest, at a certain level of chess, they're treated as different things. They're both crimes, but they're different level of crimes. People have been punished for cheating online and have come back to chess.com or chess24. And it's different to announce that somebody cheated over the board. Like, for a chess player to cheat over the board and get caught, I mean, that's a sentence you don't get out of. Whereas cheating online, people have cheated online and then they talk to chess.com or chess24 or whatever, and you get some ban and then you come back. Cheating over the board, oh man, that's a very serious accusation. But nobody made it. There were only rumors, and they let people infer a lot of things. But nobody has actually said, yeah, Hans has cheated over the board. Now, after the controversy happened, a lot of people started analyzing Hans' games, and that's a different story. But while the controversy is happening in St. Louis, you are only inferring that people think Hans is cheating. And very specifically, people started thinking Hans is cheating at the Sinquefield Cup.
Do you think a lot of that perception also had to do with exactly what you said, his past? The fact that there was this storyline where he admitted to having cheated in online chess, and that probably did cloud a lot of this polarization that we saw, and people jumping to this conclusion that it did happen, at least in the beginning. I think eventually things evolved as Hans came out with this very powerful statement himself, which was very brave and I think very courageous of him. But in the beginning, it just felt like when Magnus put out the tweet, the first reaction from people seemed to be that more likely he did it. And it felt like it was also a lot to do with the fact that he had done it online before. So what I think people also don't understand is that it's very difficult and very hard to cheat over the board. And it's not something that you can just get away with, which also brings you to the question that it's equally hard to prove that you've cheated over the board.
Yeah, it's very difficult, of course. I mean, it's hard to do. It's hard to do well, let's put it that way. It's easy to do it at an open tournament. It's easy to do it in this kind of events where security is lax. It's not easy to do at the Sinquefield Cup. Like, you do have security. It's not Fort Knox, but you can definitely, you'll definitely get one that you'll definitely have to have some level of technology that's not accessible that easily. You need an accomplice, you need to be able to practice this, you need to be familiar with the surroundings. We have a completely new playing hall, so that's also difficult to do. It's hard in general. People think, as the internet has explained to us, it's very easy to do via certain methods, but it's not as easy as people think. That being said, it's not impossible. And there comes the question, what you mentioned, it's so hard to detect. Because when you see a 2400 cheat, it's not hard to detect. It's not hard at all. But it's been years that I've had this conversation with top players. What happens when one of the really good guys, one of those 2700 level players, starts cheating? How do we catch him? How do we detect it? Let's say that what you just need, people don't understand cheating in chess. And this is like a major thing. I'm going to try to explain it to people. People think that cheating in chess means that you get fed moves. That's not cheating in chess. This is not what they need. They just need a hint that this is where you calculate. That's all they need. These people are so good. They're so good at chess that if you nudge them and tell them there's something here, that can completely change the tide of the game. Because they'll find it. They'll just sit there and find it. So it's incredibly difficult to detect a very good player cheating. Now, when you go to a lot of different tournaments, security is just not there. Sinquefield Cup is hard. There's a lot of top tournaments where it's hard, but there's tons of tournaments where it's not hard, where you're kind of wondering like, yeah, the security system here is for show and for everybody to clap with each other, but it's just not there. I mean, there's so many tournaments where like, you see like the smoking area, like everything's covered, and then you see people smoking and talking to each other, and you're like, wait a second, you can just cheat right there, and like, and you're left wondering like exactly how difficult is it, and more importantly, how difficult is it to detect?
You know, it's interesting because you mention and you say, and I completely agree with you, that cheating in OTB chess, especially in open events, is a prevalent and a very relevant problem. And yes, this was a very big storm, and it kind of just being in the middle of it, and while it was on, I'm sure it was a very difficult situation, but maybe it starts these conversations and bigger and better things happen in the chess world regarding, well, OTB cheating. The one thing that really stood out to me was how swiftly St. Louis Chess Club reacted to it. You know, you guys ramped up your security, the delay happened, and sort of setting the standard for how such a situation should be handled at a big event like that. And that was really impressive.
I have to say something that I'm very proud of this organization, the St. Louis Chess Club in general. They do a great job, and they take a lot of pride in their tournaments. I mean, we of course do this thanks to Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield, and they're the ones that sponsor everything, but they want their tournaments to be held correctly. I mean, more than anything, they don't care if it's the world champion, they want everything to be done properly. And we ramped up security because, I mean, let's be honest, we're just at the center of the hurricane. And as you mentioned, one good thing that is going to come out of this is that people are taking cheating more seriously. That people are starting to contact the St. Louis Chess Club. Different tournaments are starting to contact the St. Louis Chess Club, and they're like, what did you do? What were the measures that you took to make sure that everything here went properly? And now I know the delay, I'm going to be honest, it sucks. Everybody wants to watch the event live, but you know, it might be necessary. It just might be absolutely necessary. And when it came to the show, we didn't really have an issue because we made the show with an internal PGN. So the commentators got the show at the same time that the moves were being played. We just delayed our transmission. So for the show itself, it didn't really matter. Yeah, the players start technically 15 minutes before everybody sees them, but it's not the biggest deal. Now, I think there's a kind of worms that needs to be open all the way up to, you know, like the Olympiad. We're talking about Grand Prix. We're talking about so many different tournaments where it just needs to be taken more seriously. Right now, there is this assumption that the top players won't cheat because everybody knows each other and the repercussions of getting caught are so humongous. Like they're
I
just
want to believe in
humongous.
that world, Alejandro.
No, but we can't be naive. We just can't afford to be naive. We've already gotten a wake-up call that even if nothing happened, right? And let's assume nothing happened. Right now, nothing indicates that anything happened. It doesn't matter. We got the wake-up call that this can happen and that we need to be serious about the fact that this can happen. We can't afford our sport to be destroyed by people cheating. And it is currently so easy to do so.
Yeah. You know, in the aftermath, with all these decisions were being taken, one of the things that I noticed in the online broadcast, Ale, was that you switched off the engine during players' analysis. And I want to know why that decision was taken.
All right, so I'll be very honest. I always try to turn off the engine analysis when I interview the players. I actually like it because it biases the players and I want to listen to their thoughts. The problem is that when Lichess didn't have the 15-minute delay, when we're using the normal PGN, it auto-generated a value of every move, like, you know, knight f3 minus 0.7, blah, 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 minus 0.8. So it didn't really matter if the engine was on or not. I mean, the numbers were there. But somehow when the 15-minute delay happened, I don't even know why, because we were so busy. It's not like I have time to do all of these things, you know, like I'm doing commentary, I'm doing this. When I switched off the engine, the numbers were also off. Like it just happened. I don't even know why. Like I have to go and play around with Lichess to figure out why this happened. So when I remember, I switch off the engine just because I like to hear what the players are talking about from their mind. The thing is, the moment that they see an engine, their analysis does like, and this is what I was telling you about what an engine means to these top players. The moment they see an evaluation, it's like, everything I thought here is wrong because blah, 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 blah. And I don't want that. I want them to tell me what they thought initially. Like, what was their thought process during the game that led them to this conclusion without the engine telling them whether it's good or bad? Like, there are so many key moments in different games where, like, for example, one person sacrifices a piece or one person declines a piece sacrifice. And I want to know, what was their evaluation eventually of where this mess led? And if the computer tells them, oh, it's -6, then they're like, oh, yeah, I was an idiot. I don't want them to tell me they were an idiot. I want you to tell me why you came to this conclusion. What part of your brain got you there?
Yeah, 100%. Because even as an audience and as someone who's watching a game of a very high level grandmaster, it's far more interesting to hear their intuitive analysis and what their thought process was than exactly what we've seen the engine lines rat off.
I mean, you're a commentator yourself. You know that sometimes you look at a position and you think blah, 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 blah. But blah, blah, blah contradicts the fact that this bar is actually on this side. You know, it's a lot of black on this bar, which means that everything I just said has to be wrong.
Right.
So
it had nothing to do with the situation, but with wanting to actually hear the human side of analysis.
Yeah, I mean, in specifically in the St. Louis Chess Club, we have a very clear kind of role system. You know, we have the host and we have the analyst, which is usually Yasser, and then we have somebody at the board, and the board is supposed to look at the engine. But it's awesome to hear the analysis of the host and the analyst because they have no idea what's going on. And then I come in and I ruin all of their analysis with what the engine's truth is. But people at the chessboard don't have an engine. Well, we hope they don't have an engine. So I want to hear what Peter and Yasser are thinking about the position based on their intuition and how they're going to look at the position themselves. And that's how the humans are looking at it while they're playing.
And that's definitely way more interesting. I completely agree. But I have to say that I love the way you would break down the engine analysis and explain it during the games we're on. And I think that the way you do it is just absolutely inimitable. Lots of fun watching that. Now, of course, Ale, as a commentator, one has to maintain objectivity, right? Like you said, that whatever's going on, you have so much happening there that also you can't let your personal biases step into your job or what your opinion might be. Now, in hindsight, as a chess grandmaster and looking back, not as a commentator, because I can't find another way to ask you. I'm just going to ask you up front. Do you think Hans cheated?
I don't think Hans cheated at the Sinfield Cup. I think that this drama is developing. There's a couple of alarm bells in my mind. Like, why is, for example, Hans not playing the chess.com event, the Global Chess Championship? It doesn't add up with his story. Like, if he said that he cheated when he was 12, when he was 16, that's what he told me in a very emotional speech. Why did he just get banned? Did he cheat more? I don't know. I don't think he cheated at the Sinfield Cup. I'll be honest. I mean, I met Hans really in Dubai, and I like playing against these kids. I want to see how good they are. This kid's good. This kid's very good. Like he just I tricked him in some position, and I was like, oh, I'm low on time, I'm gonna lose anyway. But he just looked at me. He's like, he stopped the clock. He's like, I don't care. I'm gonna outplay you anyway. And I was like, all right, let's see it. And he outplayed me anyway, and he won like down in exchange. And I was like, oh yeah, this kid's pretty good. Then I saw him play MVL. This kid's good. This kid's very good. But currently, we don't have the information that we need to determine whether he's cheated more or if he's cheated over the board. For me, I do not know. Whether he cheated on the Sinfield Cup, I'm very convinced that he did not.
Yeah. With whatever information that's been out there, I would agree with you. That would be my opinion as well, that I don't believe Hans cheated. What happens, how it unfolds, we will see. Also, Hans's reaction was, I think, one of the most powerful interviews that we've ever seen by a chess player. Alejandro, what do you think? Are we expecting a very motivated Hans to be here, out here to prove a point in this Generations Cup?
Look, Hans is a great player. There's no other way to put it. I want to see these talented kids succeed. And I know it's a very cutthroat world out there. I mean, people don't understand what the difference is, but a lot of amateurs that watch chess nowadays, especially people that got in with the chess boom, do not understand what the difference between 2650 and 2750 is. I mean, you're talking about your livelihood. You're talking about the possibility of making money from playing. You're talking about the difference between living from a suitcase, tournament to tournament, hotel to hotel, and actually living a good life. And I wish for people like Hans, who clearly have the talent, to rise up on the ranks and prove themselves and show us amazing chess games. Hans is still an unpolished player. He's still very young. And I think that all of these things fire him up. I want him to improve. I want him to say, yeah, I'm going to be part of the next American Olympic team. I don't care who's in it. I'm good enough to get there. And I hope that this win against Magnus motivates him. I think that he's currently in a very unique situation in the chess world. We have so many of these kids that have gone up on the ranks, but they're not at the center of this hurricane. And when we talk a lot of these kids, they are, let's call them convicted cheaters. I mean, there are people that have been banned on Lichess or chess.com, whatever. And I said, as I said, they serve their sentences and they're back proving their best. So I want to see where it goes. As far as Hans, I hope it fuels him.
And I think that's exactly what a lot of us don't realize, that when such accusations and insinuations are made, especially if it's unfounded and it turns out to be false, it's not just an incident that happens and leaves. It also adds a lot of layers to one's mind state. And chess as a game requires so much focus. So you might feel that Hans will be extremely motivated to prove a point, but it's also very difficult to sort of let go of all of this and forget and keep it behind. It's easier said than done.
You know, at the Sinfield Cup, he was in a lose-lose situation, because if he kept winning games, it's like, okay, he's obviously cheating. And if he kept losing games, it's because, all right, the engine is not working anymore because of the security measures. So he was in a completely lose-lose situation, when the truth is, you can't play chess after that. Like, the fact that he even showed up and saved some terrible positions, because he did have a bunch of terrible positions. I mean, like saving that game against Lanier was amazing, but he just couldn't play. Like, how can you play like that? We're talking about, we're not talking about going in and playing some open tournament. You know, we're talking about playing the best players in the world in arguably the strongest tournament in the world. Not, I mean, like, how? Why? How?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was amazing to see Hans continue the performance that he had. It is so easy to collapse in that moment. You can't really detach yourself from social media. And in social media, I mean, unfortunately, you feel like it's instead of innocent until proven guilty, it's guilty until proven innocent. And
No,
how do you,
that's very clearly the case. I mean, when Magnus left, there was this tide online that just accused and sentenced Hans of cheating, despite the fact that nobody had mentioned it, despite the fact that there was no proof, despite the fact that the games in the Singfield Cup were good but nothing special. And immediately there was this tide online that said, yeah, this guy is guilty, ban him, just put him against the wall and get it over with.
and I think
Why?
that's the big point, right? What you made right now, that people forgot a very big aspect, that the games themselves were not proving anything. And that is one of the biggest circumstantial evidence that one has in these cases.
And that's the thing. He's a good player. I mean, the game against Magnus, it was a good game. It was a very good game. These people are capable of playing very good games. The game that he played against Levon, I mean, he got an advantage from the opening and then he kind of let it go. I mean, it was nothing special. It happens, you get Levon mixed up his move order. Hans got an advantage. And then, Levon defended and he made a draw. Against Shaq, they got into this insanity where Shaq forgot it. He transposed back into his prep, as he explained to us. He had to find one good move to get a better position. And if he didn't find that good move, he was worse. And then he was just worse. And then he lost. It happens. It just happens. And then, of course, the game against Magnus. So the games themselves are really not very telling. But it didn't matter to the internet. The internet just sentenced him. And this is something very dangerous about the internet, that they just go with the tide. And the tide said he's a cheater. And when Hans made this emotional speech, then the tide started to change. And now we have a more split, we have a humongous group of people that have a very strong opinion about something that they know nothing about.
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that completely shook up the chess world. It was shocking what happened. And like you said, we have to just wait and watch how it unfolds. And this tournament as well has so much going on with these psychological factors, the drama on the board, off the board. It's going to be a fun ride, this one. Magnus and Hans play in round 6.
I mean, it's funny because you invited me to come to this pre-tournament show and to talk about the games and who's the favorites and stuff like that. We haven't even talked about anything.
It's like, Ali, you and I are on a call just discussing this stuff.
I mean, this tournament starts on round 6. I don't care what anybody says. Everybody's going to be watching round 6. Everybody's got it on their schedule. I have it marked on my schedule. Everybody wants to see this game because this is the headline. This is what is attracting people to chess, whether it's good or bad, or I don't care. It's going to be a huge deal. It's going to be a huge news. Like, this is Magnus's tournament. There's no other way to put it. This is a play Magnus tournament. And he's going to be playing against Hans. What's going on? Everybody's intrigued. I want to see it. I'm going to finally take a break. I'm going to be able to see it from like the spectator's point of view. And I'm going to let you guys deal with it.
No, 100%. But I think the big question will be that hopefully this time after round 6, there will be no more drama and we just have a lot of chess action instead. Well, let's also talk about it because I think we've got just 5 minutes to lift off. And as you mentioned, we just got so into this conversation that the tournament at hand right now, the Julius Baer Generation Cup, the mix of players, Ali Reza just won the St. Louis Cup, the St. Louis Singfield Cup. Do you think
you mean Alireza won St. Louis?
Yes, and
he just won St. He showed up.
He just won everything.
He collected a truckload of money. I think that's more money than I've seen in my entire life. And he's like 19. The guy is amazing. I mean, we've been talking about Alireza like as a prodigy for like forever. I actually met him in Baku back in 2016, though, like 6 years ago. And he has become such an impressive talent, such an impressive player, such a composed player. He is unbelievable. And I'm very happy to see this new generation come up. Now, when I see this tournament, it's amazing. You have this mix, and I hope they do well. But I mean, it's hard for me to see them doing well because these new kids, they're so good. When you look at Prague playing chess, you're like, how come this guy isn't like an experienced seasoned chess player? I mean, the way that he comes out of trouble, the way that he comes into positions and analyzes them in such a fast time control, you're like, oh yeah, this is experience. And then you realize, oh wait, this guy can't possibly have experience. He's a teenager.
That brings me to a really important point. You mentioned experience, and many might think this event is about experience versus youth, but then we forget that in this particular format, which is just so demanding, and online chess, speed chess, it's actually these young kids who got all the experience, and they're just so quick and sharp at it.
Yeah, it's actually it's very annoying when you play these kids. I'm completely annoyed when I play them. Like for example, I coach St. Louis University, so I have some of these kids. They're obviously not as talented or as successful yet as like Prague, but I played a lot of times with like Nicolas Theodoru, one of my students. He's just about 2600. He just won the silver medal at the Olympiad. Big shout out to him. But like when I play him in the chess room, I feel like I outplay him the entire game. And then when it comes to tricks, I have no hope. Like at some point, he has kept his cool. He's still defending. And like, there's a trick. He sees it coming from miles away. And I just fall right into it. And these kids, they don't miss anything. It's kind of unbelievable.
No matter what is the clock situation, how many seconds they're down to, they just don't make any mistakes. But I know there is someone who's really rooting for the old guard in this tournament, and I see we're being joined by Peter. Let's bring him on. Hi, Peter. How are you doing? Welcome.
Yeah, hello, Tania. Hello, Alejandro. Very nice to be here joining you.
Pleasure to be with you, Peter. Always good to hear your commentary.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Alejandro. Yeah, you guys already discussed so many things. I really enjoyed just listening to it, and I felt like it's very nice to be an outsider in the topic that you kind of discussed, but you seem to know firsthand what was really going on. So it was very nice to get your view, Alejandro. And now about the tournament, really, I'm rooting for Vasil Ivanchuk. I mean, okay, I'm just so much in love with Vasil. I feel like, Ivanchuk is the person, the player whom I probably learned the most, and Boris Gelfand, yeah, and they are both playing in the tournament. Of course, I don't want to exaggerate because I think Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand also I played so many games with. But basically, really, these four guys are the ones that I feel I learned the most during my chess career.
Super
I mean, I'm
exciting
rooting for them too, but I'm worried about a heartbreak. Every time I see Vasil play, I'm like, he's so amazing. He's a magician. And then he gets tricked.
But he did beat. By the way, he knocked out Ray Robson yesterday from the global championship. So he's definitely probably feeling confident coming into this event now.
Oh, that's awesome. Ray is a great player. Just a great tactician and very fast. Yeah, Spicy Caterpillar is just an incredible tactician. And to hear that Vasil beat him, the old guard still can get some tricks.
Okay, Ale, we've got a minute to lift off. And before we let you go, I'm going to ask you, this is our players lineup. And it's all a fight for these 16 players to make it to the top 8, to make it to the knockout stage. Who would be your dream 8 out of these 16?
Ooh, I'm going to be very honest. I want to see Arjun play more chess. So I'm going to go with him. I mean, you got to go with Magnus. There's no way he doesn't make it. I like Levon a lot. Yeah. Let's see. I want a couple of, okay, Prague is gonna make it. He's just gonna make it. I would like to see Christopher Yu make it, but I don't think he will. I think that it's his first big event, and he'll need the experience so far. I want to see Kamer make it.
Peter's happy to hear that one.
Yeah, he's just so strong. He's quietly going on up on the ranks. I think Gary's gonna make it. I think he's due for a good result. Duda is, I think Duda's gonna make it just because he's so strong. And let's go with Neiman.
Wow, so that's Magnus, Anish, Lev, Prague, Argent, Vincent, and Duda.
Yes.
And Hans. All right, that's gonna be a fun pick, but I can see Peter was not happy that you didn't go for either Boris or Vasil. But as you mentioned, this one's not gonna be easy. Ale, it's been such a pleasure, and to be honest, I almost forgot that we were on stream, and it was like just chatting with you about stuff. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me. Have a blast, guys. Enjoy the games.
Thank you very much.
And there we have it. That's our lineup. Alejandro Ramirez with everything, all the scoop, the action that happened in St. Louis at the Sinkfield Cup, and all the excitement that we can look forward to. Peter, what do you think about the 8 that Ale picked?
Well, I think Alejandro had many very good points. I mean, I think one can really agree with his list, but I will disagree, of course. Yeah, I mean, okay, I just want to see Chucky make it. I mean, I just want to see Chucky make it. Look at the ratings. I was like shocked. Yeah, I'm looking at Ivanchuk's rating 2678, playing against the very young, brilliant magician, young Prague. But come on, I mean, Prague has 2780 and Ivanchuk has 2668. I mean, in which world are we living at? I really feel like if you ask Ivanchuk before the game, he tells you, come on, I have the white pieces. I want to win. I just don't care.
We do have action. We have liftoff, and this is a big match, right, Peter? We've been talking about the old guard, the prodigies, and the very first round, we've got Ivanchuk, which I think he's a favorite for so many of us watching. Well, he's one of my favorite chess players. He's probably my favorite chess player. And we've got Pragnananda, who's been on fire in the Meltwater Champions chess tour. Peter, let's start. Let's take this from the top. Let's take it from the beginning. I think it was an Archangels.
Yes, exactly. It was an Arhangelsk, and Chucky is playing an old line. I mean, an old main line, which was debated in the 90s. It was debated in the middle of 2000s as well. I was also heavily involved in all this discussion. Vish Anand was also one of the big guys playing it from the white side, from the black side. White is going immediately after this b5 pawn. Black sacrifices this pawn. Takes, knight takes b5, and we're gonna see, okay, my heart is, you know, shining, is so happy. Bishop g4, bishop c2, this is exactly my line. Bishop takes f3, takes, knight h5, and here the move f3, f4 was my novelty prepared in 2007 for the Mexico City World Championship. I didn't get a chance to use it there, but I did use it in the Tal Memorial afterwards, 1 month later, against Alexei Shilov, and I won that game. Ever since, this move became like a main line. However, as usual, if black is very well prepared, he can neutralize the move, but it's just a King's Gambit spirit.
Oh, wow. So, Peter, you were the first player to actually play this line with this f4 idea?
Exactly, yes. It was actually the line that we discussed with Arshak Petrosyan, and queen h4, this is Kasim Janov's move, queen h4, because the main reaction was kind of that automatically black is taking the pawn, yeah, after f4, knight takes f4, bishop takes f4, e takes f4, and there was a debate that do we start with queen g4, do we start with king h1, do we start with knight a3, knight c4, one of the typical ideas, bringing the knight back to c4, but Prague says, you know what, I have a lot of respect for this line, I have done my homework, and I'm gonna go for the ultra sharp queen h4.
Queen h4, defending that knight on h5, and now trades on e5. Because, Peter, you're an expert, really quickly tell us that in this position, you mentioned that if black does play accurately, there is a way to equalize. Is queen h4 the right direction?
Well, it's a very sharp direction. I don't exactly know what the latest engines are talking about in this position, because this is, I mean, not the most common lines. I mean, white has been doing something else recently, exactly for the fact that black was supposed to be holding his ground, but Chucky says, you know what, I mean, old line, old theory, it might be forgotten, let me try it. And it's kind of impressive from Prague's side that he's, you know, coming up with this queen h4. I mean, this is a very important, because it changes the character of the game. While after this knight takes f4, bishop f4, e takes f4, we get a completely different structure. Yeah, that white has this very stable pawn center, very strong center in the... Black has to find a way to open up this bishop on b6, yeah, with some c7, c5, which is not so easy to play. And now we see, when we compare this position, that black did not capture the pawn, so he's playing a pawn down, but he wants to make sure that he opens up the bishop and puts pressure on the f2 pawn, tries to put pressure on white's king, and the knight on h5, queen on h4, and eventually if white plays something like d4, d5, then don't underestimate this knight. This knight will have a very, very powerful square on f4, and it won't be able to be kicked out from there anymore.
That's a nice plan. So d5, you block the center, opens up the bishop on b6 on the other hand, and black's knight finds a way to f4. I see we've got both our players on the camera with their very typical chess pose. We've seen Ivanchuk like this very often. They're playing with his eyebrows, and Prag, as usual, looking relaxed. Little back and forth from him. Looks like both players are comfortable with the way the opening has gone. Peter, let's move on and do a quick opening roundup because we've got such intense matchups. And the next one that I want to go to is Arjun versus Magnus. Magnus very often hasn't had an easy time against Arjun. And what do we have here? I see an h4. So Arjun making his intentions pretty clear. Some fearless chess coming up.
Yeah, well, I think both players actually showing that they want to have some fun and they want some blood in this game, because I mean, Magnus also after e4 playing the provocative g6, so no e4, e5, no Sicilians whatsoever, just going for the Pierce defense or modern defense as people want to call it, because he has not committed the knight from g8 to f6 so quickly. So d4, d6, knight c3, bishop g7, bishop e3, a6. And this is one of the points, yeah, that when white plays the setup with bishop e3 and queen d2, if black develops the knight to f6, there might be a very quick bishop h6 coming. But by delaying the knight movement from g8, it makes basically not so much sense for white immediately rush for these ideas. I mean, okay, you play the move, but you're not going to get bishop h6. b5, f3, knight d7, h4. Yeah, you make some provocation. Please show me, do you play h5? Then I get chance to get my knight to g5, for example, via h3. If you're going to play the move h6, then you will have trouble with your h6 pawn. Yeah, and Magnus plays knight gf6, which makes perfect sense. He still delays any decision with his h pawn. Arjun went long castle, and we are in for a very big battle.
Very big fight. So long castle, black still hasn't castled. It would be a bit scary for Magnus to commit his king on the king side, because that would probably invite a direct h5 blow up. So black should try to delay deciding where he puts his king in these positions.
Yes, definitely. But also now after white has already castled, there are ideas like e4, e5 hanging in the air. Of course, usually, typically that's answered by b5, b4. You just don't move the knight because you have nowhere to move it. And you counter it so that if white would take e takes f6, then you already take b takes c3. However, the reason why I'm not making a move yet, because somehow I feel that making a move like knight b6 would be kind of also, but white can play the move d4, d5. It's not so easy. Does Magnus? Yeah, I'm curious, and he's thinking. Yeah, I want to see his move.
He's thinking because there are definitely options here. Knight b6 you're mentioning, eyeing that c4 square, bishop b7, just developing a piece, defending that queen on d8 so that e5 can actually be picked up with the knight in the end. Or maybe, as you mentioned, just stop h5 with h5. So big decisions, and we've got Magnus on our camera as well. Arjun just, we keep saying, oh my God, this is such an intense match. And it's always so exciting to play Arjun, but he just looks like he's woken up and he's on absolute chill mode. As usual, not giving anything away. That excitement from Arjun is just I think it's very internalized. You just look at him and you feel like it's just another game for him.
Yeah, well, he already has so much experience. Yeah, I mean, in all these blitz and rapid events, he has proven himself so many times. And I think this gives you the confidence. Yeah, this kind of simply makes it an everyday occasion. Yeah, that you know that you belong here. You know that you are just capable of playing on the same level against these guys. So there is just absolutely no reason to be super excited, because that would maybe just make you play much worse. Yeah, because if you can't control yourself, you want to play too good. Yeah, it's very dangerous. And Magnus did play the move h5. Yeah, making sure that there won't be any bishop h6, because yeah, this trade of the dark square bishops could be very unpleasant. He definitely does not want to castle. What he wants to go do is to develop bishop b7, get maybe pawn to e6, knight b6, queen e7, and then maybe long castle himself. But now we got a chance. Now let me show you this line e4, e5, because of course, if black takes d5, d5, knight takes e5, runs into queen takes d8, checkmate. That's the kind of the whole point of white setup. But now we get to this position that we have been talking about, e5 met by b4, and it's on the board. Yeah, e takes f6 met by b takes c3.
And knight a4, you can come with the knight to d5. So you get a nice spot for your own knight. If white moves the knight away, then you can simply place your knight in the center of the board, hit that bishop on e3.
Exactly. I mean, actually, I'm a little bit surprised that Arjun so quickly decided to go e4, e5, because, I mean, strategically speaking, if you really move the knight, I don't know, to e2 or to a4, it's kind of difficult to decide which one is better. And black jumps with the knight to d5, and I don't really see what white has achieved. Is he maybe planning to go for some e6 pawn sacrifice once?
Wow.
Now that black has committed the weakness with h5, so the g5 square is there. Who knows? But maybe then even no, we need knight on a4 so that the bishop will get to d3. Okay, let's go then. e6.
E6 is super tempting, and I'm just wondering if I want my knight on a4 or on e4. But perhaps if you go knight e4, then black would have the additional option of actually trading the knight on e4.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Ruining the pawn structure, you don't want to do that. So
you don't
yeah,
want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. This is very much in the spirit. Knight a4, knight d5, e6.
And e6, that's a stunning move. So, okay, let's take a look at some lines. Knight takes e3, unfortunately, doesn't work because you pick up the knight on d7 with a check. And after, maybe
no, that's not, because the knight actually is hanging on a4.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So maybe knight takes e3 is a possibility.
Yeah, but I mean, bishop a6, I will have f4. So even if I just take e7, spoiling the right to castle for you, yeah, I take.
And bishop a6, f4 is a very important defensive resource.
Yes, and the knight is anyway heading to g5, blocking then, and okay, black's king on f7 will be vulnerable. I mean, this is a very interesting position. I'm not sure Magnus is so happy or he's enjoying it so much.
All right, but Magnus has played b4, and it is Arjun who's taking his time to decide where he wants to move the knight. Both players down to about 12.5 minutes, so it seems to imply that it's sort of relatively a new position for both Arjun and Magnus. Peter, let's keep continuing on our opening tour because eventually we won't have time to look at all the games. And I think let's jump to one game that you really want to, Vincent against Adiban. Let's take a look at what Vincent is up to at the moment and what opening did he go for. Adiban, by the way, got selected and qualified for the event with the Indian chess tour. And it's, of course, a big opportunity for him as well to be back on the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, actually, it will be interesting to talk about it afterwards. But yeah, for the look at this, by the way, Arjun has played knight b1, knight d5, bishop g5. And I was saying Magnus might not be too happy just 2 moves ago. I think now he's very happy. I mean, okay, this knight b1 does not scare anyone. I mean, it's definitely not the right direction. But I would like to highlight before we move on to something that why I think that Arjun did not like the move knight a4. So knight a4, knight d5, e6, f takes e6, bishop d3, which is very thematic. Black plays the seemingly passive move knight f8, protecting the weakness on g6, and suddenly has a threat of going bishop d7, targeting the knight on a4. And suddenly this knight on a4 will find itself in a very awkward position. So this was something that he did not like, but in this regard, then I feel like he might have just missed e5 before, because you don't decide before going e5 to play knight b1. Then it would have been just much better continue the plan, go knight h3, knight g5, king b1, and let's just play chess. I mean, white's position is kind of nice. Yeah, there was no need to start this action if in fact the action doesn't work out in white's favor. All right, I just wanted to make things clear that yeah, it wasn't so obvious, and it's a very complex game, but I'm not liking what Arjun has done. And let's go to Vincent versus Adiban. Wow. Very
different position from the kind of chess we've been seeing with the previous 2 games, and we've already got a queen trade, a capture on c6, so black's pawn structure not looking great. One gets the feeling that perhaps if anyone's better, white's slightly better here.
Well, I would actually disagree. I'm slightly worried for Vincent because I simply know Adiban. I mean, he loves this type of positions. He loves to sacrifice a pawn, and there are all kinds of knight e4 ideas. Of course, the reason why Vincent played rook d1 was exactly to trade this very active rook on d8. But black will have, even after the trade of rooks, for example, rook takes d1. How do you recapture? Probably with the knight to get out of the pin. And yeah, rook takes d1 played, knight takes d1 played, and I'm expecting a5 exactly on the board.
So b5 has to be played. I don't think I want to go a3 and allow the rook to enter on the a5.
Yeah, exactly. I'm highlighting, let's take a look at white's pieces on the first rank. Yeah, so white is really a pawn up, but he haven't developed yet, so we have to keep the position closed. There is no other move. b5 has to be played, and then black will definitely insist, I don't know, with cb5, and then bishop e6, with some very quick development. Yeah, b5 on the board. I feel that black has enough compensation to keep the dynamic balance here.
And bishop e6, as you mentioned, so developing with a tempo, and knight c3 can always be met by this move, knight e4, taking advantage of that pin. So Peter, with your explanation, it's clear that black does have compensation, and totally right that these kind of positions are really what Adhiban enjoys to play a lot. We'll come back to this. Let's also take a quick check on the Anish Ivan Saric matchup. Ivan making his debut in the Champions Chess Tour, a very combative, creative player, and against, of course, a stalwart here, Anish Giri.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game. First of all, Ivan is a very big theoretician, and I feel like, you know, the reason why Anish opted for e4 c6 is that he did not want to get into any big Najdov discussions, and neither did he want some e4 e5 heavily debated discussion, and he just deviates immediately with the Caro-Kann. I know that Anish can play all kinds of openings, but honestly, I have never seen him play the Caro-Kann. I mean, wow. Please chat, check it out. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I mean, this is one of the openings that I can't really recall from Anish.
So it means that he's actually very much not wanting to take Ivan into any theoretical discussion, but decides to be the first to surprise him. Goes for the Caro-Kann, Peter. Let's move to the current position that we have really quickly and see. And G5, is this theory?
Yeah, this is the reason why black is playing this line. Yeah, that black wants to play for a win. Yeah, he goes for this very double-edged sharp positions, and Ivan is also not backing down. He plays the most principled way. H4, G4, H5, Bishop G5. I mean, I feel like this position was debated like in 2016. I even had some games in rapid and blitz events back then. Takes, a very complex position. And we are reaching the current position right now. Yeah, after Queen F7, we have the current position.
All right, it's still pretty complicated. Queen F7, so there's a lot of pressure on the F2 pawn. Peter, if you had to give an evaluation, it's not easy to build more attack on F2 though, but I still like Anish's position.
Yeah, well, it's nice, but you have to know that actually white has the chance to play the move rook a1 followed by knight d2.
Can black actually try to get the e5 break at some point?
Yes, that will be, a lot will depend on that break, that how to evaluate it. For example, yeah, let's just make the move rook a1 with the intention of going knight d2, yeah, trying to trade the knights. And now the move e6 e5 very much comes into play because
and once the knight lands on e5, the f3 square becomes a big evident weakness in the position, which would cause a lot of trouble. You wouldn't have time to play knight d2. And I want to ask you, why does rook e1 need to be included to get knight d2 and try and trade off more pieces? Can't you start with knight d2?
No, I mean, we can, but actually my move rook a1 was trying to be ambitious, yeah, and I felt like if I'm gonna play knight d2, then probably I'm playing for equality, which I, from the white side, I just do not like, yeah, because okay, I always want to play for something with the white pieces. But Ivan actually find another way. He opted for knight e3, discouraging e6 e5, because then we can trade the knight for the light square bishop. On the other hand, now the knight moved to e3 from g2. It's not eyeing the f4 square anymore, yeah. So and it blocks the e file. Everything has its price. Now, for example, knight takes f5, e takes f5 with the pawn being on e6 is never really an option for white. It will play into black's hands. Yeah, rook a1 now played. So it's like a status quo. Black can't really play e5. He goes back knight d6. Very professional play.
Rookie, I like it. You bring all your toys to the nursery and you're expecting a break in the center at some point with either a trade on f5 or to go for e5. And when that happens, you want your pieces to be well placed. So Rookie, it also makes a lot of sense. Knight d6, both players keeping the tension in the center. Peter, we'll come back to this game. Let's take a look at some of the other boards. Where do you want to jump to? Should we go back to the Vasil Ivanchuk Pragnananda board?
Yeah, definitely, because there had been so much action here, and I feel like we are getting the spirit of the position, that what White is trying to achieve in this line. Yeah, that look at this. White has sacrificed the pawn back, but White keeps the center. It's so important to keep the center intact, and with the two bishops, he's trying to protect the pawns. If White will have time to somewhere include rook g4 nicely, getting this tempo, kicking the queen away from h4, stabilizing the position, then actually White will have all the chances to really claim a clear advantage. And what Black has to do, keep on bothering White. I mean, you just have no right to give White the chance to stabilize, because then White might just win the game automatically due to the dynamic factor of the two bishops and the center, and also the open g file. Yeah, so Black has a very active rook on b2. Black has some active but at the same time vulnerable pieces on the queen side. We can't really see these pieces checkmating White's king. White's king is kind of safe. And in order to understand what happened, probably we have to step back and to understand what happened. So fe5, de5, king h1. I'm loving this. Yeah, it just shows that Ivanchuk is so much into the spirit of the position. Yeah, this is the old generation. This is the old guard. I'm loving this spirit. And look at this. Prag goes queen h3 himself, and the evolution bar hates it. I told you I want to kick the queen away with rook g4 myself. I mean, to lose a tempo like this, I'm not liking it. What is Prag thinking about?
Why is the rival bar showing that this is? It looks like it could be a potential blunder in the position. I mean, it's shot right up to show that White is winning here. Is there a blow that we're missing, or is there a simple idea in the position? What does White want here?
Well, I mean, okay, there are so many things that I want with White here. Yeah, because basically, I mean, just the stabilizing move, bishop d3, and Tadeusz is confirming us. Yeah, also that it was the first move that came to my mind. Yeah, just getting rid of this range of the second rank rook on b2, bishop on e3. Beautiful, it cements the structure. We are getting ready for bishop f1, targeting the queen and maybe winning a piece or whatsoever.
Wow. So the idea, it has a very direct threat. We want to go bishop f1, and then after queen h4, you've got rook g4. So hitting that queen one more time, driving it away from the g file. And now suddenly Prag has to deal with this massive idea of bishop f1 on the board. And it's not easy to find a way out, because if you make a move like knight f6, that would just invite e5.
Yeah, well, usually if the knight has to move, yeah, it brings so much bad news. Also, just moves like rook g3, kicking the queen, then bishop a6 is coming, e5, as you mentioned. I mean, suddenly both bishops targeting Black's king, and it's just a matter of time before Black gets checkmated. I mean, that's the whole spirit, and you know, that's why I was cautioning the people, don't look at rate. We have seen Prag being incredibly impressive, but this is Vasil Ivanchuk. I mean, one of the greatest chess player the world has ever seen. And just because he is a little bit older now and so on, I mean, believe me, if he gets the motivation, he has the driving force, then he's capable of fighting against anyone at any time. So I'm just so happy to see him.
I think even though he was never the world champion, he was world #2 at his peak. But despite that, he's probably everyone's favorite chess player. I mean, I haven't met a single chess player who has not looked up to or been a complete fan of Ivanchuk and his games. And I'm sure a lot of us are rooting for him. A big moment, will he find bishop d3 or not? And as you mentioned, Tad has confirmed that's a very strong move that would put Prag in a lot of trouble. Ivanchuk burning the clock here, but a critical moment. Peter, meanwhile, it appears as if Boris is in big trouble against Hans. Let's quickly jump over to this. And oh my God, look at this position. It looks like Black's pieces are all over the board. Look at that bishop on e4, queen on d5. The rook has entered on c2. Your e2 pawn is hanging. Is this busted for White?
Yeah, it's looking very bad. I mean, I have tremendous respect for Boris. Yeah, so I'm exactly rooting for him like I do for Ivanchuk. But I do know that he doesn't have so much experience, especially in online chess, like I think Ivanchuk. I mean, Vasily is don't underestimate him. He's doing his stuff. He is still very sharp, and I think Boris is also involved in many different projects. So in my mind, in the second half of the tournament, we will see the Boris that he's really capable of playing, but in the beginning, I wouldn't be surprised if he's suffering because of lack of practice. I mean, I played yesterday my tournament, my experience myself against Hao in the Global Championship. And the first 2 games, you know, I played like a complete idiot. You know, I really felt like, okay, this is a total shame, total degradation. I mean, is this me? You know, I mean, if I would be commenting my games, I would be saying that, no, how can somebody play like this? I mean, every move is wrong. Yeah. And then, you know, after losing these 2 games terribly, I told myself, okay, no, come on. If I already give my name, I'm playing, I have to, you know, no matter what, I mean, I have to try to show my best. And then I bounced back in the 3rd game, thanks to Hao also, because he was giving me a chance to play a game with the black pieces. I won a wonderful game. And then in the 4th game, I played the kings in the attack with white. First time in my life, I was actually playing a wonderful game. I was winning, but run out of time. There was only 2 seconds increment, and then completely collapsed a winning position. I turned into a loss, which he gentlemanly agreed to a draw. So I lost the match 2.5, 1.5. But I simply know that what a big contrast it can be. Yeah, that you are the same person, and if you are just not familiar with how you play this online chess, you can just make terrible blunders.
Finding rhythm, and that's so important in this format. But Peter, I was watching the match, and I think it was remarkable and incredible how you made a comeback in that, because it's so easy to kind of collapse after those first 2 games. The 3rd game that you won, the 4th game, you almost forced a playoff, and it was amazing to watch you. I was rooting for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for everyone, actually, a lot of thanks, because I heard many people rooted and they were like, you know, so thinking that, oh my God, what happens to Peter and like this. And I think this also gave me the will and the energy to, you know, I was fighting not only for myself, for my fans and everything. I just wanted to, you know, if I'm going down, I want to go down with some games that I can connect my names to it. Yeah, it's because, okay, these first 2 games were just horrible. And basically now I got knocked out. I'm happy. I'm just happy I played, you know, because sometimes you need this thrill. I also understood that, okay, I will be so happy to be back to commentating the next day, because it's so much more pleasant for the nerves.
We're super happy to have you back, but of course, watching you play, it was a very big pleasure, and it was a big fight. Peter, now, as you mentioned, Boris, first game to end decisively. Hans Niemann takes the win, and watching him on camera, it looked like it was a very relaxed and a confident Hans, who definitely is looking at having a good event here, because it would just mean so much more with all the off-board drama that's been happening around him. A great start for him. Boris definitely struggled with the white pieces, so it's going to be a tough next 3 games for him. Meanwhile, Ivanchuk did find the idea, Peter. Bishop d3, bishop f1 on the board. Pragg in trouble. Vasil, who has knocked out Robson from the Global Championship, starts out in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, and in the first game against a player who's been on fire, unstoppable in the event, and looks like he's managed to create big trouble for young Pragg.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, to be honest, in this position, I would have bet my house, everything on that I mean, Vasil will play the move bishop d3. This is so much, you know, this kind of chess that Ivanchuk is known for. Precision, you know, taking his time, because he understands that it's a critical moment. If he finds a good idea, it will be probably very, maybe decisive, in any case, very important. And but still, we should, because this is what we have been talking about. We have heard Alejandro, yeah, he also mentioned that he usually outplays the young players, and then at the end of the day he might lose to them, yeah, because he blunders some trick. The game is not over yet. We know that Pragg is always capable of finding ideas. He's looking for his chances, so Vasil cannot show the slightest weakness, because Pragg will immediately use his chance.
100%. Pragg is just so sharp and resourceful, and especially with seconds on the clock, we've seen him do just unbelievable things on the board, turning around bad positions. Peter, I think the clock is going to matter a lot. Vasil has to make sure that he doesn't run too low on the clock, because if it becomes a time scramble, Pragg's chances really go up. Queen h4 on the board, and we see Chucky. He's sitting there. He's trying to think with that. You know, even when he plays OTB tournaments, he's always thinking without looking at the board. And currently also the similar aspect trying to think of the move. But Peter, what does he have to do to try to build on this advantage that he's got? Is rook g4 the move here?
Well, rook g4 is super tempting. I think his problem is that the very stylish rook a5 is also an option. Yeah, I mean, you would really love to, you know, bring the rook into the game with the tempo, yeah, hitting the knight on f6. I mean, on h5, but the problem was that the knight was kind of, let me just show you this direct because it's quite instructive. Yeah, rook a5, you can't take the pawn with check because then we go bishop g2 and it's a double attack on the queen and the knight because also the queen is attacking the knight. So you kind of have to move the knight back to f6, and all of a sudden I don't have a good way to defend the e4 pawn. We can't play f3 because we get checkmated on h2. Yes, black does have his own ideas. The rook is on the second rank. And we don't have rook g4 anymore. So basically you have to be careful. That's why rook g4 was very tempting, just to make sure that none of these dynamics work. But Ivan Chuk played the move queen f3, which computer is not such a big fan of. On the other hand, it might just give a very nice stable advantage. And okay, Chuki doesn't know that he might have a winning position. He just wants to make sure that he's controlling the game.
Yeah, and most importantly, not burn the clock too much. So he takes his decision. Peter, meanwhile, I've got my eye out on the Magnus board, and it looks like Arjun is completely busted. A killer attack on Arjun's king here. Look at that knight and the queen. Knight e4 made to played to try and create a luft for the king on d2. After queen takes b2, he wants to try to run, but it looks like you're not going to be running too far.
Wow, I mean, not only that White's king is basically in a mating attack, but also look at, I mean, I have never seen a bishop trapped on g6 like this. I mean,
that's supposed to be a black pawn there, not a white bishop on g6.
Definitely. I mean, this whole construction, yeah, that there are like almost 4 bishops next to each other. Yeah, the bishop on e6 a little bit spoils the picture, but I mean, just incredible. Also, the black pawn on f7 targeting the g6 bishop, the pawn from f5 targeting the e6, but it does not matter anything because actually Magnus is just breaking through on the queen side and checkmating White's king in the center.
He's going for the king. He's going for the king. So knight c3 played, it hits the queen. Queen d3, you can now pick up the knight on e4, knight e4, and then plant the other knight on c3. The only thing you need to watch out for is queen b5 check, which might allow some counterplay. But as long as you have the b5 square under control, black is dominating.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also, if we just can't material, I think black is already pawn up. And yeah, White's king is in a lot of trouble. On the other hand, we do see that the computer means that there should be, or there could be, a potential knockout blow.
Can you just simply step back with your bishop? Yeah, I was just going to point out this move, Peter, what you're saying right now. Bishop d7, hitting that bishop on g6. And first I thought, wait a second, what about the f7 pawn? But then as you were just mentioning that bishop b5, I don't see a square for White's queen. Exactly,
yeah, that's the spirit of the play, yeah, because it just ends. Yeah, the queen on d3 is trapped. I mean, we don't really see too often, and it's on the board. It's played by Magnus. Yeah.
And it's funny, we were talking about how black needs to be careful about not allowing White's queen to get to b5, but instead Magnus finds this idea of getting his own bishop on b5 and trapping White's queen. This could just be a resignation by Arjun now. I don't see a way how he can keep up dealing with this pressure and this threat.
Yeah, I think it just resigns. I mean, there is just nothing to be done. I mean, Magnus just has destroyed Arjun, and here we see that how big psychologist Magnus is. Yeah, that he somehow sensed correctly that it's the first game. I should just get Arjun out of his comfort zone. Yeah, don't play anything that he might expect. And we have seen lately, actually, Magnus was toying a lot with playing the Pirc. But still, I don't think that Arjun could have expected, because Pirc always comes as a surprise. Yeah, like it almost feels like your opponent underestimates you. Yeah, that he's willing to take the risk of going for something. Yeah. Now White has sacrificed the queen. The only problem is that he doesn't get enough. And in fact, not only does not get enough, yeah, he needs to resign, and he resigned.
All right, and that's it. Magnus wins the first game. Peter, let's jump back to Chucky's board here, because I see that there has been progress. E5 on the board, the knight jumped back to f6 and now has gone to e4 with a threat on the f2 pawn. So let's just take it from here. Knight f6, e5 immediately, and knight e4 was played. This is the current position. Both players down to about 2 minutes on the clock. So rook g4, you just go knight into f2 and everything's fine. So rook g4 is not possible.
Yes, this is the whole point of Black's play, that he's putting pressure on the f2 pawn, and White has to find a way. But on the other hand, if White finds a way to deal with this, then Black's pieces in long terms might also be very vulnerable. But
I'm just wondering, what is the way to deal? Because exactly, right? Rook g2 looks like the move you want to make. And I'm wondering, after rook g2, can Black just go play a move like knight d5? I'm hitting your bishop on e3. You still can't go rook g4. You're not attacking my knight on e4. And how do you respond to that?
Yeah, somehow the move rook g2 doesn't feel right. I mean, it's just not in the spirit. And we already talked, but yeah, we already talked about it, that Chucky plays according to spirit, and he finds another way. Yeah, bishop e2, I'm loving it. Yeah, the bishop has done its job on f1, kicking the queen away from h3, making sure that now he has a threat of rook g4, and then that's the reason why Black's knight from b4 is not able to join the party, just one tempo too short.
But can we just take a moment to enjoy this bishop maneuver that Vasil has just shown us? Bishop d3, bishop f1, kicking that queen, and now the bishop comes back to e2, defending against f2, making sure that the rook on g1 is free of responsibility to continue its attack. No time for Black to get the other knight into the game. Rook g4, a big threat coming up. Bishop e2, and I see our Evalbar approves of this move, Peter. Very impressive stuff by Vasil.
Yeah, and look at this. Vasil has 1 minute 36 seconds, and he leans back on his chair like he knows that things are going in the right direction. He knows that he has got the control. I mean, please, Prag, no matter how talented, how tricky you are, you have no way of finding a response against rook g4. It's just coming.
This is going to be tough. And I have to say, it's very, we were mentioning about the clock situation, and especially how for Vasil and for Boris, it might be really difficult to play when the clock runs low. But I was watching Ivanchuk play yesterday in his match, and Peter, he was making moves with 0.1, 0.2 seconds on the clock, less than 1 second on the clock. And he just seemed so relaxed, not losing his cool, not losing his nerves. There's almost like this sense of detachment that one could feel between him and the clock. Absolutely relaxed.
Yeah. I mean, Chucky, I have no doubt about Chucky controlling the clock, especially with the 10 seconds increment. I feel much more that it disbalances Boris, and we have seen in the first game that this was clearly not the Boris we know, and we really hope that he quickly finds to his play, because we know that if he's in shape, then he's capable of playing one brilliant game after another. But yeah, this first game was just as awful as I played yesterday at the start.
And now rook g2, so h5, he stopped the threat of rook g4, and now Vasil implying that he wants to double up the rook, bring the rook from a1 to the g5, rook g1. Is that the idea?
Yes, definitely, because now that Black has played the move h5, which stopped rook g4, it clearly made Black's king much more vulnerable. Yeah, so after rook ag1 against any g6, we might just be sacrificing with rook take g6, and we might just breaking through and checkmate Black's king. Yeah, Prag is going back with his knight to d5.
You definitely don't want to get greedy with the h5 pawn. You don't even think about that stuff right now, Peter. I'm expecting rook g1 on the board, hitting that pawn on g7, and I don't believe you can go g6 with rook into g6 ideas. I don't know if it's working right now, because after rook g6, f g6, rook g6, you still it might be working because you've got rook h6 check in the end.
Yeah, but then you get back with the king to g7, and then you're gonna go queen g2
then
check.
but I don't know if it's working, because again, queen g2, that might be knight g5.
No, but then we already have bishop take g5.
And rook b1, that might be bishop c1.
Bishop c1, yes.
That is amazing stuff. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this has to work out in White's favor.
Rook g1 on the board.
Rook ag1 on the board. Okay, and Chucky down to 17 seconds. How good that we have 10 seconds increment. Very good.
Vasil down to 17 seconds. Prag down to seconds as well. A mammoth task of trying to defend this position. We see our Evalbar loves White's position, and we can see why as well. Peter, if g6 is not an option, how are you defending this g7 pawn?
No, I think he's gonna play g6. I mean, he probably needs to do it.
Are there some ideas?
He's down to 2 seconds. Move.
He
Come
needs
on.
to make a move. Wait, I'm sure he made a move, and
Yeah,
we
he made a
saw
move.
for
Yeah,
sure.
G6. Okay.
And now, will Ivanchuk play rook takes G6 with just 10 seconds on the clock? Are we going to see it? Yes or no, Peter?
Yes. No. No, he didn't. He went for bishop h6. And
I
okay,
feel the
then he gonna
disappointment
go
in
rook
your
G. I
voice.
mean, maybe he's just so much smarter than we are. Yeah, bishop h6 and then rook G. Come on, okay, rook G6.
But
No,
now you
E6.
can. Oh, E6 is nice because
Yeah,
probably he
okay.
didn't like rook G6 and king H7 ideas, but he just goes E6 and knight F6. So Prague holding on still.
Yeah, holding on, but I mean, bishop c4 check is coming, rook takes, and bishop is, yeah, super nice, just controlling everything. Vasil knows exactly that black's king is compromised. There is no way to defend the g6 pawn. Bishop c4 check combined with rook takes g6 is coming. All he needed to do is to guard his f2 pawn. Wonderful play by Ivanchuk. It's basically practically over because there are no tricks and there is just no defense for black.
Yeah, absolutely. Professional and practical conversion. Not playing to the crowd with rook G6. You've got seconds on the clock. You don't want to calculate. You've got a strong position. So a very nice approach there. But it's still not over, Peter. G5 played. And he goes for rook takes G5. So after knight G5, he wants to go bishop G5 and pick up.
But then queen E4. There is queen E4. That's the problem. Yeah, he gives bishop C4 check.
And after king E7, he'll go bishop G5 so that you don't have queen E4.
Yes, then you don't have. But then you have queen takes F2 suddenly. Knight E6. Wow, knight E6.
Knight E6. I'm thinking now bishop G5. There is.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Look at this. Chuki is losing it. Losing it. Not just queen takes C4, D6, queen E6, and it's over. Oh my God!
Vasil realizes it. Vasil realizes it. What a turnaround! This is incredible stuff. Peter, unbelievable and a heartbreaking moment for Vasil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, playing such a wonderful game, dominating the game completely, and then suddenly losing like this. Yeah, this is the most horrible feeling. Yeah, now he needs to resign.
It just reminds me of what Alejandro mentioned on our pre-show, that you might be winning and dominating, but in the end, and there we can see Vasil very disappointed with the way it ended. He knew that he was winning from the beginning, but again, Prague just so holding on, and in the last moment finding this trick. Peter, just no words right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just two moves before or one move before we were praising Chuki that, yeah, he defends everything and now he's ready. Prague played the only move in the position, G5, and now probably just bishop C4 check followed by queen F5 would have won the game. I'm pretty sure, just very easily. Bishop C4 check. Where is this king going? Probably to G6, but that might run into, I mean, white also has bishop E6 insisting on queen F5 check. I mean, it should just be over, yeah, without any sacrifice. Just queen F5 check is coming, and then we're gonna hit on G5 and it checkmate.
Yeah,
yeah, wow. But okay, probably we have some live action somewhere. Let us jump to something exciting.
It's just always so difficult when you play a game like this and then just one mistake and everything turns around. Chess is just brutal like that, and I think Chuki's expressions at the end just said it all.
Yeah, and now I'm really worried for Chuki, because after this, if he would have won this game, I would have told you that he's gonna have a wonderful day. And now after losing this completely winning position, which he played wonderfully, yeah, and now I'm really worrying for him that how will he recover from this? Yeah, it's such a shock. But one thing that now, for example, David Navarra, we see David Navarra against Christopher Yo. Black has everything under control. The knight is so much more dominating. White's terrible bishop on G2. Yeah, White sacrificed the pawn to try to open up the bishop, but I mean, there will be two passed pawns on A5 and on E5.
And that H2 pawns is distracting White's king, not allowing it to come to defense. So this looks like Christopher Yu, who is the youngest player in the event. He's all of 15, up against David Navarra. But David, does he need to show a precise technique, or is this going to be easy?
I think this should be easy. I mean, usually we know that with little time on the clock, nothing is super easy. You can lose or blunder any position.
Can you go bishop C6 now? Oh, bishop C6, king C6, F7. You have H1. This H2 pawn.
We still have this H pawn. Yeah, you have to lose a tempo on king takes H2 when the knight can actually just retreat, and we'll be always able to cover the F6 pawn. So it will be a very important win for Navarre. I mean, starting a tournament with a win, yeah, it kind of it's so helpful. Yeah, it calms you down. You already feel like you settled into the tournament. Things are going right. Yeah, and if you lose a bad first round, it makes you shaky. It makes you vulnerable. You start asking, doubting yourself. Yeah, you just and when you win, then you take, yeah, everything what I have done, it's good, it's working. You don't have to think about anything. Just go with the flow.
Yeah, I'm still reeling from what just happened in that game at the very end. And also very sort of uncharacteristic, right? One had the feeling that for Vasil, this kind of a position with all the attack and initiative against Black's king should be something that he'll be able to pull off without too much difficulty. But chess is tough, and we've got one more. So Peter, we've had 3 decisive results so far, and it looks like David's going to win his game as well. And this is the final game we haven't had a chance to look at, but this will probably end in a draw.
Yeah, it should. I mean, okay, still Black has to be a bit careful because White's pawn is much more advanced, and also
can't you just aim at eventually giving up the rook for that pawn and coming up with your own king? But you have to watch out for these rook b4 ideas.
Exactly, yeah, that's why he's also coming closer with the king, also in order to give a nasty check. I mean, that White won't be able to go with the king to d6, yeah. And if the White king will be forced towards b5, then there is nothing to talk about. And also right now he can't play rook b4 because now Black can simply trade and the king comes and takes care of the b pawn. Yeah, he will be in time. So yeah, rook b4 played. It's a silent draw for acknowledging that. Yeah, it was some chance for Radek, but Liam defended very tenaciously. I mean, at least that's how we felt looking at this rook endgame that when we joined in.
Both these players are so experienced and so strong, although I have to say that Liam perhaps has a little more experience in these formats. We've seen him as a regular player of the tour, but of course Radek, just a very strong grandmaster. That one ends peacefully. Meanwhile, this is still on, and of course with a pawn on a3 and a pawn on h2, it's just going to be too much for White to fight against these 2 monstrous pawns. And I think Christopher, he's still thinking, but is there a move? King f4, a2, and this is just over.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's it.
He resigns, and that means we've got 4 decisive games.
And all 4 games were won by Black.
All Black wins, Peter.
Yes.
Magnus, David, Hans, and there we have our scoreboard. Pragnananda, what a game that was by Vasil Ivanchuk. A heartbreaking moment for, I think, chess fans across the world. Seeing, well, an icon, a legend of the old guard, Vasil Ivanchuk, fight against one of the biggest prodigies of the chess world, Pragnananda. And it felt like Vasil was the one who was going to take this one home for the old guard. But in the end, Prag just proving to be too tricky. Just one move. And it didn't even feel, it just felt as if Vasil collapsed rather than a trick that he fell for.
Yeah, well, I mean, simply he lost his nerves for a second. The clock was ticking down, and he just, intuitively sacrificed something without precise calculation, assuming that, yes, the rook sacrifice on g5, usually from 100 times, 99 times it will work. Yeah, and the opponent just has to resign. But as usually it happens in your games, it's exactly that one moment when it does not. And after knight takes g5, clearly the idea that Vasil had with bishop takes g5, the double attack on the queen on h4 and the knight on f6 looks deadly, but Black simply can play the move queen e4, and the trade of queens will leave Black with an exchange up. I mean, maybe it was already a better, but I mean, it's not about talking about chances. Vasil took on g5 because he saw that he finishes the game off. Otherwise, if he just looks for other moves, I think this bishop c4 check is a very, very easy way, because you just target the king. The king has to come to g6, stopping queen f5. The problem why we can't start with queen f5 is that the bishop on e2 is hanging. That's the only problem in the position. That's why we give the check. And after king g6, we insist on getting queen f5 check. The only way to stop it with some rook move to b5, and then we just close the 5th rank with d5.
Yeah. Just block it, and queen f5, bishop d4, just everything's coming in. It's absolutely a crushing position. And after bishop c4, if instead you sidestep with king e7, then Vasil's idea of, then you have time to take on g5, because you can't go knight g5, bishop g5. So
yeah, well, also after king, you can choose again queen f5. You are insisting on check on e6, check on e5, then take on. I mean, really, the position is is a total catastrophe. It's a complete win for white. But yeah, it's just, and you know, the point was that Vasil even had time. He had like 20 seconds and he was just already so confident that he has done everything what needed to be done. And now the killer blow is coming. And he was so certain that Rook G5 finishes the game. That's the real tragedy behind it.
Well, this was definitely, I think, the game of the round in so many ways. Just brilliant play by Vasil, but goes on to show how tricky these time controls are. I've got our chat in front of us, and Nick saying this is such an amazing time control, so much emotion, such rapid turnarounds. And I think that's what this format's all about, right? It's not over till it's over. While looking at the game, we felt that Vasil has this one, and what a phenomenal start it would be for him. But absolutely right that it really, until you finish the game, just anything can happen. And we've seen big turnarounds. Franklin saying, this is why experience should fear the energy of youth. It's definitely very, very difficult. But Peter, tell me one thing, that do you think there is any pressure on Vasil and Boris in this tournament? I mean, they can also just enjoy and play, or they feel like there's a responsibility to prove for the old guard here.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, first of all, I can also talk, I think, from my own experience in this regard. Yeah, that as a legendary player, you feel like when you are invited to a tournament and you are given a chance, then you feel like you want to prove that, yes, the invitation was justified. Yeah, in this regard, I feel that there is a certain pressure and responsibility on both Ivanchuk and Boris, that they feel they really want to play well. Yeah, that they want to show that, yes, this young generation is fantastic. The future belongs to them, but we are still capable of playing brilliant games. And it's, I mean, we are very happy to see them. Yeah, but they want to confirm it over the board. Yeah, if they keep on losing, then they will be very upset and they will not be able to enjoy the tournament at all. They need success, and I'm really rooting for them that they will get what they deserve.
Well, echoing your thoughts, we also had a tweet by Grandmaster Tistel, Jonathan Tistel, and let's see if we can bring that up on our screen. We've got a couple of minutes before the next round, and there we have it. Gathering strength to root for the veterans in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Trap for the veterans. And I think that really summarizes a lot of emotions here, that everyone wants to root for Vasil and Boris, but of course it's a big task for them. One, it's a format that they don't have that much experience in, online speed chess, while these youngsters are just so sharp and tricky with it. I think, Peter, if it was an over-the-board classical format, it would be a very different. We wouldn't even be talking about them lacking experience or it being difficult for them. In fact, it would be way harder for the youth to prove anything against them.
That's true, but I mean, just imagine if after g5 Ivanchuk would have given bishop c4 check, king g6, bishop e6, white checkmates black, which would have the logical conclusion to this game. What would be our discussion about after this game? Yeah, that wow, that okay, Chucky is coming and crushing Prague and so on, and just because this incredible tragedy has just happened in the last seconds, now we are already thinking that, of course, for the old guard it's difficult and so on. I really hope that in the next couple of games they will get the rhythm, and once they get the rhythm, I'm not worrying for them at all. I still believe that they can fight against anyone.
I have no doubts about that eventually both Boris and hopefully not eventually, but very soon, they will find their rhythm and be able to convert. But that's the thing about these formats, right? Even when you have this great position, and we've not just seen it by these two icons, by Vasil right now, but even the top players in better positions, in close to winning positions, with less time on the clock, so many things go wrong. And that's just a very difficult situation to deal with. And it's just a part of this format. So it's a natural discussion that despite having a winning advantage, it didn't go the way Vasil wanted to. Peter, let's take a look at what's coming up. We've got round 2 and some very exciting matchups. One more time, I know one matchup that we're always looking forward to, with Anish Giri taking on Magnus Carlsen. We've got an Indian face-off with Adiban against Arjun. Well, that game 1 for Arjun, it felt like pure destruction by Magnus with the black pieces. Liam's playing against Vincent, so that's an important one for Vincent as well as Liam. David, Wojtasek, Hans against Christopher. So Peter, that's also going to be a fun one, an all-American face-off. Levon, who's a player who's, of course, Levon, I mean, he's just such a great chess player. And, you know, I'm a big fan personally, but the last couple of tournaments have been a bit of a struggle for him. They have been difficult for him. So I think Levon also looking to have a good run here. He'll be playing against Boris. They're also great friends, both Boris and Levon. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch. Prague against Duda. Duda is the one who beat Prague in the FTX Crypto Cup. And Peter, we were both commentating on that. And we remember that final moment where Prague was so close to winning the match. And then he just walked into a mate in one. So will Prague get the revenge for that? And then we've got Vasil against Ivan.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tournament is fantastic. I mean, I'm just loving the field, and doesn't matter to which pairing I'm looking. I mean, all of them are super exciting. Levon against Boris. I mean, I feel like this will be a very classy affair. I mean, they are very good friends. At the same time, I know that over the board there is no friendship between these two. They have been beating each other at the most critical moments in their careers. For example, the 2013 candidates in London, Levon was doing fantastically. I think he was +3, and he lost to Gelfand exactly at that moment. And then Magnus and Kramnik went on to dominate the final stages of the candidates. I mean, there is so much history between these players. And also Christopher Yu against Hans Niemann. I mean, always whenever prodigies play against prodigy, this is always very tricky. I mean, we have seen Alireza Firuza in the Miami Crypto Cup having trouble against Prague, right? I mean, and we talked about that. Firuza, who is used to being the younger player, yeah, the youngest in the field, suddenly faces an even much younger player, and psychologically it shouldn't be easy.
No, it's not. And definitely Hans against Christopher Yu. We're going to be keeping an eye out on that one. I want to run a poll. We've got a couple of minutes. Let's run a poll on our chat, because I know one of the big matches for our chat is definitely between Anish and Magnus. And that's always full of excitement and fireworks to watch. A motivated Magnus, a motivated Anish. So let's see what our chat has to say about this matchup. And well, who's rooting? How many of you are rooting for Magnus? And how many of you are rooting for Anish? How many think that this one's going to end in a draw? Got 2 more minutes, Peter. Any predictions? And there we have our players who are ready. Well, some of them on our screen. We can see Prague ready to go. Anish is ready. Magnus is still not on his chair. Anish fixing a bit of lighting in his room, which is always really important. You need to have your ambience to be able to play your best chess. Peter, where is Vincent? Is he playing from home right now?
Yes, definitely. I mean, he's always playing from home. I think if you also don't play from home, then you are handicapped, because you simply have to feel the environment. Yeah, you have to be familiar with everything, then you can perform the best way. One of the challenges that I experienced by playing yesterday, that, you know, I have this setup for the commentary, and if I'm sitting in this room looking at the big monitor, I don't feel like a player. Yeah, I feel like a commentator. I'm trying to explain what is happening, and I can tell you what I have seen the first 2 games. I was not able to even find words for it. It was just a surreal experience, and then after bouncing back, I was just so relieved. I mean, okay, that's already a way how you can lose. I mean, by playing good games.
Yeah, no, that was a very exciting match, and I can completely understand. Being in an unnatural playing atmosphere is never easy. But Peter, once again, like the game 3 was so convincing, as well as game 4. Just beautiful games to watch. Unfortunately, in the end, because of time scramble, game 4 did not go your way. But what a fantastic
actually, it was very interesting, because I felt like, you know, I have been commenting. We have been commenting together all these tours, and I always felt like, okay, it's not a problem if you go down on the clock, if you control the position, but we are used to the 10 seconds increment, and there it was only 2, and there was no way back. You know, I mean, okay, if you are stuck forever. Yeah.
You're stuck. It's a loop. It's on loop. You make one move, and then again you have to make the next move in 9 seconds. Meanwhile, we do have a poll. We finished it a bit early. I would have waited for some more of you to be voting on this match, but so far Magnus at 44%, draw at 31%, and Anish with 24%. So a lot of our chat believes that Magnus with the black pieces will be able to win against Anish. Anish starts with 1 e4. What are we expecting from Magnus? E5?
Well, definitely not G6, but knowing Magnus, exactly at the moment I'm gonna claim that G6 won't be played. He gonna do it. But you know, the reason why I'm even thinking that it won't happen, because last time Magnus already played E4 G6 against Anish, and I don't feel like, you know, you want to keep on repeating G6. I mean, you don't want to tempt fate so many times.
But Magnus having a little think there. I don't know what's going on. I can't see his clock very clearly on my screen. But he's not making his move immediately. And it makes me wonder if is he on his chair yet? Because his camera is not on either. Let's ask Tad, is he there? Or has Magnus left the building?
After winning in 20 moves with black, yeah, he just felt like, okay, that's enough. I mean, I have shown my skills, that's all, yeah.
And in fact, we do have some confirmation that no camera right now as well. So he's probably not ready. It should be starting any moment as he has logged in. So we will have the moves very soon. Peter, do we have action on the other boards?
Yeah,
but
definitely.
before we move on, if we can just really quickly bring up Anish's tweet at some point, whenever that it can be made ready. Because Peter, Anish had a very interesting take on his matchups for the day. Let's see if we can get that on, starting with Ivan on the first round, playing Magnus, then to Hans on round 3, and then he'll be meeting Adiban. So we'll have that tweet up shortly. These are our matchups for the moment as we get things ready. And there we have it. And this is what Anish had to say. Beauty and the Beads, Beauty and the Beast. Peter, Anish with his wordplay. Of course, it's sort of like an order of which he's playing and who he's playing. So Anish referring to Ivan and Vassil's style of play with the word beauty and then beads and beast for the drama. Anish bringing in the drama on the board and off the board.
All right. Then let's see what's in store for us after E4. Definitely Magnus has some technical issues, and he goes D6 just, you know, to troll me that D6 is equal to G6. So I was claiming he won't play G6. He does D6, but he's gonna go for G6 structures anyway. Yeah, there you have it.
There we have it, Peter. Maybe meanwhile he was listening to us and you said he's never gonna go for this, and Magnus decides to go for it immediately. Plays
and Anish plays the most solid systems of them all. Knight f3 bishop e2, showing a lot of respect for Magnus's Peer's defense. Wow. Okay, because last time he played a much more aggressive setup with bishop e3, bishop d3, queen d2, and it was a very sharp battle. Now he plays very classical. And what do we have? For example, the game between Adiban and Erigaishi, very interesting, because I mean, I don't really know this opening. I mean, I know that it's kind of a finally from c4 they transpose to some Grunfeld, but from a very special move order like this knight c3, knight c6. It's a modern way, but I usually would think like if you play a move like knight c6, you surprise the opponent. No, not at all. I mean, Adiban was ready to react, and they are transposing, in fact, to a very classical system with knight b6. I think that the idea was actually to play something like e5, knight takes d5, e4. That was the main idea of this move order. But I'm only having some vague memories. But Arjun goes for the traditional old classical line, knight b6, the line that I was using in the early 90s already in my childhood from the black side. d5, knight a5. For example, you know, just to show you some history, in 1991, Lajos Portis, the Hungarian legend, came to Szeged, to my hometown, to give a simul, and I was 11 years old at that point, and I felt like I'm already strong, but not that strong, so probably I'm capable of it. It was anyway a dilemma that I should play or not. Finally, I thought I want to play against our national sportsman, against Portis. And I played exactly this opening with the black pieces. Our game went e3, e5, d5, and I played this old line with knight e7, e4, bishop g4, followed by c6, and I got a good game and went on to win this game. And after winning that game in the style, I felt really sorry, and I felt like I probably had no right to play in the simul. It was a 40 board simul for poor Portis. It was very demanding. And probably I was too strong at that point, but it was just a piece of history. I wanted to share it.
Wow. So you're very familiar with these structures then, so it's perfect for us.
Yes, but this d5 is already the more modern move. I remember that in like 92, 93, I faced a lot of d5s, knight a5, e4s, and yeah, c6, bishop f4. This was the traditional big debate, and now we see that things are heating up because in fact, black grabs the pawn by giving up the Grünfeld bishop. The dark-squared bishop is given up, but there is a good reason for it. Black simply captures the pawn immediately. So white will have, again, we see the Adiban narrative, yeah, that he always loves to sacrifice the pawn material for active pieces, even in the first round against Vincent with black. Now from the white side, he also and queen c5, rook e1 on the board.
So that bishop, the dark squared bishop, definitely is going to play a big role, Peter. We'll come back and see how the initiated develops. The one game again that's caught my attention is Ivan against Vasil, and I want to jump to that because Ivan's rook is on h4 in the current position, if we just look at it. And no, it hasn't jumped from h1 over the pawn to h4 because that would be illegal. But in fact, after castle, he went rook e1, rook e4, rook h4. That's a very unique way of building attack on that h7 pawn. But looking at the clock situation, it feels as if it's something that both players are familiar with. Peter, maybe we can take it from the top and you can shed some light on the opening that led to this position.
Well, here we again see that also Ivanchuk shows a lot of respect for Saric. I mean, he doesn't play a mainstream theory. He just plays a rather defensive setup with d takes e4, the Rubinstein French, knight e4, bishop d7, basically giving white the initiative, but trying to be as solid as possible. Knight d7 castles, knight f6. And wow, the move rook e1. This is a surprising move because usually white retreats the knight to g3 and then goes for c4 setup, c4 b3 kind of stuff. But basically, if white plays the move rook e1, it clearly shows that white is prepared, because otherwise the move rook e1 would be completely harmless. And an aggressive and very energetic player like Ivan Saric would never ever play a move like rook e1 unless he really has a special idea. So let's take a look what is his special idea. c6, c4. Yeah, white is trying to insist on some d5 break while black's king still stuck in the center. So the move knight f6 will have to be played sooner or later. Now white is going rook h4. That's how this rook reached the h4 square. Bishop e7, queen c2, targeting the h7 pawn, but it's defended at the moment by the knight. So Ivanchuk castles, and after bishop g5, h6, that's the moment when the logical follow-up is a sacrifice on h6. Now the big question is it still analyzed by Ivan, or if it's analyzed, does he remember all the details? Because you can just sacrifice and end up losing. If you know your sacrifice, you might sacrifice and you might win. Yeah, it's a very difficult question because it doesn't look like it's a mating attack. I'm going to go king g7. I'm going to go rook h8 next. Where is the checkmate?
King g7, can you try to get your queen c1, queen g5, or will you, because queen c1, at least rook h8 is not possible because of queen g5.
Yeah, or queen d2, queen c1.
Or
yeah,
queen d2 as well. I like queen,
with same
maybe knight
ideas,
e4 is the problem. After even queen d2, or maybe even after queen c1, you have this idea of knight e4.
Yeah, and yeah, Ivan actually just retreats. By the way, even if we insist just by playing rook g8 is probably fine. Yeah, and then we can hide with the king on f8.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the sacrifice was just not working. Ivan took about 3 minutes to decide he didn't want to go for it. Bishop d2, I think, is key as well, because you can't go bishop f4 or bishop e3. Black's knight would jump to d5, attack that rook on h4, and pick up that bishop. So with no other square, bishop d2 makes sense, but one gets the feeling that this is not what Ivan was aiming for.
Well, but actually, you know, that's also was my very first thought, that everything that what white played for with rook h4, bishop g5, it's an indication that he needs to sacrifice. No, maybe not at all, because white actually now has the threat of going knight e5, and then suddenly we see that the rook from h4 protects the d4 pawn, so the d4 pawn is not hanging, and after knight e5 we can bring the other rook to e1, and then who knows, once our knight is on e5, then already the sacrifice on h6 will be probably deadly, because with a knight on e5 this should be checkmate. So in fact the whole concept is that you can build up a very strong powerful attack by simply improving your pieces, and this is what makes it then all the more attractive.
All right, well, you're mentioning he's made a hook on h6, and always that might come under fire and these potential sacrifices. There is no jump that white needs to fear. It appears if you go knight d5, white can sidestep with the rook to g4 perhaps, and just keep the pressure going. So there isn't a really great jump. Peter, we'll see how this game develops. Let's keep going. Let's take a look at the Prague Jan-Krzysztof Duda game, which also is quite an insane pawn structure that we've got on the board. I mean, you don't see black having advanced all the way up on the king side, as well as these double pawns in the center. The light squared bishop not developed. White has got a double bishop pair advantage. I do like white's position here.
Yeah, it looks very sympathetic for white. And, you know, if you would ask me, where did we reach this position? Please reconstruct this game. I have no idea. I mean, okay, I would somehow guess that white went for some Jobava system with knight b5, bishop f4, but then how did white's bishop get to g2? Yeah, because usually the bishop is then never fianchettoed. So let's take
You're absolutely right, by the way, Peter. It was a Jobava London.
Okay, so yeah, but you know, the confusion is that there is a Catalan bishop on g2. I mean, how does a Catalan spirit fits suits together with the Jobava London? It's confusing, but yeah, let's take a look. Bishop f4, third move, e6 and knight b5, and wow, Duda voluntarily goes bishop d6. It's a surprise because the thematic move is knight a6, yeah, protecting the pawn on c7. Yes, the knight is ugly on a6, but white will also lose tempi later with his knight after c6. He will have to retreat the knight. I mean, there are so many questions, but I mean, giving up the bishop just like this, I mean, if somebody guarantees me that this is gonna be played, then I'm gonna go for the Jobava system. I mean, okay, give me that bishop immediately. On the other hand, you know that this pawn on d6 is the soul of black's position, covering dark squares and making sure that white's dark square bishop is not so effective. And that's the justification. c3, knight c6, knight f3, knight e4, g3. Okay, so basically the bishop develops to the king side, because if he would develop normally with d3, black would be able to go for something like g5, bishop g3, h5, trapping white's bishop on g3. That's probably one of the main ideas of Duda's strategy. So white played g3, and all of a sudden Jan-Krzysztof is advancing his queenside pawns. a4, knight d2, takes, b5, e4, bishop b7. Yeah, that's a cool move, bishop b7. I wanted to highlight that after e takes d5, black has knight e7 using the pin. And if we finally get to trade something like this, then we might be calling it a strategic victory for black with a good knight versus the bad bishop. So there is a lot of strategical finesses going on here.
Wow, so e4 on the board, bishop b7. You're pointing out this really nice line of ed5 using the pin that you can move back with your knight to e7. Still looks very, very pleasant for Prague. Peter, let's continue on our opening tour, and we'll see what he decides. Does he decide to continue with development or to dissolve the center? We'll come back to this. And a quick update, by the way, I think the Magnus Giri game is just heading for a draw.
Yes, I think we will not even lose any words on it, because we trust both players that they are strong enough to make a draw in this position. But there are breaking developments in Ivan Staric-Vasil Ivanchuk game. The piece sacrifice did happen, and we also see queen c1 on the board. I mean,
Peter, this is the position. This is the position that we were thinking about, right? Very similar ideas, but he's managed to get his queen. Is he going to take queen h6 now?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's take a look just step by step to understand. So bishop d2, queen c7 did happen. We have seen it. Rook e1, white rook joins the party. Black plays rook a d8, and now Ivan opts for bishop takes h6, and after g takes h6,
queen c1.
Queen c1, and wow, Tadias consulting with the computer, with the machine, said that according to computer, if white would have included bishop f4 move, kicking black's queen away from c7, and after sacrifice on h6, it would have been very strong. And in fact, after bishop h6, g takes h6, queen c1, knight h7, this is apparently quite fine for black.
And Peter, you know, my first feeling was queen takes h6. I completely missed that the rook on h4 is hanging bishop h4. And the point is that Ivan's last move, rook h5, That is a tough move to spot for white, but he wants to take that pawn on h6. He first just simply steps away with the rook, because if you make the move rook h6, it's very difficult to get the queen onto the attack. You really want your queen on h6.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, rook h5, we see that the evolution bar does not agree with the move rook h5.
But it doesn't matter.
But practically speaking, it's a very, very clever, tricky move. Yeah.
Very tricky. I'm wondering how is black fighting against queen takes h6? It's a direct threat. And if you make a move like knight g5, at least if nothing else, white has got a draw. But the eval bar clearly states that actually black does have a resource in the initial position. Yeah, let's just point out that the minimum that black will have after knight g5 might be this, but maybe you can even do a rook lift and actually...
Yes, exactly. I think that it's checkmate. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, it's always nice to have a draw in the pocket and then check out for something else. Aha, I even have a mating attack. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's, but yeah, apparently after rook h5, there could be some potentially very strong defense for black. Let's try to find it.
There is, because look at our eval bar. It loves black's position, but I think it has something to do with this queen on the 7th rank. So you need to vacate your bishop and the pawn, Peter, and that could be the idea. I don't know what you start with. Do you start with a move like f5, or do you first move the bishop? Maybe bishop b4 and then f5.
Yeah, but I mean, f5, it destroys the pawn structure. I mean, then the e6 pawn is loose. Maybe the pawn is not so important, but I would prefer some, and f5 is played. Yeah, f5.
And the eval bar does not approve of the move f5.
Yeah, because after f5, it feels like probably white is not better or whatever, but white seems to have enough compensation. It's more or less balanced, and of course Tadia's highlighted, because I don't want to take credit for it. Of course, if we would have been able to calculate calmly, then we could have spotted bishop g5 with the idea that after knight take g5, h take g5, rook take g5, now we are not forced to take, but we can now hide the king on h8. It's in the classical game, you think for 15-20 minutes, you spot the idea by elimination, and that's it. But in a rapid game with 15 minutes, you don't know if you have the right. Is there at all? Nobody tells you that there is a solution, right? That's the problem. And this was a super cool defense. Yeah, bishop g5 and then king h8.
That is stunning, but so difficult to find in rapid when you have no idea of the evaluation of the position and you just want to fight against the mate immediately. It's so easy to miss that you can take with the pawn and simply sidestep with the king. From a human perspective, not easy at all. And I think it would take a very, very strong player as well to be able to find this over the board in a classical format. So completely understandable of not making the move bishop g5, f5, and he goes for queen takes h6. And now this could be big trouble for black. He goes bishop f6, Peter, so vacating that 7th rank. But you mentioned this e6 pawn, and it's been snapped up now. And white already has 3 pawns for a piece and initiative. Yeah,
but we also have some nice pieces. I mean, the bishop on f6 is quite nice. I feel that black's king on g8 is quite safe. The knight on h7 guards many important squares. So I do believe that white should never be worse here, but I also don't feel like black is really risking much. Yeah, it feels like dynamic equality. I wonder what's the move after queen g7.
I really don't want to trade. I'm hoping that the right move is not trading. I would want to come back with the queen, but I have to be careful because I think after queen f4, the one thing that I'm scared about is a move like queen f7, hitting both the rooks.
But wow, even that. But then you have queen takes f5, protecting both rooks at the same time.
Oh yes, queen f5 is a good one. So maybe queen f4 is possible.
Yeah, well, queen f4 possible, but maybe you can just take on d4. I'm a little bit worried of bishop takes d4, because if suddenly the d file opens up, then the king on g1, which was so safe, is having some back rank issues. We will have to lose some time for g3 making Luft, but you collect a pawn, a razor sharp position. I mean, we have seen that Chucky plays the second game and we are non-stop discussing his game because it's so full of tension and everything.
Non-stop action in Vassil's game, just how we like it, just the kind of player and the legend that he is. This is what we love about his games. So and we're hoping for more of it. Rook e6 played. Ivan sacrificed a piece. Vassil, he finds your move, Peter. He plays the move queen g7. You want to try and trade. I think he would be happy if Ivan agreed for the trade. But as you mentioned, queen f4, and then you have to calculate these lines with bishop takes d4. Not easy to evaluate what's going on there.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah, it's because basically, as you highlighted before, yeah, that white already has 3 pawns. And for example, if we could trade the queens and also take the f5 pawn, it would be already the 4th pawn. But after queen takes g7, bishop g7, for example, protects the f5 pawn automatically. Yeah, so then I feel like the rook on h5 might be misplaced, and this endgame is not to my liking at all. d4 pawn is vulnerable. All of black's pieces are in the game, so keeping the queens is very logical. And basically something like queen f4 and then g3, making sure that the king has luft. And I don't want to trade my knight. The knight on f3 gives me stability.
All right, big complications here. We will come back to this, but there's also so much action across boards, Peter. So let's jump to some of the other games while we can. And let's get a quick update on the Boris Levon one. We haven't had a look at it, and I would love to get your evaluation on this. My first feeling is that black has got the 2 bishops, but a terrible pawn structure, and that seems to compensate for that. If I had to pick a color, at least intuitively, I would go with white.
Yes, absolutely right. Because the point is that if you have this damaged pawn structure and you have some dynamics, then it's fine. But white seems to have set up a grip. Yeah, there is no c5, c4 idea. Sacrifice the pawn on c5 will fall, and it will fall when white wants to capture it. There is no rush whatsoever. I mean, Levon has very nicely outplayed or outfoxed Boris, because what happened here was something very special. Knight f6, c5, b3, knight f6, bishop b2, and up to g6. Levon did take on f6, and I do believe that this is somehow known to be dangerous for black. ef6, c4, making sure that white immediately fights for the light squares, for the d5 square, now that black's pawn structure had been damaged. And Boris failed to prove that this was that he knew what he was doing. Levon got the initiative, and seeing the position what they have on the board now, Levon is in total control.
All right, Levon in total control, as you pointed out, and I think it's you look at the position and you can feel it. We'll see if he manages to convert or not. Peter, let's go back to the
wow. Sorry, because I immediately catch something very interesting. Prag and Duda. Look at this. The last 2 moves, I think, or last couple of moves. Queen e2. Castles, queen takes b5, a pawn sacrifice, look, fb8, and after e takes d5, a knight sacrifice on d4.
What is happening? Okay, so the first question is, after c takes d5, it's clear that you want to go bishop into d5, hit that queen on b5, and that bishop on g2. You do have the move queen f1, but then you will never be able to finish development. Even queen takes d4 just looks very dangerous. Is that the point?
Yeah, that's the point. But the reason why I was not even making those moves, okay, very quickly I'm gonna do something like this. Then black can maybe just take on d4, maybe also take on b2. I mean, it looks very frightening in any case. But Prag actually came back with the queen to d3, because there was no reason to capture this knight on d4. The knight on d4 is kind of trapped. Of course, it can retreat to f5, but thank you very much. I mean, we are not afraid of that. Duda gives the move queen e5 check, and now the big question: will Prag insist on something, or will he just play a normal move like bishop e3?
I mean, what other alternative do you have? Are you because you can't go
king d1? Yeah, king d1.
Yeah, let's just point out that queen e4 is not possible because of knight c2. King f1 is not possible. Yeah, knight c2 is coming here with the fork. And if you go king f1, there's bishop a6. So your king can't run to f1 either. So the only alternative to bishop e3 is king d1. And that's a tough move to make.
Yeah, well, we have seen Prag already doing tough moves.
That is true.
In his very young career, and king d1 on the board.
Wow, Prag goes for it. Prag goes for it, and our eval bar thinks that it is a good way for white to continue. It approves Peter. King d1, bishop d5 snapped up, and neither players are blinking. I mean, that knight on d4, Duda just doesn't care about it at all. Right now, the bishop on g2 is attacked. So if you go c takes d4, does he want to go queen h5 check?
Yes, queen h5, but okay, we have f3, so we are actually piece up. But black will take rook takes b2, and he will simply compensate, and this is gonna happen.
It's happening. It's happening as we speak. Queen h5 played. You've got to go f3 because the bishop on g2 is hanging. And I don't see an alternative to rook b2. We have this position on the board. And no matter, even though the eval bar I see is completely even, it might be 0.0, but this position is absolutely crazy and anything but equal.
Yeah, well, you know, if we would be not talking about Prague, I would be very scared for white. Yeah, because I mean the position looks scary with the king on d1, black's rook is on b2, the other one is ready to join the party, rook a8 or rook c8, bishop on d5, wonderful, so on. But white is a piece up, and one thing we have already learned, that when complications happen, then these youngsters are just so incredibly strong. Somehow they are I feel like they are emotionally not so involved with the position. Yeah, they just play much more the position than these human elements of, you know, I'm afraid of something. They don't know this word, like I'm afraid of something. I mean, if it's unclear, then let me calculate. Yeah, and they believe that they can calculate, and if they see everything, why to be afraid? So I feel like this is one of the big strengths of the new generation, that like the older guard plays more about these feelings and all these emotions. Yeah, the youngsters are just calculating like machines.
No, I can tell you, Prague isn't afraid of calculating at all. I have had the pleasure of actually seeing him in a few training sessions with Ramesh. This was when we were having camps for the Olympiad. And Prague has already calculated pretty much the entire line before Ramesh is done setting up the last piece on the board. It's incredible to watch that. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. The moment Ramesh finishes putting the pieces, Prague is already ranting off the lines.
Yes. That's how I can imagine the situation. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
So King E2 played, and wow, yeah, it's a bit scary to be white in this position, stuck on this pin, but also black still needs to get that final rook into the game. I mean, imagine if rook c8, rook c2 could come in, that would be amazing. But he plays the move f5, making sure that there will not be back rank issues. g4 will not be possible, ever kicking that queen from h5. But Peter, it does feel that white's king, at least for the time being, is safe, because after rook c8, you will have rook c1.
Yes, I mean, basically when Prague made the move king e2, I was so happy, because exactly that's how I felt. Like, I don't know how, but Prague will find a way to find harmony. And yeah, he's marching with his king as quickly as possible. He wants to make sure that his king is evacuated from the danger zone. Now he's ready to move the rook wherever, I don't know exactly, rook b1, rook c1, rook d1. He doesn't need to worry about queen takes h2 anymore, because the king guards the bishop on g2, and he's piece up. And he just tells the opponent that, okay, the piece sacrifice was wonderful, congratulations for you, but actually, sir, how do you continue this position? Not so easy.
Big question, Peter, because there's still some time. I also want to give you an update that Anish and Magnus has finished in a draw. We won't take a look at the final position in that. As we saw, that was an equal endgame. But I want to quickly jump over to the Levon Boris board, because there it does look like, white is up. How many pawns is that? Well, one pawn.
Well, one pawn, but it feels like even more. I mean, it's a technically winning position.
It's a technically winning position now.
Yes, yes. I mean, okay, we see that these double pawns don't give any dynamics. White has a very nice pawn structure. Everything protects everything. The bishop wanted to destroy white's pawn structure, but he's not able to, because now after rook takes c4, rook takes c4 again, the knight is protected, and now the knight lands on c5, and it's finished.
So we will say that it looks like Lev needs to show some technique, but should be up for it. Peter, let's quickly jump back to the Ivan versus Vasil board, the piece sacrifice that we saw, a very different one from what we are seeing on the Duda board. What are the chances here for white to make something of the attack that he's built?
Well, honestly, I'm surprised by the move h3, yeah, because I always, whenever we talked about, I told you that, yeah, I want to create Luft with g3, yeah, that I intuitively wanted to get g3, king g2, but probably there was a tactical problem with it, because, I mean, look at, he probably wanted to stop queen g4. That's the problem, yeah, like g3, maybe queen g4 was disturbing him. I don't know exactly why. It doesn't, I mean, it does look very scary also for black, but he played the move h3 first, and after bishop b6, with the threat of rook d1 check, king h2, bishop c7, yeah, it's one of the reasons why I automatically wanted to create the Luft with g3. And now white also opts for g3 move, yeah, he's wasting one tempo, but maybe it was very important to loot the bishop away from the long diagonal. I don't know, it's a very delicate play and very complicated.
No, and I think your point about stopping queen g4 and any queen trades also makes a lot of sense with this move h3. because in that final position, white would not be able to go rook g6, rook g4 because the f3 pawn was hanging, the f3 knight was hanging. And now after g3, there are no queen trades. Well, it's black's move. A move like bishop c7 comes to mind, hitting that queen on f4. But perhaps white can just fall back with the queen to e3 and start threatening rook e7.
So bishop c7 you are mentioning, yeah, hitting the queen, it would be a very natural move. So I'm guessing that Ivanchuk is calculating this move, and Ivan has also been kind of thinking how to react after bishop c7.
Because you play queen e3 and you're constantly worried about bishop g3, but I'm not sure.
And
if
also
it's-
f4, yeah. I mean, there are all kinds of
F4,
moves. But also with f4, you have to be careful, because who knows, maybe I'm stepping into some queen e4, rook g6, but queen e4 runs into knight f6. So yeah, so many things to calculate. In any case, we are kind of expecting the move bishop c7 probably to be played. Or
And
maybe
Peter, look
is
at
Vasily
Vasil.
even
Vasil-
considering taking on b2?
Peter, look at Vasil. He's got 4 minutes on the clock and he's calculating with his eyes wide shut.
Well, typical Chucky, right? Don't expect the ordinary. I mean, he's always special.
This is just incredible to watch. And but g3, but now he has to think of what he wants to do. So bishop c7 is an option that we were looking at. He's clearly got some other candidate moves in his mind. Peter, what do you think he's going to be coming up with besides bishop c7?
Yeah, I was wondering that can he, but I mean, for example, queen takes b2, I just want to highlight that it runs into rook g6 check. And of course, you can't be so careless, yeah, that you take this poison pawn, because now after king h8, rook takes h7, king h7, queen h6, checkmate is coming. So the queen has to guard the king. Yeah, that's clear. And also we are being told that there is a big drama apparently in Adiban versus Erigaishi. Wow, white king on e3 running around. Down to
That is
24
scary.
seconds, finish.
That is, I mean, really scary because black has an extra pawn and the attack on white's king.
That's it. No, I mean, that was some miscalculation was involved. I mean, Arjun is just way too sharp. Yeah, now he's pawn up and white's king is in the center, and it should be a win for black.
It should be over any moment. Well, Anadiban's down to 15 seconds. Arjun's up by 8 minutes on the clock. The excitement is very clear on Arjun's camera. He can barely contain it, as we can see. Peter, this guy never has any expression. How does he do it?
I don't know. He probably just loves what he's doing. Yeah, that's probably the explanation. Yeah, yeah, that's it. I mean, rook takes c3, I think king f4, and then check, and then f5 just wins the queen and wins the game. Yeah.
Queen d2 check and f5, and that would be over. So we'll just wait and see. I don't really see any other move. I mean, if you go king e5, then rook c5 check. He
Yeah,
goes
king g4. I mean, Adiban will play f5, king h3, but he will sacrifice the queen and try to give perpetual, but black's king will be able to march to d8, and it's the end of perpetual dreams.
Yeah, and you can look at Adiban, and he's almost raising his hand in resignation right now.
Yes, that's clear, because okay, I mean, f5 just finishes the game on the spot.
And
Just to highlight this variation, that okay, fe4 check, and then the king can run in the other direction, and then that's it, because rook d7 is met by queen d7.
But Arjun's taking his time right now. He's just probably calculating and making sure that after f5, one would expect Arjun to blitz this out, but I'm wondering if there's something even more convincing on the board.
No, I think that he's just absolutely right. I mean, he has 8 minutes. He's completely winning. I mean, if he does not blunder, for example, the tempting f5 check, king h3, and then not taking the queen first, giving a check, stopping the rook g7, runs into queen h4. Yes, so you can never be careless. You have to pay attention. f5 on the board,
F5
king
on the
h3,
board.
fe, and now it's time to resign.
And we're going to see this variation that you were pointing out. And look at that tricky Adiban putting a trap with rook h8 mate. And immediately Arjun plays queen d4. So maybe he was just calculating this line till the end. And queen d4, Peter, might be the only move, by the way, in the position.
Yes. I mean, I have foreseen it as well. I mean, you are queen up. Yeah, you are full queen up. There should be a defense, right? I mean, okay.
Should be a defense, and he finds it. All right, Peter, let's go back to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Prague board. Action is still on there, but it looks like the attack is getting bleaker by the moment.
Yes, yes, and okay, there is a way to win the queen with rook takes f3, but white would be welcoming this action because something like this with the rook and two bishops is technically easily winning for white. I mean, there is just, and also black's queen is completely passive there. So Duda, in fact, goes all in with g4, sacrifices the rook on f8, inviting like bishop takes f8. He wants to take g takes f3, I'm guessing, and then try to create some mess. If Pragg would be done to his last seconds, I would say that, you know, this is practical chance, but with Pragg having 3 minutes on the clock, I'm expecting him to navigate it very nicely. But it's tricky. I mean, okay, it's very easy for a computer.
It's just one check, right? So let's say bishop takes f8, g into f3.
Okay.
Queen g2 is not a mate. So can I just move my rook to, okay, where?
Yes, I mean, okay.
Not easy, yeah? Is there, okay, so I'm trying to calculate if after rook b8, I'm mating you after f takes g2 or not.
No, but I'm giving then queen takes g2 check, yeah?
Queen g2 check, king e3.
Wow, you are fearless. Okay.
No, this of course I'm just running. You don't even have, you have one more check and king f4. I'm completely safe, no? Oh, there's queen c1 as well.
Yeah, but you are safe anyway, probably. But
it looks like, I mean, at least there's queen e3, if not the queen.
And
E3.
it's on the board. I mean, Tanya, you know Pragg too well. Yeah, you trained with him with the national team. No surprises for you.
This makes me happy. Rook b8 played, and for a change, Peter, the eval bar agrees that rook b8 still keeps the advantage.
Very, very nicely spotted. Yeah, very nice. King f7 played. I mean, also Duda is super smart. He doesn't want to, I mean, he needs to keep the tension, make his opponent be a little bit unsure what to expect. FG or queen g2. But okay, this is already too slow.
So he's clearly calculated that after f takes g2, there was perhaps a mate. I think bishop d6 or bishop h6 and rook f8.
No, I mean, bishop h6 and then queen h7 checkmate
Queen
is coming.
H7
Yeah,
is
that's...
yeah.
Yeah, so in fact, but come on, I mean, bishop h6 now is a little bit too much. Yeah, just to give like this the...
But after bishop h6, maybe there might even... Yeah, but it's possible, yeah. Bishop h6, I was thinking about queen h6, but then you just snap up the f3
Then I snap up, yeah. And if you take queen g2, I'm following your footsteps, king e3 and run. But
yeah,
hang on, now we can run to d2 already. Yeah, queen g1, now we run this way. Because otherwise I would have lost the bishop if I run to f4, yeah. But now
I mean,
just
you still have queen d2 in that position.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, after king e3, queen d, but I prefer to run this way. Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And now you have all these mating ideas with queen h7 or rook f8. So bishop h6 is still a nice move, as you're pointing out, even though it comes without a check, but same ideas. You stop black's queen from defending the h7 pawn.
Exactly. And wow, okay, so
Pragg, and he just loses all his advantage, Peter.
Okay, we don't know exactly if maybe he thinks that it's technically winning and look at this queen h5 check. The human move is played and already computer is again back to sanity, like white is clearly better.
And Duda not happy. You saw the shake in his head after playing queen h5. So maybe he also realized that there was something stronger. But of course, playing on a minute and a half, hard to spot such a position. Peter, I think you're absolutely right that Pragg just felt that technically it's winning. And maybe there's just one odd move that saves it for black. And Tad or maybe the chat can tell us what was the right move instead of queen h5 in this position. We saw the eval bar. It said that black is fine. But how he's fine, nobody knows.
Well, basically the point is I wanted to say that since black only has two moves in the position, the queen is trapped. If not queen h5, then it has to be queen g1. I don't know why it's such a big difference, because after queen g1, I guess humanly you think like bishop c5 protects the pawn. You give a check, I will somehow sidestep and slowly win. But maybe computer sees a perpetual, we don't know.
Wow, and Duda really shaking his head there, queen d3. I think he also realizes that queen g1 was perhaps the stronger square. Let me see if anyone in chat has mentioned. And Peter, you're absolutely on point. Queen g1 is the move, as our chat is pointing out. Thanks, chat.
Yeah. I mean, of course, but now we already understand that Duda is trying to get with his queen to do the d4 pawn, but he lost a big tempo. Yeah, I mean, white's king is now on g1 instead of on f2, and this one tempo would have been, And wow, no, Tania is mentioning that this is exactly the same position which could have happened from Queen G1. So apparently both sides made some mistake, but it's the logical kind of, and this is a perpetual Queen
Is
E3
this now
check.
perpetual on the diagonal, the dark square diagonal of C1, H6, D2 checks?
Like this, yeah, and there is no way to run away. Yeah, King G1, you give a check from
Wow.
E3. Wow.
So Peter, wait, what was, and now King F1, you just go Queen C1 check. Or maybe Queen D3. Queen D3.
Queen
more
D3,
precisely
you
goes
can't
for
go
it.
to E1 because of Queen G6. Yeah, King F2, and then now it's the same position, Queen D2 check.
And you can't hide because now you've got Queen D3, Queen G6 check if you go King F3, King G4.
Yes.
Queen F5, Queen G6, anything, and then King H4, you follow it up with Queen H6 check.
Wow, I mean, what an escape by Duda if it really happens like this. And
But what was
Prag
the
will be
move?
kicking himself, but on the other hand, then he just needs to smile and remember his previous game against Chucky, and then he will be happy again. Yeah.
No, that's true. I mean, that was a very big save for Prague.
Ah, by the way, breaking news: Ivanchuk is winning. The attack backfired. Saric didn't find the way, and Chucky is back. Chucky is back on track.
But Peter, and this one looks like we can say that he's going to take this home because I just see an extra rook for black.
Yeah, I mean, okay, white will simply resign here. Okay, this is, yeah, this. I mean, the previous game, there was a lot of calculation involved. Yeah, it was winning, but it was very complex and everything. Yeah, but here, this is already a thematic. I don't even feel like with white you want to make any more moves because it's
Queen
over.
F6, and if you go Queen D7, he's just going to play Queen
Yeah, just
E7.
move the king back. Yeah, just move the king back, or Queen
King
E7,
back or
whatever.
Queen
Yeah.
E7 and hit the knight, and there's no way of even avoiding the trade or losing more material. So Peter Vasil, he strikes right back after that game one disaster.
Yeah, it's one. I mean, he was very solid. He provoked Saric for an attack, and Chucky then masterfully protected. Okay, this is already not interesting because Black's king is running away. There is just no way of any perpetual. By the way, Hans is winning his second game. Hans is on fire. I mean, he's beating Christopher Yo. With 3 pawns up and a completely winning position. Levon has beaten Boris. So Boris is struggling with 2 losses.
And Ivan resigns. Boris loses to Lev. Adiban loses to Aragasi. And we've got a Giri Magnus draw. And this looks like Hans looks very relaxed playing. And Peter, the final position that we have on, and let's check Vincent's board once.
Yeah, because Vincent is in some kind of a trouble and he's low on the clock. But maybe the position is not easy to break. I mean, it looks like white should be winning, right? Because you have 2 pieces versus rook, and the pawn structure seems to be very nice. But how do you make progress? If the knight moves, there is rook e5 check.
And if the bishop goes to c4 trying to defend, there's rook a1 putting pressure on the a4 pawn. So you don't, it's kind of hard to bring the knight into play. You want it on e6, but how do you bring it to e6?
Yeah, not so easy, yeah, because this a4 pawn is a weakness, and Liam is taking his time. I mean, apparently Tadeusz is telling us that, yeah, Liam was clearly better in the game, and it looked like it's gonna be a technical win, but it's a fight. The only question is, Vincent with 30 seconds on the clock, how do you calculate all this rook a1, king is, yeah, he goes king f7, correct, because if you would play rook a1 instead of king f7, then king e6 comes.
You can't allow white's king to enter. So king f7 played, and after knight d8, he's just going to go king e7. Because knight e6, there's rook e5, and knight c6, you come back to f7.
Yes, this is the, I mean, exactly what you want, yeah, because, yeah, as you highlighted. So yeah, he goes king g5, but now king g5 also, rook e4 is kind of tempting with double attack, but okay, who knows?
Rook e4 is nice, Peter. He gives a check instead.
Rook g1, also
but,
nice.
So after king h6, he wants to go rook g4 now.
Yes, he wants. Wow, but okay, this is an endgame, and there is apparently some.
Let's go back to Duda's board. We've got to go back to Duda's board because again, there's been a turnaround apparently.
Yeah, incredible, because in fact, Duda did not give the queen g6, queen h6 check that we expected. And what is happening?
how did Prag manage to get out of this perpetual?
No, because after queen f5, he got this triangle, queen h6, king g4, and he runs out. And queen h6, king f3, queen h5, king f2, and now white is winning.
But he could have done that even with queen g6, king f4.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tania was mentioning some computer move after king f4, e5 check was super important,
Wow.
but yeah, it's humans on seconds can't play as computers. It's very nice for us afterwards to hear that, okay, black had a
But now,
defense.
Peter, now queen e3 check again. Don't we have the same position?
No, because it's white to move. That's the difference.
Oh yeah, he's gone queen d3. Oh my God. Okay,
Yes,
absolutely.
that's the good news for Prag and his fans. Yeah, that it's now white to move. So rook b3, just bring back that rook and finish the game or something.
That's the
Oh,
big
rook
difference.
f8
Good,
check,
rook
also
f8.
perfect.
Yeah, you just want to bring your rook back to defense and just keep everything solid. Either bring it to f2 or f3.
Yeah, I mean, once you bring the rook, you know that this is a thematic win. Yeah, I mean.
He's got about 50 seconds on the clock as well, so high on the clock. But I think.
Yeah, I mean, you take the
just want to
e2
pick up
pawn.
the
We're
pawn.
gonna go bishop d6, bishop e5, and we start checkmating black's king and dominating everything.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I think Prag knows that he wants that bishop on this e5 diagonal. Black's king is already cut off on g7, so no escape from f7. Peter, he blitzes the idea out, and it looks like he's going to get his revenge of the FTX Cup.
Yeah, well, I mean, he blitzed out the move king e2 when it was really complicated. So if he blitzed out king e2 there, then he's capable of, you know, playing bishop d6 any moment immediately. Yeah, and okay, this is a technical win for Prag. Wow, and actually, now we see that how important it is to get a good start, right? I mean, after winning that game against Chucky in the last second from a losing position, now he wins again, then he will be 2 out of 2, and he takes a wonderful start.
And some good news for you, Peter. Vincent has managed to neutralize Liam's 2 pieces in that position. That game has ended in a draw. So we'll stick to this one till the end. Rook f2 played, hitting the queen. Queen b1, stopping bishop d3 check ideas. And it's all about this light squared bishop coming into the game. So does he start with a move like king h2, first stepping away from the pin?
Exactly, yeah, just king. Okay, king h2, yeah, queen e1, we even have bishop d3 check, yeah, so okay, king h2 will be played.
King h2, rook f3, try to get your bishop to d3. Because you can also, after a check on the second, he goes rook f6, king g5. How does this check help white? I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, wow, really, yeah?
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. But he goes for it.
Rook e6, I mean, it shows a lot of confidence. I mean, I would have never even considered taking that pawn, but why not if you can?
H4, also trying to open up white's king's position further so that there can potentially be checks from the G file. Duda's big hope here is to, well, give some perpetual check to white's king and try and survive this. So H4 makes a lot of sense. But this rook on the 6th rank now keeps everything under control. Queen
yeah,
B1
still, you know, for my eyes, I would have preferred to keep that G3 pawn alive, yeah, because I mean, then king h2, bishop g2, and then okay, slowly I'm coming and winning, but Prag thinks that why slowly, why not immediately? Yeah, that's the difference probably by the attitude.
Maybe he wants to go king f. He goes king h2. I was thinking king f2, bishop e2, but he chooses king h2. So the main thing is to get this bishop from f1 into the game. So he wants to either go bishop g2 and start improving. He also has to make sure the king remains safe. What happens after queen h5?
Well, I mean, you will also have king g3. I think the only thing white needs to make sure that he will not blunder any bishop. But I mean, if you just don't blunder anything, you can't even not win, yeah?
Well, everything is defended for now. So all the pieces defend each other. The pawn defends the bishop defends the rook defended the bishop, and now the king defends the bishop. So everything is pretty solid.
Yeah, and that's good news, yeah.
That's good news. And especially, you know, Peter, I don't know who it was, but it's good advice when you're low on the clock. Just make moves that defend all your pieces.
Yeah, if it's possible, definitely, yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes things are getting out of control, yeah. Yeah, rook e4, very nice. Now Prag wants to bring the bishop to g3, total cement, no more checks, and then he just starts pushing the d pawn, and that's it.
Prag looks so confident about this position that he is going to convert this. I've noticed one thing about him. Whenever he starts drinking water, it almost feels like he knows that he's got this in the bag. Otherwise,
course,
he's always
yeah,
shaking back and forth.
Now just bishop g3 and then just push this pawn, yeah.
It's like that thing, right, Peter, when Gary used to take out his watch or put it back on.
Put it back, yeah. Then it's signaling that it's game over, my friend. Yeah, it's time to resign. Maybe not yet, but in 2 more moves, and I'm getting ready for it.
You put the watch back on, and it's goodbye for the opponent. And
yeah,
like
we have seen. I think Hikaru was putting on the jacket. Yeah, when he felt like, okay, now it's done, and I'm gonna win. Yeah, it's everybody has his ritual.
That tells. And it looks like Prag taking a sip from that water bottle might be a tell that he's confident about this position. Rook f4 played, very nice cemento, as you say, Peter, around the king. You know, everything is just together. It's a lot of like synchronization between the pieces right now.
Yeah, now rook h4 and then push d6, and I think slowly Duda will have enough, because okay, just such a completely hopeless position that you can't do anything.
And again, the concept of each piece defends each other. Even the king is defended by the bishop.
Yeah, now he will slowly get the rook back, get bishop h3, rook f2, and then push d7, and making sure that you won't get a single check. I mean, I actually like the move rook f4 because it's also stylish. I invite you to take on d6, but I have rook g4
And
check.
rook
Sorry.
G4. Yeah.
But okay, it's elemental. I mean, any move wins here.
Well, he wants to get d7 in, so maybe even a move like, yeah, what is he going to play next though after king g7? He's having a think.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, my simple method of keeping the rook f4 on the board, black can't take on d6. Next move gonna be bishop h3 against any check. We will, yeah, okay, queen h5 check doesn't matter. Bishop h3, push the pawn to d7, and then probably black will simply design. It's too much. It's too much.
Nice technique there, huh? Just queen e2, and you can come back with your rook to f2, and then you go d7.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, if you ask Prag, he will laugh that there was no technique needed here at all, just moves, yeah? I mean, no, the thing that I was really impressed was this taking the piece and then going king e2, king f2, and so quickly and so confidently. That was really impressive.
Yeah, amazing stuff here. And queen e5 played, rook g2, so now there's a check coming. A d8 is a big threat already because queen d8 would be bishop c7. And you probably have to move your king. So after king f7, he wants to go bishop c7. Anyway, he sidestepped the threat of queen takes f2. And after bishop c7, don't really see a way. But you know what, Peter? If d8 queen, there can be some stalemate ideas, by the way. For example, queen f4 check. Let's just show that for fun, because it's quite, let's make a move, bishop c7, and some waiting move like queen somewhere, e4.
Not so easy.
Not so easy, but let's just play queen e4 and demonstrate the idea.
Yeah, because then always white has this extra check, but yeah, just to show d8 queen, queen f4 check, bishop takes f4, and suddenly it's stalemate. That's what...
That's what I got excited about. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, no, it's clear that here you always have to watch out for one stalemate, but okay, since white always has this rook check before, then there is nothing to talk about.
Well, and I think after bishop c7, Duda taking his seconds, just trying to set up that last trap in the position, some stalemate idea like this.
Queen c5, keeping on either f2 square so that white is not able to give the check.
And after queen, if d8 queen, Peter, this is the idea we were trying to make. There's queen e5 check.
Exactly, yeah, that is queen e5 check. I mean, I don't know if it's a pair patch because we don't need to. Yeah, we can just play rook g3, and slowly after queen e2 check, we go bishop g2, and queen h5 check, we're gonna go rook h3. So we are hiding. But Prag says no, he's retreating with the bishop to g3.
Wow, he doesn't take his chance, huh? So he is also thinking about this idea.
Yeah, of course. You just don't want to, because there is no need to. Yeah, rook e2. Make sure that there are no tricks at all, and then you convert the queen.
Rook e2, he wants to go bishop c7. So now black's king has this escape on the g file. Tricky, Prag.
Yeah, professional. Yeah, just you know, because it would also be so embarrassing, yeah, to end up with some stalemating ideas. You go into all books.
Oh, 4 seconds for Duda. 3-2. He needs to make a move. He goes king g7 with seconds. And now if bishop c7, what is queen h6? He wants to go queen h7. You can just go king g2, no?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, really matter of taste how you want to finish it off.
Bishop c7 is how I want to finish this off.
Okay, I mean, anything that works is good, yeah.
There we
on
have
the
it.
board.
And after queen h7, king g2, there is no check, no follow-up check. He's probably thinking about queen h7, king g2. If he goes king g2, then maybe queen g6 or queen
Yeah,
h4.
but okay, this is completely hopeless, yeah.
Queen h4, and if you queen takes g4 and your king just runs. No perpetual, so no queen sacrifices, and it's hard to imagine a perpetual for black here.
But probably he will even play rook e4, no? I mean,
You
just
think that will be super pragmatic Prague if he goes rook e4.
yeah. I mean, he did not want to queen before. He doesn't want to calculate, so I'm expecting rook e4. Yeah,
He goes for it.
yeah.
He goes for it. He's giving no chances at all. He doesn't even want to allow one check on g4.
No, and this is right. I mean, with little time on the clock, calculate as little as possible. Yeah, because if you start calculating, you can blunder something. And okay, where is the stalemate? Because the g7, oh yeah, bishop e6 check, no stalemate. Thank you very much.
And that is it. Prague wins his second game as well against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. We have had 5 decisive games this time, Peter. 3 white wins, 2 black wins. Arjun Agassi beats Adiban. Vasil Ivanchuk makes a stunning comeback against Ivan. Prague beats Duda in a roller coaster game, but what a brilliant play by Prague, accepting that piece sacrifice, that king d1, king e2 maneuver that you were talking about. Amazing stuff then, and keeping things under control start to finish. He did give that one moment chance, but that's the thing, it doesn't matter. From a human perspective, that one moment where Duda had a draw and didn't manage to make it, queen g1 was the move. It's just so difficult. It's just so hard for any player to do that. I think overall, a great game by Prague. Levon beat Boris, and Hans Niemann also on 2 out of 2.
Yeah, well, a lot of draws and lot of wins, and now also white has suddenly started winning some games. Yeah, that's because the first round was shocking. Yeah, that we have seen 4 black victories and not a single one with the white pieces. Now it slowly balances out. Yeah, Hans won with the white pieces, Levon won with the white pieces, Prague won with the white pieces, and I think only Chucky was the one who won with black.
All right, Peter.
No, Arjun also won with the black pieces. Okay.
That's right. He beat Adiban with the black pieces. Peter, you got just 3 minutes to a big game tree coming up. We're going to go on a short break and be right back with the action.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Well, welcome back, everyone. The games have already started. Wow, we had a very, very short break only, and action already on. And what do we have? For example, Christopher Yu against Levon Aronyan. I mean, this is also Christopher, the youngest participant of the event. I mean, it's even shocking to mention this, yeah, because we have Prague and all these guys, and suddenly someone is even 2 years younger. Christopher is just 15, and he has played the 4 nights. And I don't know exactly for which reason, but Levon decided that he will not play along the classical lines, which has a very drawish reputation. I mean, here the move d5. However, knowing Christopher, he would have never ever thought about any draws. Yeah, so it was some kind of a psychological moment, and Levon goes for rook e8, and I think that this is known to be a very dangerous pawn grab. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. Takes g5. That's the justification of black's play bishop g6, knight takes e4. But if my memory serves right, then this was very dangerous. I don't know, was it queen h5 followed by f4? On the other hand, we see that Levon deliberately takes this risk. Yeah, so he knows that he's risking, but he hopes that if opponent is not prepared move per move with computer analysis, then it might not be so easy to refute this idea at all, and he grabs a pawn. If he can survive the next couple of moves, then he will just be pawn up, and white plays the move f4, which is kind of a thematic move. Yeah, you want to break, but according to computer, it was not the best move, but a very logical one. Yeah, I mean, white has definite compensation. He's hoping, eyeing for queen h5, opening up the f file. Look at black's pieces on the queen side, rook on a8, bishop c8, not yet participating. Yeah, Levon plays the move d6, opens up the bishop, but I mean, it somehow feels very, very risky. I mean, this rook on a8 and queen on d8. I mean, what happens after queen h5? Can we go queen h5? I mean, probably queen. I mean, I can somehow imagine some scenario like queen f6 and bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, and after f takes g5, queen g6. I think this would be more or less a thematic way of, you know, you sacrifice the pawn, but suddenly you have this very powerful bishop, you have a good pawn structure, and you somehow dominate the bishop on g3, and it could be fine, but none of it. Levon after queen h5 goes bishop f5. Tanya, what is your take? Levon is gambling, or he knows what he's doing? What is your take?
Peter, I'm just joined in and I'm looking at the position, and you know, I look at Levon's time. He's got more time than what he started with. The confidence with which he's playing, I think he knows what he's doing is my first feeling. But then I see this crazy position with h6 g5 committed, and I know what you mean. Hard to decide, but I have a feeling that Lev knows what's going on here. Bishop f5, let's take a look at some of the lines, what can happen here. So f takes g5, as you were mentioning, does not work because of knight g3.
Yes, now with the bishop already on f5 developed, it looks good. And yeah, actually, Levon is trying to get this position that we talked about, but in a more intelligent way. Yeah, like bishop takes e4 is met by rook takes e4, and after f takes g5, we can't capture back on g5 because the bishop on f5 hangs, but we just go bishop g6. Please take on h6, but in fact, you are not threatening anything. Yeah, then black gets very active pieces, queen d7, rook a8. Then black will go start counter-attacking with rook e2, queen g4. I mean, who is attacking whom? Suddenly,
yeah, but if white is able to get bishop f2, bishop d4, but you'll stop it with the move c5. You'll never allow me on this diagonal.
Exactly. I mean, this pawn structure, it's very similar to the Berlin defense. Yeah, that you just very nicely control all the squares. I think that this is still even some kind of a theory, and maybe it was the reason why. I mean, I somehow recall that instead of f4, maybe queen h5 was the move, that you probably better start with queen h5. And let's see what Tania's, still a number of games here. Okay, so this is still some kind of a theory, but very much Levon is in the book. He knows that he's not risking too much. Bishop e1.
One has the feeling that Lev does have an idea. Bishop e1 played by Christopher. You after a little bit of a thing. Peter, we will come back to this, but you have to take a look at Magnus's opening against the beast.
Wow, what's that? All right. So the orangutan one move later. So there is no more e5 after b4. I'm loving it. Yeah, bishop goes to b2. And look at this, computer also loves it. Claims a clear advantage for white. Knight f3, f5, b for the refutation of the Dutch.
Have we just refuted the Dutch at this moment? Knight f3, f5, b4, and that's it. White is better.
And it's done exactly against the beast, Adiban, who believes in beasties so much. But now b4 is even stronger, no? I mean, you grab even more space. The bishop is coming to the diagonal. What are you doing, Adiban?
And what are you doing? He is thinking, Peter. He's having a long, hard think. He's taken 3 minutes. As you were mentioning, an important factor, let's just back up that if you go b4, which is the orangutan, as you're mentioning, black has the strong option of playing e5, controlling the center, and the bishop from f8 also hits the bishop, the pawn on b4. But suddenly, after knight f3 and Adiban's choice of f5, and look at this, this is going to be a wild fight. b4, he goes e5 anyway. I am loving this.
Well, I mean, especially I'm loving it because now Magnus is also super happy that, I mean, I know that it's, you know, that we are trading the e5 pawn, but now I'm collecting with the knight, not with the bishop, because there white is losing some time with bishop b2, bishop takes e5, then you need to retreat or you have to give up the bishop, as Magnus was treating, I think, the positions that we have seen. And now Magnus immediately goes g3. He wants to get bishop to g2, knight c6, and f5, by the way, is a serious weakening in black's camp, yeah, because you probably prefer the pawn to be on f7 rather than on f5.
Knight c6 played. So Adi took about 3 minutes and then decided to sacrifice his central pawn for white's flank pawn. Now, conventionally, that's not a decision you make. But of course, with Adiban, it's all about concrete play. Peter, but Magnus doesn't look very phased with this. He kind of knows that the gamble has played off to play b4, bishop b2, just a normal developing move. I kind of already like white's position.
Yeah, it looks kind of nice. I mean, definitely Magnus gets a much better version than what he used to getting from the clear orangutan, yeah, that we had played. Because what were his games? I mean, I do recall some of his games, like after bishop e5, knight f6, he was somewhere taking, I mean, he was doing some c3 business and then giving up the bishop on f6 and trying to get this d4, e3, g3, bishop g2 structure. But I mean, compare that position with this one, yeah. I mean, you are getting a nice structure without giving up your dark square bishop. Bishop b2 on the board.
Bishop b2 on the board. And Peter, we'll come back to this. Let's go over to the Vasil Anish game and take a look from the opening, because quite an interesting middle game and a big fight between these two players.
Okay, the Nimzo, yeah, this is, you know, in my file in the Nimzo, it's called the Ivanchuk variation. I can reveal as much that, you know, it's not like, you know, there were too many games by Vasil, but I simply noticed that 1 or 2 times he used this kind of setup. And then I had to give a name, and I just called it, Vasily. Yeah, that after c5 he plays bishop b2. Yeah, this is a very rare move, just a waiting move. Typically, Ivanchuk prophylactic. He wants to win a tempo, but in this case now, Black is not forced to take on c4 yet. Yeah, because if you take, then of course White wins a very big tempo. Yeah, with bishop takes c4. So you also have to make a prophylactic move. That's exactly what Anish is doing.
Peter, that is just so cool. And I need to talk to you more about this. So there's a file on your computer of this line, this variation, and it's named the Ivanchuk variation. After
Exactly,
Bishop.
yes.
So that's quite a fun fact. And I'm just wondering if top level grandmasters actually do that. Like they've got all these lines and these variations, and then certain players who play it, they name it after them.
Exactly, or the guy whom I identify this position the most, yeah, because sometimes many of the players had already played it, yeah. So whom do you pick? But the one who had the most influence, yeah. So this is sometimes the Anish variation. This is Magnus. This is Fabi. It's that's the way, you know, and it's very easy for me, for example, to immediately know, you know, from all this jungle of 1,000 files that okay, of course, yeah, this is the Nimzo Fabi, this is the Nimzo Ivanchuk, whatever, and I already know what I'm talking about. Yeah, which file to open.
Yeah, I can completely imagine. Like if someone has a prep with 1b3, I can imagine them naming it the Beast.
Yes, of course, but that's kind of very natural, right? There is not even any debate on it. But I mean, this is a sideline of E3 Nimzo with this A3 move. I mean, if I don't give a name, then how do I write it in the file? What is it exactly? Yeah, but this is the Ivanchuk line. Yeah, the prophylactic with bishop b2. Usually he even loves to play the move rook c1 next. But yeah, Anish also played this finesse with rook e8. And I think Chucky got a lot of respect for Anish just because of this little touch rook e8. Such kind of delicate moves are the moves that really impress Vasil. And now we see he played bishop e2. Now he says that, you know what? Now if you take d takes c4 again, then I don't mind losing a tempo, because in this structure bishop b2 probably is much more in my favor than your move rook e8. But Anish says, you know what? You already committed your bishop to b2, and the knight is on f3. Then I'm gonna go knight c6. I'm not afraid of this CDD structure at all. And that's the dialogue the players are having between each other.
That is quite fascinating. So a dialogue that the players are having between each other, we can't hear them, but this is definitely feels like the
but their moves and decisions speak for themselves. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, so we do hear their dialogue after all.
Yeah, interesting. So knight e4 played, and you were mentioning rook c1. So but does Black just now want to pick up the pawn on c5, put that knight on c4? It kind of looks like a good position for Black.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the antidote basically against the Ivanchuk setup, that you go for this knight c6, knight a5. There was this finesse with rook e8. We don't know exactly how important it was. In any case, was super impressive. That Anish knows the spirit of the position, and he immediately knew that, how do I impress Chucky? Yeah, how? Because I think that it's also very important against the old guards, against the legends, to play a move after which they say, wow, yes, this guy is very strong. I mean, he knows I tried to, you know, with some finesse, get him out of balance, but he answers like this. You immediately feel like, okay, how do I beat this guy? Yeah, I mean, this young generation is just too strong and whatsoever. It's very important mind games.
And after a bit of a think, even though this is his variation as you're talking about, we see he's burnt his clock a bit. Queen c2 played. Peter, we'll keep an eye out on this game. Fascinating stuff going on out of the opening, but let's take a look at Boris against Pragg. It's a big game for Pragg. Boris, of course, has had a tough first two rounds. Pragg, meanwhile, is on 2 out of 2, and he's playing with the black pieces. How do we feel about his position out of the opening?
Wow, this will be a principal battle, because I mean, I can tell you the dialogue that I'm hearing in Boris's mind. What is this? I'm playing the Catalan, and Pragg, actually, who has been playing the line with c5 with quite good success, does not go for the move c5. In fact, we have seen already in the Crypto Cup, in the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami, that he refrained from c5 against Magnus. He played bishop d7 and he lost. And now he goes for the a6 setup. I mean, doing it against Boris, I mean, it's a very principled variation, but I mean, Boris really feels like I lost 2 games in a row and already Prag thinks that he has to play for a win against me. What is this? I'm gonna punish him. I'm gonna give him a lesson. That's the message I'm getting just from this choice of a6. Maybe Prag has none of those thoughts. He just wants to play a game, and he was anyway intending to play this line against no matter what. But I really feel like, yeah, knight c3, knight d5 now. Boris goes castle, sacrifices on c3 as well, everything. Prag doesn't take it. Castles knight e4, b5, b3, and we are getting a typical Catalan structure. White has sacrificed the pawn, but has a nice grip. The c5 square is very important. The pawn on c7 is a back pawn. There, so h6, knight d3, knight d7 played. And it's the first moment that Boris is really taking his time because everything was blitzed out by him.
And in these positions, even though white has lost a pawn and it doesn't feel like there's anything direct, but these are typical Catalan positions where it's all about the c5 break. Black wants to try to get that c5 break and then he's doing fine. So ideas like rook c8, queen e7, trying to push c5 come in. Meanwhile, white has to make sure as long as black isn't able to free himself with this move, there's always compensation. There's always this pull in the position and this cramped feeling that black's pieces have. So that's why he's placed his own knights. Boris has placed his own knights on d3 and e4, making sure that there's no c5. But Peter, how long can you fight that? Because I do see rook c8 and c5 as a follow-up coming in after. You have to make the move queen e7 as well to stop knight d6.
Yeah, I think this is also very important to mention that, yeah, and Boris goes bishop d2, that usually you don't want to trade the dark square bishop for a knight, right? But after knight takes b4, suddenly it's so much more important that the pressure from the c5 square was eased. Yeah, that you get much more luft, you open up the bishop and so on. I mean, you just don't feel from the white side that you want to take this bishop. The move bishop d2 shows basically nice understanding because you would love to trade these bishops, like bishop takes d2, queen d2, and you get an eternal pressure on the c5 square. You're going to go rook fc1, decide yourself when you want to put this knight on c5, and black will never have the c7, c5 break. And now the big question is how Prag will react. Will he try to play some a5? Reinforce the bishop on b4? Will he retreat the bishop to e7? Will he play queen e7? There are a lot of finesses going on now.
All right, while all these decisions are being made, Peter, this is of course a complex Catalan middle game. We'll come back to it. Let's get an update on the Wojciech Hans Niemann board. Hans on 2 out of 2. Definitely a great start. How is he doing with the black pieces in this position? My first feeling is, wait, he's down a pawn, but it does look like with his bishop on a6, there is some compensation, but is it enough?
Yeah, well, it's a super sharp position. I basically kind of get it. Where did this come from? It's also Catalan. I mean, we see that many Catalans are played in this tournament. Castles, knight b7, b4. Yeah, it's the move order that Hans is playing, I think, regularly with knight b7. It's more common to play c6 and then knight b7, but he, for some reason, prefers knight b7 start, which gives white also this option of eventually going b4, but it leads to very messy double H play because black can immediately jump on the squares. Knight e4, queen b3, knight b6 played, c5, knight c4. Razor sharp position appears, bishop e1, a5. Knight bd2 takes everything. Not everything. Knight takes d2, b5, and that's how he sacrificed the pawn. Okay.
But this looks like some really cool preparation by black, actually.
I think it was preparation. I don't know how long and how deep it was. If this pawn sacrifice was really intended, or did he miss the move knight b1? Because he played very quickly. It's very easy to miss a move like knight b1, knight retreating. Yeah. It's a big question. Rook a7. Okay, let's deal with the current position. Takes bishop a6, queen b3, e5, breaking the structure. Bishop c3, e4. Okay, nice
Blocking
play.
that bishop on g2. That was nice. Taking the momentum that you've got time to go e5 because c5 is hanging as well, and then blocking, killing white's bishop on g2.
Exactly, yes. So it makes a lot of sense. Rook b7, queen a4, bishop b5, queen c2. So white will get an extra tempo with a4. And now Hans starts some
On the king side.
Can't play on the king side, but computer
Wow.
doesn't like it. I mean, I can imagine some knight x e4. Isn't knight x e4? Then f3. Yeah, that's the why. But bishop h. I mean, I just can't, even stop myself before.
All right, first let's see what's the idea, Peter. If black just accepts the knight after f takes e4, what is it that you want?
I mean, okay, then I take bishop e4 and I want
bishop
some
h7.
checkmating ideas. Also, the rook on b7 is hanging, opening up everything.
Hmm.
I mean, Radek actually, I think, has similar ideas in mind, but he first takes ef4. And I think after ef4, gf4, he's going to take on e4.
All right, so let's take a look. After knight e4, I think d4, bishop h7 definitely looks very scary. So let's take a look at this other move that you were mentioning with f3 first.
Yeah, then we're going to go bishop h3.
Bishop h6, and at least the h7 won't be under fire. So I have to take your knight on e4.
Yeah, but then I give you this check and it will hurt badly.
King h8, and then you've got this d5 stuff as well at some point.
I have d5. Yeah, I mean, okay, just almost impossible to imagine that black would be able to survive this. Yeah, even maybe rook e4. Oops, this is what I was scared of, before the tournament, that not like I'm going to end up with something like this. Yeah.
And which is why
and look at this. Yeah, Hans had too much respect and he takes knight takes d2. But basically this is like acknowledging that something horribly went wrong. Yeah, white takes on d2 and white is 2 pawns up at the moment.
I mean, if you take on f4, then you just go bishop f4, and that's a very healthy 2 pawns. So instead, bishop f6 played, attacking that pawn on d4.
Yeah, now white needs to find one good move. I mean, how to stabilize this position, because it's clear that this is just a bluff. I mean, it's not only because of the evaluation, but it does not feel enough.
And queen c3. Very nice, Peter, because I was trying to understand how white can defend this pawn. The point is that if you defend it with your bishop, bishop e3 runs into g takes f4. And black is still doing fine, because if you have to take with your g pawn, then the structure is a complete mess. And if you take with the bishop, then the d4 pawn falls. So actually queen c3 is really cool because you let your bishop take care of the king side then.
Yes, no, queen c3 is wonderful. And now the problem is that actually black is already also compromised. Yeah, you don't want to take gf because then bishop f4, the bishop activates itself. But you also don't want to let f take g5 happen. I mean, basically white is just healthy 2 pawns up. And Hans will pay a big price for being too impulsive. I mean, he just was rushing his decisions. I mean, the position was so complex. He gambles. Yeah, he plays queen b8. That's the move you have to play, because the position is lost already. You want to create counter chances with rook b3. I wonder if the right reaction will be some just cool rook a3 stopping this rook b3. Maybe it's not important at all.
I think he still wants to go either rook b3 or rook b2. No matter what you try to stop, one of the 2 moves is going to come in. And at least Hans is trying to build the pressure on the clock. Maybe out of desperation, and definitely overstretched on the king side, played too fast, too rash, and might have to pay a big price for it. But queen b8, it's still practically not all problems are solved for white. We know what the eval bar is, but of course white attack doesn't. So it's still he needs to take care of these threats on the board with the rook penetrating down the b file.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those kind of things are very annoying. I mean, basically, no matter what, queen b8 in a practical game has to be played because you create problems to your opponent. Yeah, and especially in rapid time control, posing some problems. Grabbing the initiative even at the cost of sacrificing. I mean, gambling. It can easily pay off. And Radek is probably also not happy seeing queen b8. Yeah, he would have just preferred to win by technical measures. Now he's forced to calculate.
He's forced to calculate because let's say you take f takes g5, you pick up a pawn, and then rook c6 is played. But even after f takes g5, the point of rook b3 is that your queen doesn't have a good square defending the d4 pawn. And white would have lost that pawn. But I'm wondering, okay, so he's basically vacated the c5 square for the queen. And now after rook b3, he wants to go queen c5, attack the d5 pawn, and defend the d4 pawn.
Exactly, and there is also this very important little tactic that after bishop c4 we can always take on e4 and destroy black's very powerful pawn structure.
Nice.
So in fact, yeah, Hans is in a lot of trouble, and yeah, Radek has everything under control. We also hear some big news, yeah, that
Peter, let's go. Yeah, let's jump over to the Vasil Anish board. What has happened here? Let's just back up to the moment where we left it after queen c2.
Yeah, because it looked like everything is fine for black. Yeah, knight e4, queen c2, bishop f5, rook fd1 played. and knight d6. Okay, he wanted to play very nicely, but I mean, against Vasily, don't do this. You have to be as stable as possible, because he's so creative. I mean, if you try to be more creative than Ivanchuk, it will not work. Definitely, it will not work.
But Peter, I'm just wondering, you know, I see our Revalbaran gives this big advantage to white. What is the reason
Okay,
for
rook
that?
ad1, hit the d5 pawn. It's not only the pawn, but the d5, I mean the d file, and then some knight g5 ideas. Also, white will also grab the initiative, and basically the damaged pawn structure. Who cares? We have quite a lot of pawn. I mean, 2 pawns up, and also 2 knights are fighting for 1 square. That's the big problem for black.
And I don't see a good way to actually defend the d5 pawn. So the d5 pawn is going to fall. Let's say you make a move like queen c7, rook takes d5. And where is the counterplay? So it's hard.
No, there is basically just no counterplay at all. I mean, white is clearly better. Black has some surviving chances. Yeah, it's the game is definitely not over, but yeah, it's clear advantage.
Wow.
And we were also told that there is apparently some crazy mess in Arigaishi Liam game. Wow, this is a razor sharp scotch, which ends up in one of the side checkmating the other. Who gets mated first?
Okay, this is crazy. I mean, look at those 2 king positions and everything is lined up. So queen c4 played. What happens after h takes g6? You've got queen c2. So you don't have time to take on g6. He simply grabs the pawn on d3, and after queen takes b4, you sidestep with the king and there's no check.
Well, or rook b3. You also have 2 options, yeah?
Rook b3 also very tempting, because after queen e4, there's bishop d3.
Exactly, yeah. So it seems like you can't really allow to lose a tempo with queen b4. So something like rook a b8, threatening rook takes b4 is probably a move, but then again, probably rook b3 comes.
But also you could just take on g6, right, Peter? I mean, you don't have any idea after rook b4.
I don't have. Absolutely right. Yeah, you just... Okay, ag, I wanted to take rook b4, but the queen
And
protects, yeah?
Yeah, and king a1, and there's nothing
Wow.
after king a1. And queen h7 is just unstoppable.
Yeah, queen protects, and the queen delivers checkmate. I mean,
He goes for bishop a6 instead. So what does he want now? After h takes g6, what is his idea?
well, ag6, queen takes d3, and then bishop takes g6. Then we are cemento.
Cemento.
I mean, maybe we
Okay.
are lost, but we are cemento at least. Yeah, I mean,
We're not getting mated, and that's a
Yes.
start.
yeah, and who knows? I mean, white's king is in a danger,
But
lot of
Peter,
danger.
even this, I mean, rook e1, rook e6, how are you fighting this?
Well, I mean, okay, something on the d file. I mean, sorry, there is no
Queen
checkmate.
g7
Hang
is
on.
mate. Queen g7 is mate.
Hang on. I was hoping to deliver a checkmate on b1, but then it's
No, rook e6, queen g7 is a big threat.
then the cemento ends here, yeah, because rook e6 just finishes off, yeah.
The cemento has been broken for the first time in history.
Yeah, wow, but then it just hopelessly lost, yeah. I mean, just ag6 wins on the spot.
So bishop a6.
Yeah, just ag6, and because queen b4 check king a1 works exactly the same as before.
I mean, how did Arjun just manage to get this crushing position, and what move number is this?
Well, no, move 25 or something.
25, yeah, wow. Against
Yeah,
a player like Liam, I mean, this is no easy feat. Liam is a super strong player, very solid. And yeah, Peter, let's just quickly get up to date with how it actually got to this point of disaster for Black.
Yeah, it's a razor sharp.
Scotch, yeah? Was it a Scotch?
Yeah, it's a razor sharp scotch. Knight f4, queen e3, and all these things happened. Knight e6, b3, bishop g7, bishop b2 castles, knight e4, d5. It's a very typical position. Takes. I mean, he's also risking a lot, because this position might end up in checkmate, and actually the current position is something that we analyzed, and rook e1 is the move that Tanya found and was just crushing me. So, and no, there is f4. Okay, I don't think that.
Why not rook e1? I was so proud of rook e1.
Yeah, f4. Okay, it's I think it's matter of taste. Yeah, because okay, white is just completely winning.
All right.
He wants to be systematic. He wants to go g4, f5, close this bishop to make sure that there is no mating attack.
and the eval bar approves of f4, so we'll trust Arjun with the conversion of this game for now. Peter, let's take a look at let's go back to the Vasil Anish board, because it looks like big trouble for Anish.
Yeah, big trouble for Anish. I mean, okay, first of all, he has a dubious position and he's not up on the clock, yeah, because one could argue that if you're up on the clock, it somehow compensates for some dubious position, but this is also not the case. Now the big question that will Ivanchuk find the very direct way, or will he just enjoy, you know, that, okay, I'm clear pawn up, I will give you back the c5 pawn, I also have the initiative. Now, do you want to include knight g5 or not? Yeah, or do you want to go rook d7 or not? Those are big questions.
And super tempting, both of them. I mean, after knight g5, I think black has to make the move g6.
G6, yeah.
Another move. He's gone for it. Knight g5 played.
Yeah, and h4.
And h4, wow.
Yeah, because now he's threatening rook d7.
And hits on f7. So after rook c5, you've got rook d7. The knight on g5 is defended.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And you know, now while I'm looking at this position, I remember I did check out your incredible interview with Ivanchuk in Gibraltar after the game that he won in this French against Leitingi. And I mean, you know, I feel like after this game also the Chuki could explain all his moves and why he has done it and all the spirit and everything, you know, because this is what Chuki lives for. Yeah, every single move is so important. It's a flow. It's like, you know, some incredible masterpiece he wants to play in every single game.
You know, when he was doing that interview, you could hear the passion that he has for chess, and you could see his eyes just sparkle while he was talking about the lines, remembering them. He was very happy with the way he had played, but also how he remembered everything. And you know, Peter, it was the very last interview of the day. We were wrapping up, and I thought it's going to be like a 4 to 5 minute piece, and then we'll be done. And then Vasily started talking, and I couldn't stop listening to him. The whole press room was in absolute awe. It felt like we all got a glimpse of a genius in that moment.
Yeah, and it was very nice that I mean, I had the feeling that you have zero idea at all which position is he referring to, how the game is going, but you know that you just acknowledge the fact that this is something very special. You sensed it, you felt it, and it was a magical moment. It was just wonderful.
100%, because he had a line and a variation on every move, and it was impossible for me to really know what he was talking about. But you just lose yourself in that moment listening to him.
Yes, absolutely. No, it was wonderful. I mean, I encourage everyone to check that out. That's one of those magic moments in chess interviews. I mean, really wonderful. But also now look at this Duda against Saric. This is also something which people love. Yeah, the knight dominates the bad bishop on h8. The bishop on h8 is trapped. White is just completely winning. Yeah, rook h3. Now probably rook e3 you invite. You will activate the rook b3. I mean, rook f3, then you break with f4. I mean, also, if after rook f3, black has to play a move like king e7, then the king is also about to enter it. Wow. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, this position, you just compare each of white's pieces with each of black's pieces. It's one of those positions that will go down in books as a good knight versus bad bishop example. That knight on e4, really strong, rook on f3 coming in, the king on b5, super active. Although I wonder how that king even got to b5 with the pawn structure, but it did somehow. Rook f7 played, so after king e8, he wants to take up the pawn on h7, and which attacks the bishop, which actually doesn't have any square, and the h pawn will be too strong to stop.
Yeah, it's completely winning. Yeah, I mean, it's a dream scenario for Duda, bouncing back after the painful loss against Prague. I mean, that was a very big fight, and that's it. Yeah, Saric resigns. Great win by Duda. Anish is in a lot of trouble, but at least he managed to trade one pair of rooks. Maybe it's good news. I mean, endgame, you have more chances to survive than if you get checkmated. But clearly the situation is very tense. The game between Christoph Eyo and Levon Aronian ended in a draw. Boris, let's take a look. Boris is squeezing, or is he simply pawned? Yeah, he's simply pawned down, because now we can't call this a compensation, because actually black has black is a pawn up. The two rooks are behind the pass pawn. Black is eyeing to go knight e6, eventually trade the knight, go e4. I mean, Boris in a lot of trouble. Wow,
all right.
which actually would mean that Black can take to 3 out of 3 if he wins this.
Yeah, it's just incredible, yeah. And it does look like this position is, it's hard to see any compensation for white here. All right, Peter, we will come back to this, but I think we should go back to the Vasily Anish board for now and maybe stick to that for a moment.
Yeah, so the queens are traded off. Yeah, white goes knight d4 and is ready to go f3 and e4. If f4 is played, then the game automatically ends because white's bishop is entering the game. And white is not only 2 pawns up, but also the domination of, look at this, look on d5 is extremely active. The knight on d4 is a monster, and black still has this problem of, oops, 2 knights are fighting for the same square. That's the problem.
And he goes for it, yeah? He goes for f3.
Yeah, I mean, okay, now also this rook on h4 is kind of trapped. Yeah, it's you just want to play e4. You might want to trap the rook. Yeah, rook h5 had to be played. E4, it's a massacre.
Vasil just blitzing out the moves. And Peter, Anish in this format is one of the most experienced players, and this is very impressive stuff. It comes back to the Ivanchuk variation, as you call it.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, okay, but this is, I mean, Chucky could have easily been 3 out of 3. I mean, assuming that he wins this game, which basically I think no one has any doubt about it. He has 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, he's not down to his seconds. I mean, he was crushing Plug until that terrible blunder with a few seconds on the clock. So it just shows that how dangerous he is. And not only how dangerous, but also how strong he is, because to be dangerous, it doesn't mean that you are so strong, but he's very strong and dangerous.
But Peter, how trivial is this? Because yes, the d5 pawn looks really strong, but black's king is just in time to fight against it. For example, d6, there's still king f8. So how is white actually going to... What I hate about black's position currently is that knight on a5. The knight on d4 stops it from coming to b3. You can never go b6 because then the c pawn becomes a monster. So actually the knight on a5 is kind of done for life there.
Yeah, well, I feel like I just want to dominate the position, but yeah, it's a good point that, I mean, at least, yeah, Chucky went for this direction. He felt like it should be clearly winning. But yeah, how, I mean, maybe just to play, no, but...
It's that eternal question of how to win a winning position.
Yeah, there are so many ideas, yeah, that, okay, do you want to put the bishop on g5, for example, and then stop the king from coming? Do you want to push c6 and then rely on this c passer? Do you even include something like bishop f4 and then bishop b8, creating some weakness with a6, and then there are also vulnerable squares in black's position? I mean, there are so many options, and it's always tricky, always dangerous when you have too many options. It's just better to have one clear way, and that's it.
Exactly. One might think that when there are so many pleasant options, it's an easy choice to make, but actually that complicates so much more in your mind, and especially in this format with little time on the clock. He's almost down to 1.5 minutes, so he needs to make a decision fast how he wants to go about this.
Yeah, it's not gonna be not so easy because he's down to 1.5 minutes. I mean, with having everything under control, with look on d5, but also here Anish, I mean, he took on h4. Yeah, he knew that his position is bad, so it's not about, you know, nice moves or bad moves. You have to make the moves which keep you in the game. And rook h5, he even offered the chance to white to take and then go e4 and then fight against these terrible pawns. But then white will not have a pass pawn on the queen side. Yeah, so Ivanchuk decided that, you know, I don't want to destroy my opponent's pawn structure, but I want to get this nice grip on the position. And all of a sudden, yeah, he finally goes f4 with 1 minute on the clock.
So one thing that f4 does is it makes sure that black will not even have knight e5 and the knight from e5 jumping to c4. So what it seems is that Vasil is really playing against that black knight on a5. And perhaps next he can bring his king into the game, king f2, maybe king e2, king d3. Now that you don't have knight e5 check, I like the move f4. It stops g5, h4 counterplays forever. And most importantly, I think it plays against knight e5 check.
Yeah, but still I have to say that a very impressive move also, because now that it's on the board, it's very easy, but he had 3 minutes and he had so many tempting options. I was naming, I think, 3 or 4 moves, yeah, which came like automatically to mind. And then Vasil goes for f4, king f2, notices that this is the last touch that the position needs. Very, very nice. I mean, I hope that it works out because it does feel like it's the good direction. And we are getting the message that, yeah, this is looking good for Ivanchuk. He should win. But Magnus
Some big news for you, by the way. Vincent also looks like he's got a big upper hand against David Navarra.
Oh, wow, that's great. I mean, he's pawn up. They are done to 1 minute each. It's a technical position. I mean, okay, it really looks very good. But we got the message that Magnus against Adiban is becoming extremely sharp. So let's jump in there because Vincent's position is technical issue after all.
So knight c5 played, and there's so much hanging on the board.
Yeah.
I see a pin on the diagonal, so you always have to watch out for the knight on h4. But luckily, the bishop on d6 is hanging. The knight on c5 attacks the bishop on e4. As you're pointing out, a lot of hanging pieces. Be careful. Hanging pieces often drop off. So Magnus needs to be very precise with that slightly weak king on h2.
Yeah, usually this is the typical position when you ask that who is better and why, because nobody has the slightest clue. Now, of course, with engines, it's different, but even engine says that it's equal. Yeah, I mean, dynamic equality, but why? How?
And I just noticed that white has an extra exchange.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, because I mean, black's minor pieces are just so incredibly active. Yeah. I mean, this rook on b1 completely useless. Yeah, that knight on c5, this bishop on d6 is a monster, and the bishop from c8 is still as a very nice reserve. Yeah, protecting b7 pawn, ready to hit the f5 pawn if the situation clarifies.
The beast has sacrificed something or the other for initiative in each of his games so far. That's just the style. That's just his style of chess. Magnus makes the move bishop f3.
And bishop f3, rook d8. Nice. Wow, what is going on? Because now double attack, bishop g3, queen h4.
So two big threats, and the big question is how queen b4 also walks into a big knight jump, maybe knight d3 in the air, Peter.
Yeah. Hang on. How is Magnus surviving this? I mean, forget the evolution bar.
He can't even sidestep. I was thinking, what about just simply go king g2, but then you take bishop g3 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is razor sharp, and Magnus is fighting for his life.
Maybe the point is that after queen h4, you'll have queen. He goes queen b4. He doesn't care about knight d3.
Yeah, because knight d3 he goes queen g4 and gets stability. Then he will be able to trade the queens with queen g6 check. Very smart. Yeah, knight d3, queen g4, super important. Probably keeps the balance. Yeah, knight takes e1, and already we can even think about queen g6 check first, or we just. Yeah, because
black should also be fine here, no?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, at least white is probably not risking that much. White gets some stability. Wow, super sharp position.
We have a result already, by the way. We have a result. Vasil has won against Anish Giri, Peter. Wow, that is amazing stuff.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, I would be exaggerating if I would tell you that I was expecting Chucky to win all his games, but that he will have absolutely no problem and he's fighting to qualify, that was absolutely clear to me.
Incredible stuff. And as you mentioned, he very well could have been on 3 points because he was winning, hands down winning that first game as well. So still a lot of fire there. In the old guard, as they say. So bishop f6 was the final move. Peter, let's go back to the Magnus game. It's there's a lot of live action on, so let's jump straight back.
Yeah, and exactly we have this position that we have been talking about. Now the big question was to me that can you play g5 or not? Yeah, because if g5 is not possible, I feel like actually white is having things under control. I was worried of some completely crazy g5. Fg6 check, king g7, and I did not know how to evaluate this. But maybe it's suicidal. Maybe there is nothing to worry. You just move the queen away, and black's king is also very vulnerable. There are suddenly no tricks. So, okay, this is exaggeration. But then what else do you do?
All right. So first question, what happens if you make a move like what?
Maybe queen g5. Maybe queen g5, right?
I was very keen on moving my bishop from d6, but queen g5 also looks nice. Now that you pointed out, you can't even trade on g5.
Yeah, well, I actually, you know, because I wanted to make sure that queen g6 check will not be played. That's why I was even thinking about g5. But now that I noticed queen g5, it's basically begging to be played because it stops any kind of queen g6
But
business.
instead he plays bishop e5, opening up that rook on d8.
Yeah, rook e2, but okay, still always queen g6 check, but queen g6 check will be ignored. I mean, black will just move the king back to g8. But this explains that why actually the rook from d8 cannot move. Yeah, for example, rook d4 would be a terrible blunder, then queen g6 wins the game on the spot. Queen g6, fg6 check collects the bishop, and after king g8, queen e8 check collects also the bishop. So yeah, king g8 played. But this case now I'm worried for Adiban. Suddenly Magnus takes over. Knight might jump to g6 because there is a fork with knight e7. So, but also, I mean, knight g6, then bishop might be landing on this diagonal. Oh my God, this is getting super crazy. And knight g6, bishop takes f5, queen f5, wraps up the game. Yeah, so one needs to be
Just
careful.
end up with an extra piece here. So you can't take on f5 after knight g6. You got to move that bishop, no? So he goes queen
But
c4,
Magnus
king
goes
h7.
queen c4 check.
Is he planning to repeat?
No, I can't really believe it's not Magnus.
I mean, rook d4 is a threat, right?
Yeah, he goes bishop h5. I kind of felt like he goes
Oh,
for this,
nice.
but
But
it's
Peter, let's point out, after rook d4, there's bishop g6, king h8, queen takes d4, bishop d4 and mate.
yeah, well, but I can still go. Ah, no, I can't go to g8. Yeah,
You have
okay.
to go king h8 and you pick up the rook and then you checkmate. That
Yeah,
is a clever trick.
that's the idea. But of course, if the rook does not move, then this mating set is not yet there. But with down to 6 seconds, Adiban needs to move. Bishop c7.
Bishop c7 played
Oof.
with just seconds on the clock, and now after bishop g6, you still have king h8.
Yeah, but I mean, it was such a. I mean, this bishop e5 backfired heavily. I mean, he should have just opted for queen g5. Make sure that the queens will be traded. Bishop g6.
You know, this
king
back
h8.
rank is it's frightening, Peter. Ideas like queen e4 or queen d3 come to, he goes for queen e4, direct threat of queen e8. Black needs to always watch out for this.
Yeah, all kinds of dangers everywhere. Bishop d7, but now it's the rook on d8 is shaky. I mean, it's not active anymore. Magnus taking over.
Magnus taking over with both players down to now about 25 seconds on the clock. So Magnus not having that time advantage anymore, and still work to be done.
Yeah, definitely down to 17 seconds. Also, Magnus now feels the pressure because he knows that he has a chance to maybe win but queen b4, now some counter chances. Computer screams that there is something. c5? Is c5 the move?
And if I just grab the pawn, but which one? So
Yeah,
if you
probably on
want to go-
b7. Yeah, probably on b7 you take.
And do you want to go bishop b5 or bishop c6 after that? What's the idea?
Yeah,
He goes
c5
for it.
played. I mean,
He goes for it.
yeah, I wanted to take on g3, you know, queen b7. I mean, it's Adiban. Yeah, bishop takes g3, bishop c6, queen g5 check. Who knows? I mean, vamos.
Oh, wow. And Adiban, you give him a chance to make a move like c5. He's not going to shy away. And
And
now
now bishop
Magnus,
takes g3. Yeah.
the bishop g3, king g3, and your idea
No,
is
queen
he goes
d6,
queen
not
d6.
bishop g3. Wow.
And what is this
Okay.
queen b3 now? So you can't
Wow,
go
bishop
rook g3.
b5 was the move. Okay, it's such a complicated position, you know, not possible to play the best moves.
Nobody knows what's going on. Queen e3, again, black needs to be careful about the back rank, but the bishop on c6 just brilliantly placed. Can he make a move? Queen d1, queen h1, a big threat. Magnus stops that diagonal with that knight g2 move. Make sure that that bishop on c6 is blunted.
Yeah, it's blocked. And in the meantime, I have also understood that my bishop takes g3 check was just 1 or 2 checks and nothing else. All
And
the
look at
excitement
that,
for
Peter.
nothing.
Look
f6.
at that. f6 on the board. If you go rook f6, the back rank mate, and if you go g takes f6, queen h6 is game over.
Yeah, queen d6. I mean, black's position is falling apart. And Magnus is back to 33 seconds, so he should be able to navigate. But okay, it's still very complex. I mean, rook f3 is hanging in the air, so knight f4 is played.
But now it's white's king, it's black's king that looks like it's in a lot of danger with no g7 pawn.
Ah, okay. But the point is that after rook f4, simply queen f4 wins. That's the key. I mean, okay, Magnus spotted it immediately. It wasn't trivial at all.
And rook e6, you mean in the end. So you
Exactly,
trade everything,
yeah.
and after bishop f4, you go king g1 and king g6. The final move is rook e6 that wraps up the game.
Exactly, and the bishop is lost. So yeah, very nice control by Magnus, of course. Yeah, queen d7. Bishop f5. That's it. Basically, knight resigns. Because if you don't take the queen, then you get checkmated. If you take, then you are just technically lost.
But even bishop f5 was a very important detail, because I just realized on the last move, otherwise the queen is attacked and the bishop on g6 is attacked. The queen doesn't have a great square to defend the bishop, but now with everything under control, it is just an exchange up, attack on the king, and Adiban knows it's all over. He resigns. Magnus Carlsen wins. Wow, Peter, 7 decisive games.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have all the boards on my screen, but yeah, what I see, everybody wins, and there is only one draw, Christopher Yu against Levon Aronyan.
And
Wow.
everybody wins, and it looks like white is having its revenge after the first round, because 6 wins with the white pieces. Pragnananda on a roll, 3 out of 3, defeats Boris Gelfand. Vasil Ivanchuk as well. Big win there against Anish Giri in a line which Peter calls the Ivanchuk line. So clearly worked out for him. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beat Ivan, and Wojciech beat Hans. So it's Hans's first loss in the event. Vincent won against David. A big result for Vincent, Peter. Arjun beat Liam, and Magnus Adiban, a roller coaster ride, lots of sacrifices, and in the end, Magnus takes the point.
Yeah, and Magnus basically had this very sharp game here against Adiban. There was a moment when it looked like computer was screaming c5 is a great move by Adiban, and Magnus in trouble. In fact, 2 moves later, Magnus was already winning. It just showed the complexity of the position, that it was just, I mean, it was paid by intuition by both sides. No, none of them really knew what's really happening.
All right, so Peter, we've got a few moments. We've got about 9 minutes for the next game. Let's take a quick break and be right back.
Okay.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
How many times have you been stuck in a rut where you're just not improving? Why can't I improve? I'm 1600, 1800, even 2000. I can't get to the next level. What am I doing wrong? This course is aimed at taking you to the next level. I show you one game which has inspired me, which has really helped me in a particular idea. And this is what Baer said in his notes. The move h4 is not to try and checkmate black, it's to try and stop black from playing f5. And I'm going to show you one of my own games where I've used that idea and I've put it into practice. That's why I started playing h4 in multiple positions. I now play bishop e2, and you can see it's very similar strategy to the last game. I want to play h5. Best form of defense is attack, and calculation is key. Force your will on your opponent. Rook to d4. Boom! So get yourself a nice cup of coffee, get yourself a nice comfy seat, lay back and learn.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Hi everyone, it's Sam Shanklin. I'm back here with Chessable. I just released a brand new course, the Chess Calculation Workbook, that I hope everyone will check out. But that's also not the only reason I'm here today. I did a couple Endgame masterclasses last month after doing the video for Endgame Strategy, the updated version by Shereshevsky. And they were wildly popular and everyone loved them, so we're going to do a couple more. And in these classes, I'm going to go over actually a couple of my own games, but games that I played recently, and particularly games that I played right after recording this Chessable Masterclass and after recording this Endgame Strategy, and when all these themes were fresh in my head, where I was able to grind people out in some nice endgames. So this will be held in the Chessable Classroom, which is a digital classroom where you can ask me questions, I can give you quizzes and more stuff like that. And if you'd like to sharpen your endgame skills and take part in an interactive class with me, now's your chance, and I look forward to seeing you in class.
And we are back. This is the Julius Baer Generation Cup. Such excitement from actually, Peter, all generations here in the tournament. Vasil Ivanchuk, a fire performance so far. Even the first game he lost against Prague, it was a fantastic game and he had it in the bag till the very last moment. On the other hand, of course, we've got Magnus, who's having a good run in the event. And let's not forget our prodigies. On top form, once again in the Meltwater Champions Chess Top, Praggnanandhaa with 3 out of 3. And Peter, look at the pairings that we've got for the final round. You were mentioning all the exciting matchups that we've got coming on. Let's take a look at the action. Wow, we've got Pragg against Christopher. And Peter, you had some words about this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very special one because just like when Prag faced Firuza and Firuza had some trouble, I wonder if how is it will be for Prag suddenly to be the older guy here in this duel. I mean, with his 17 years against Christopher Yo, who has been suffering so far in the event, but who knows, maybe this is exactly the moment when he gets going. And it's a prestige and psychological duel.
Big duel, but Peter, for Prag, also at least on paper, he would be a favorite in this match. And for him, a big chance with the white pieces to try and score 100% on day one.
Yeah, that's also true, but it only adds to the pressure, right? I mean, okay, expectations, and we are already thinking about this, that maybe Prag can be 100% 4 out of 4. I mean, definitely one thing he has to make sure to erase that from his mind immediately, even if he thinks about it, and just focus on the game, because I can imagine that Christopher, after seeing all these incredible results from Prag, yeah, that he's crushing the fields and he is doing so well, he is very determined to try to show that he can fight with Prag. And we already have liftoff, by the way.
We have liftoff. Meanwhile, we're also going to put a poll on chat here regarding the matchups and what your prediction is, chat. So let us know. Peter, a big matchup for Vincent as well against Hans. Your thoughts on these two players playing against each other?
Yeah, also very interesting because they had a very big debate. They were both playing in the Challengers Festival in Prague, and Abdusattorov was also there. It was an incredible tense tournament. And finally, Hans and Vincent shared first place, and Vincent went on to win the Blitz playoff. Yeah, so I feel that there is also a lot of prestige here involved. And we see an unorthodox opening: c4, knight f6, g3, e6, and yeah, this is not the most natural. Yeah, bishop b4 check is kind of normal when these things happen so early. Bishop d2, will white play bishop d2 or knight d2? Knight d2 is played.
Peter, also before we get deeper into this game, I really want to jump onto the Anish Adiban opening that we've had. What entertainment. I mean, just back up and see how it started and take us through the first few moves, because I'm having a laugh here.
Yeah, well, I remember that when I was a child and I was just starting out, I was always intrigued for this. I mean, I was never playing d4, but this position was intriguing me, that can the bishop be trapped or not? Of course, the answer was not, but still, it's very interesting to provoke all these moves, which usually lead if white does it with f4, g4 is the shortest way of getting checkmated. So with queen h4, that's why it's so counterintuitive that how can black do play like this?
And also, yeah, the whole point is that you have time to play e3 because g takes h4. There's a queen h5 checkmate on the board. A very famous trap against the Dutch. And this is how white manages to save his bishop.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there was also, I think, two ways that you can also play bishop g3 and against f4 you have the e3 trick, or you can play e3 immediately. Yeah, and Adiban, of course, knows all this, and he has his own ideas with c5, c3, queen b6. He signals that, you know what, I mean, please give me a check. I don't mind at all. I'm creating my counterplay, and also after I'm gonna win a big tempo with knight f6. Anish blitzes out knight d2. I'm really curious, is this theory or they know each other so well and they have been playing against each other this in training games? What on earth is going on here?
Wait, Anish and Adiban in training games?
I mean, I don't know, but I somehow have this in my mind that Anish is training with all the Indians, no?
I think mostly with Vidit, yes, but I'm not sure about Adiban. But they know, but you're absolutely right that they are very good friends, and they're good friends and they know each other really well. But I'm not sure if they've worked on chess together.
Yeah, definitely. Probably they streamed a lot, and there were all these banters back and forth with Beastly Cowboys. And when is the Chessable course coming out? Is Anish ready for it? Anish was claiming way before the course was out that he's ready for it, and then Adiban anyway beat him with Beastly. Yeah, so there were so many stories there.
Lots of banter. All right, we'll come back now that no more queen h5 check. We'll come back and see how this game progresses between these two. Peter, let's take a look at the opening between Vasil and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Queens have been traded off, but does the position still have any poison? Because black's king on d8 a little uncomfortable with this long castle coming in with the check.
Yeah, this is some kind of a theory. I think it was fifth move f3, right? Yeah, fifth move f3 in the Sicilian. So white is playing an anti-Najdorf strategy with f3. If white gets another chance, then he's gonna play c4 and set up the Maróczy bind. So clearly black is breaking in the center immediately, e5, knight b3, d5. But then suddenly white has this bishop g5 business and puts some pressure on black. Bishop e6 takes ed5, queen d5 takes, knight c3. So yes, if you give some time for black, black will be super happy with the two bishops. But white is playing on quick development, and also the main point is that a move like bishop b4, which would be kind of thematic and nice, is answered by long castles. And suddenly white solved this problem of the pin, and trading the knight for the light squared bishop would be, for example, bishop c6, knight d5 would actually give white a clear advantage in this endgame. Yeah, the damaged pawn structure, the light squares, and everything is a problem for black. So that's why the bishop retreats immediately to e6. Now white plays knight b5, threatening knight c7 check. Black plays the move king d8, long castles, king c8. Wow, I have never seen this king d8, king c8 business so far. Is this a novelty?
If you've never seen this, Peter, then that is really saying something. Because
yeah, well, I think that chat can help us out. That is this some kind of a novelty, or am I just not knowing this, but this somehow does not look familiar.
All right, chat. Peter is asking for assistance. That doesn't happen often. So time to get to work and see if king c8 is a novelty or not. Let us know. Peter, this is, I think, the first, well, at least an end game that we are seeing Vasil tackle. We'll come back to this. Let's continue on our opening tour and take a look at some of the other action that's heating up. And I want to jump over to the Magnus Liam board. And
wow, actually, just before we jump anywhere, Tania is mentioning that it's actually Ivanchuk Habinet's game from 2021. So it's a special, another special Chucky line, yeah, which nobody knows a part of Chucky. Wow. Knight a5 blitzed out. Okay, so we can move now. It's an endgame. All right, so
endgame, knight a5. We'll come back. So at least the knights are jumping, and still a lot of initiative there being built by Vasil. But yeah, let's take a look at Magnus's board, Peter, against Liam, and take a look at this opening that we have. Because after knight d5, Liam has surprisingly gone into a bit of a think tank. He's used up about 3 minutes on the clock.
Well, I mean, the reason is simply that he got out prepared. Yeah, I mean, this is not the usual Meran position. It's very easy to, because you look at the structure and it all looks like it's the Meran. No, because here in the Meran, bishop is on c1 and black's bishop is on f8. And by trading the dark square bishops, actually, this definitely helps black. He has much more space. The knight on d5 is a monster because he has the f4 square. If black just castles, it will be strategically almost winning position. Because the whole point of the Meran structure is that white plays for initiative. Sam often sacrifices the pawn and fights against black's king, but now black got everything what he could dream of. DC castles, I mean, it's going to be a massacre. And this is the very bad news for Liam.
So Liam already in trouble out of the opening with the white pieces. Magnus doesn't even rush to take the c5 pawn. It does look like a beautiful position with that bishop on b7. The knight on d5, which can jump to f4 at any moment. This is going to be a tough one for Liam.
Yeah, it's horrible position, and also knowing that Liam is such a fine positioner, strategical player, he knows exactly that this is horrible. I mean, let's take what happened, because this was some slow kind of position. Yeah, this is like almost classical queen's gambit with c6. I mean, things are not supposed to escalate like this. h6, bishop h4 takes. So now it gets the Meran touch, and probably Liam got fooled by something. I mean, okay, you just can't play e4 here. Yeah, he went e4, and after b4, knight a4, c5, he got countered. e5, knight d5 got countered very badly. This is a horrible position.
Rook c1, and the final piece comes into the game. Rook c8 attacking the c5 pawn. Short castle played. I think a lot of pleasant choices here. Knight f4 is just so attractive and sort of begging to be played. Also moves like rook d8. You don't even need to rush with taking on c5.
Exactly, because white is so doomed with everything. I mean, the knight on a4 is horrible. The bishop on d3 doing nothing. I mean, it would love to go to e4. That's basically the best thing that you can do with the position. But I mean, rook fd8 looks super tempting. The big question is that does white get chances to somehow play for a draw with bishop e4? That's the only concern I'm having. Because a typical move like knight e3 is now not effective, because after all we haven't regained the pawn yet, yeah, so it's not good for us. Basically this is an illustration that, yeah, black is doing fine, but also black has to pay attention.
All right, well, pleasant choices. We let Magnus show us the way here. As you mentioned, rook d8 allows bishop e4. He's perhaps, and he decides, he goes for the move knight f4. I think this was also begging to be played. Moves like queen d2 just don't feel right. You can also think about sacrificing knight g2, king g2, knight e5 ideas come to mind. It just looks way too scary. And hitting on g2, hitting on d3. This is big trouble for Liam. Peter, let's continue. Let's take a look at some of the other action that we have on.
I want to see Prague versus Christopher, because I feel that this is psychologically such a difficult moment for Prague to deal with. And he's under pressure. Look at this. Completely uncharacteristic position for Prague. Yeah, usually he's the dynamic player who has a lot of life in the position and a lot of dynamics, and he's on the defensive with white.
And there on our screen, we can actually see the second camera that the players have installed, which are all these anti-cheating measures that go on in these tournaments. There's highest amount of security and these measures in place, so players are required to have cameras all around, and we can see one of them on Christopher's screen currently. Peter, you were mentioning this is a tough position for Prague, not something that he feels comfortable in. It's the lack of space with the white pieces, trying to break open. It almost seems like black is the one who's playing like the structure that white ends up with. And I see that Ivalvar also likes Christopher Yu's position. Meanwhile, our chat picked Prague as a big favorite in this match.
Yeah, well, I mean, chat usually knows, but here they got fooled. I mean, simply they don't know the psychological difficulty of the chess encounters. Yeah, it's not only, if you look at the results, of course, you know that Prague is 3 out of 3. Prague is incredibly successful in all these events, but I mean, playing against a younger opponent who has nothing to lose, and he feels that if I'm gonna beat Prague, then suddenly everybody will talk about me and things like this. Yeah, this is an incredible motivation. And somehow Prague opted for the same London system that he played against Duda. However, I think that Christopher was anticipating, because this bishop b4 check c3, bishop a5 shows that he very much knew how to react with, and very quickly saves the initiative. Wow, I mean, it just shows that these young kids are incredibly well prepared in sidelines, which maybe older guys would never even pay attention to.
All right, let's take a look at some lines, because it does look like it's pretty cramped for white. Queen c7 has been played, and how can Prague try to get out of this? We often learn that you should try to trade pieces, but I don't see a good way to trade. Right now, bishop h2 is a big threat on the board. How do you respond to queen c7?
Yeah,
Because
that was my big question. I was expecting queen c7.
If you go h3, there's g5, so you can't play h3. If you go g3, there's g5.
Well, I think you have two choices, bishop g3 or f4, but I mean, the big question that do you include bc? Maybe you have to include, because there is also the problem that black can play c takes bc and then queen takes c3. It's also a pawn on the other side of the board. So it's a very tough call for Prague, how to deal with all these problems. Because if not for the pawn on c3, if pawn would be on b4, we would immediately agree that f4 is the move, right? Because we have an active bishop on h4, we don't want to trade that, but now we can't play f4, because after c takes bc, knight bc, queen takes c3, also the e3 pawn will be very vulnerable. So let me check, can we include b takes c4? It's very important.
All right, so I'm a little hesitant to take on h2, even though it comes with a check, but after king h1, I kind of will have to retreat, because my bishop will end up getting trapped after g3 ideas, bishop f6, g3, and then I might lose the b5 pawn. So I'm not a fan of picking.
But okay, you can maybe go g5 here, and it's very wild. Yeah,
it's very wild, and in fact he starts with a takes b5 instead of taking on c4 first.
Yeah, so basically he wants to trade as much as he can, but still the issue remains that the pawn on c3 and the pawn on h2 are hanging, and he needs to find a way.
So what you were mentioning, Peter, is it still possible bishop h2, king h1, h5? Sorry, g5.
Yeah, it's at least it's a big mess. On the other hand, I don't want to create big mess against Prague. It's I mean, if I would be able, you know, just to find a nice alternative which I'm happy with, I don't want to punish him at all, because that always backfires, as we have witnessed so far.
And a takes b5 played, a nice alternative as you were mentioning. Prague goes for b takes c4, and the eval bar says big mistake, Prague. But what's the reason? Is it this line? Because ever since you mentioned g5, I can't stop thinking about it. So let's take a look at this, Peter. Bishop takes h2, king h1, g5.
Yes, I mean, okay, one of the questions that can you play a move like f4 here? Yeah, it's just a typical Prague's move as well, yeah? Create as much of a mess as possible. On the other hand, also Christopher is a big trickster. I mean, he's famous for, you know, playing all these crazy sharp positions. I mean, intuitively, I would say, no, I don't want this. And what Christopher is doing, playing d takes c4, opening up the bishop, and now also not only the bishop, the knight might jump to d5 and target the c3 pawn.
Wow, I like this move, d takes c4. And as you're mentioning, still big problems on h2. You've got two options again. Bishop g3, which kind of looks like the move you want to make. After bishop g3, you can always trade, and then knight d5. How are you going to defend this c3 pawn?
Yeah.
If you go knight e4, there's knight takes e3.
Yeah, also f5. I mean, basically, I might have to go some knight b1 berserk mode, but I mean, this is terrible.
Imagine knight b1, rook a1, and having to play with your knight on a1 and b1. Can we just have that position, because it's not something that we see every
Yes,
day.
yeah, just to illustrate, yeah, that how, I mean, what kind of position we are talking about. Yeah, that somehow white is maybe trying to survive such a position.
Still
One
queen
could...
a5. I still don't see how you'll survive this after queen a5.
Yeah, no, you won't. Yeah, so basically it also shows that maybe black can, I mean, white can take on a8 somewhere, but also giving up the a5, yeah, takes. Knight d5 will happen, yeah, on the board. Plug in a lot of trouble. I mean, he might have to take on a8 and then go knight b1, but this is horrible. Wow.
It's happening, and anyway.
And Magnus is crushing. By the way, Magnus is just crushing immediately after knight f4.
I mean, wow. Queen d2, this is what we were looking at, and we were thinking about knight g2, but instead he goes knight e5 directly. Peter, we've got to look at this. So knight takes e5. He wants to go queen g5. Queen g5 is game over. This is such a beautiful idea with knight h3 threats, taking advantage of that queen on d2.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this will be the toughest loss of Liam in his whole career. I mean, I just can't recall him ever losing like this.
But this is a complete crash through by Magnus. I mean, with the black pieces getting out of that opening, and we can see it on him. He knows that this has gone exactly according to plan. Bishop e4. So after bishop takes e4, you still can't take knight e5 because of queen g5. He wants to go queen f4. And
Yes.
that's the idea.
That's the idea. But I mean, okay, hang on. I mean, isn't knight f3 just winning on the spot with the
Knight
same
f3,
idea there?
bishop f3,
And then queen g5.
All right, so queen g5.
But then
is
you can still
over.
play queen e3. Yeah. Okay, it's not over yet.
Queen e3 is a nice resource.
Yeah, this is a nice resource. Okay, so this is the idea that Liam has in mind to hang on somehow, but
It looks like it's so close. There has to be something in this position.
yeah, definitely. I mean, also we see the evaluation bar screams that it's game over. I mean, there are so many tempting options. It's so difficult even to calculate because everything looks good. Wow.
Even something like knight f3 and knight h3 check, even if it's not winning on the spot, you just destroy the structure on f3 and you feel like that.
Yeah, but I feel like you just don't want to be better already. Yeah, you just want to find the kill here. But I'm not spotting the kill yet. I'm a little bit even embarrassed. Yeah, bishop takes e4 played. Okay, so queen takes
queen
f4.
f4 and knight f3, and maybe he just comes back. So you've got to say
okay, but it's so easy to miss. Yeah, that you are looking for a knockout blow, but in fact it's a technical win.
And b3 has to be played because you can't take on b4. There's queen g5, bishop f3. So b3 is really the only move in the position.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, this is...
He can just go rook d8 now. Go rook d8, go rook d5.
Yeah, rook d8 very tempting, yeah, because, I mean, you even don't want to take the pawn yet on c5 because it will fall anyway.
It will fall anywhere. Now you can't allow the move rook to d5. So Liam will have to counter this rook with rook d1.
Yeah, but once rook d1, then you can already trade and then take rook c5, and you avoid, I mean, you have the better pawn structure pawn and should be easily winning.
Nice stuff by Magnus there with knight f4, knight e5.
Yeah, very nice. I also see some crazy madness in Navala versus Erigaishi game. What is this? I mean, Arjun is playing so quickly, yeah, with so much confidence.
Twice the amount of time on the clock. Queen e2, and that rook on c4 doesn't have too many squares. So where are you going to? e7 is attacked. One gets the feeling that, and bishop on c1 is coming in, so much hanging. What is going on? So you can't... Are you going to take bishop c1 and queen c4 and then go bishop e3?
Yeah, well, it's really, you have so many options.
Because
But okay, then you are exchange done. The big question is, do you want to regain some material, or are you playing for compensation? Yeah, that's the big question.
Maybe bishop b5 is an idea here.
Yeah, bishop, maybe in order to make sense, at least we need to see the last couple of moves. Yeah, rook f8. So far it's like a typical anti-dragon kind of position. It's a slow battle. Yeah, black is now going for knight d7. So in fact, white is probably provoked for all this action. Yeah, takes. Rooks, wow, stunning move. Rook 8 to c5, double, triple exclamation mark. Wonderful move. So now we understand how all these things happened, and we know the psychological impact of this move. Yeah, takes, knight b3, bishop takes b2. Wow. Queen e2.
But it's so hard to evaluate and really understand what's going on. So after queen e2...
Yeah, you were mentioning bishop b5, right?
Yeah, bishop b5 is so tempting because you put pressure on the rook on c1.
Yeah, so okay, let me take on e7.
I'll be honest, I want to grab back. I want to take that rook on c1.
Yes, takes. Okay, I have to take back. And then you jumped, you just activate the queen. I don't know.
Queen f4, do I go, or do I move my rook somewhere? Because if I go rook f4 or something, you've got d6. So
yeah, I mean, I feel that the rook on c4 is actually quite nicely placed. Yeah, you might have to jump queen f4. My only asset is this d pawn, but you are starting rook d4 because rook on c1 is hanging.
So maybe yeah.
Solving the rook issue by this, it might actually be very unpleasant for white.
That's actually a nice trick that you pointed out of rook d4. After d6, you immediately
yes.
go rook d4.
Yeah, this actually just might win the game. Very interesting. Yeah, I mean, unbelievable play. This rook 8 to c5 and basically all blitzed out over the board, discovering all these ideas. Very impressive.
All right, Peter, let's quickly jump over to Vassil's game. We haven't had an update on it for a while. It's still the end game, and one gets the feeling that Vassil is the one who's pushing because of black's terrible pawn structure. I like that knight on a5, but are there any real chances that white has, let's say, bishop g2 next?
Yeah, white has a wonderful, I mean, look at this monstrous knight on f4, yeah, and black's structure, damage structure. Knight on a5 puts big pressure on the b7 pawn. So yeah, all kinds of bishop g2s, but one should not underestimate the dark square bishop and the two bishops, because if black is able to jump out, black will be perfectly fine. So white has to keep on using the momentum.
So bishop g2, you would hit the pawn on b7, and I'm just wondering how black wants to counter that. The most natural response that comes to mind is a move like knight c5. But
yes, bishop g2 on the board, by the way. Yeah, knight c5.
Bishop g2 played, knight c5, and b4, it looks like it weakens white's position a lot, but maybe it's possible. A knight e4 maybe.
Yeah, knight e4, it's the only move.
And not easy.
Not easy at all. I mean, just to highlight that bishop e4, f e4, rook e4 might run into bishop d5 trick.
100%.
Rook e7 check, king d6, and it's not so nice.
I mean, you've still got rook e1 here.
Ah, we have rook e1. Yeah, I already kind of stopped my calculation after king d6, but yeah, this is very important. Yeah, rook e1. Okay, but then this whole line needs to be taken.
Knight c5 on the board. Knight c5 played.
Care with attention. Yeah, so b4, knight e4 takes. Then okay, maybe black just sacrifices the pawn and then activates the rooks and relies on the two bishops. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Takes, and we just move the rook. I mean, just activate it. There is still pin. Okay, white is pawn up. White will move the king. Should be better for white, but yeah, it's very complicated, very complex.
Very complex, Peter. Let's quickly rush over to the Magnus Liam board because I think we might be nearing the end of that.
By the way, sorry that after b4 there is even an intermezzo with bishop g7. So yeah, lot to think about. Not an easy position. Yeah, because no, sorry, b4 bishop g7 runs into knight takes e6. I just noticed.
I think knight e6 is not so, because after fe6 there's rook c4.
Yeah, this is a problem. So after b4 probably black will have to go for this knight e4 line, but we jump back to Magnus. Wow, okay, this is a seemingly elemental rook endgame, but as we know, rook endgames are always tricky. They have some drawish tendency. But it should be, but not. I mean, it isn't like as winning as it looks. Yeah, you still have to do some work.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, after that knight e5 situation that we had, it felt like it's going to be a checkmate really soon. Like white's king's position, black's bishop on that diagonal, with Magnus choosing a more technical part. But Peter, we know that he's quite strong when it comes to these endgames, and he's made the move.
Wow, and king e5, unbelievable, incredible move.
What does he want to do?
He just goes now for rook d2. He goes for the b pawn. Yes, so after rook a5, he just takes rook a5 and king d4. I mean, very instructive. And then he just marches with his king and the c pawn. Wonderful technique, and he's just winning the game.
This looks very strong.
Just when it looked like, yeah, because the line was, if you play rook d2, yeah, then white plays rook b5, and rook takes a2, rook takes a5 is in fact very drawish because black's king can't join the party, and this 4 versus 3 is known to be kind of a draw. But Magnus goes king e5, gives up the f7 pawn, the seemingly most valuable pawn, because now his pawn structure is damaged. But now he goes rook d2, and thanks to the active king, he's completely winning. Wow.
That's actually very instructive. Just
very
making sure that the king's path is not blocked or cut off on the 4th rank. Rook d2, nice endgame play. There's a reason why he's considered one of the strongest players in endgame play. Well, the strongest player in the world, but definitely the Magnus touch showing here. f4, king d4. So he wants to pick up the a2 pawn and simply march with the b pawn. And it looks pretty unstoppable, this plan.
Yeah, he's winning the game. But I mean, if we compare this technical winning position with the following craziness between Anish and Adiban, then I think we have to jump in here. King on f7, king on f1. What is happening here? Knight on h4, by the way, also adds to the drama, yeah, because this knight is trapped as well.
Okay, this looks like a completely crazy position. I mean, what is even going on here? So king f7 played, sidestepping the check. Black's rook still stuck on a8, Peter. That's the unfortunate part, the development of it. And even though I see the eval bar says that Adiban is having the better hand here, in fact, despite the lack of development.
Yeah, it's just a total mess. I mean, a practical game. We also see both players have spent quite a lot of time. It's only move 20 and Anish done to 3.5 minutes. He goes for d6, trying to break up, but this will also give the e6 square for the bishop. Yeah, so black will be able to develop the bishop to e6, but then d takes e7. We have a problem there. How do we recapture? A lot of tension.
Also, quickly, final moments in the Magnus game. I think he's just converting this, Peter. Rook a3 check on the board, and this will be game over in just a couple of moves, because once the king moves, black's idea is to go king c3 and just put that rook on b3.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's time to design. Yeah, king g4, king c3 will be played, and I believe Liam will resign. No, Magnus even takes on a4. Wow. Okay.
The rook into b2, and there's a nice discovered check. So probably for king g2, he might have gone for this plan, but king g4 takes advantage of this. And Liam down to 2 minutes. This is just game over. All right. So where do you want to run to, Peter? Do you want to take a quick look at the Prague board? Because you remember those knights trying to defend the position, and it still looks pretty bad for white.
Yeah, but at least, I mean, Prague managed to hang on. Yeah, he got this stability. I mean, he didn't lose on the spot the pawn on c3, and now he slowly is hoping to play some e3. Wow, and Black's last move was g7, g5. I mean, Black really plays it very aggressively. I mean, he wants to have g5, g4 ready to kick the bishop away. Very interesting.
Wait, so what is happening after e4? What's the point?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Yeah, because after e4, it's clear that he's having.
Can you take on c3?
Yeah, that's what I also want to, because it feels like he wants to take.
And the point is that after queen c3, you have this move b4.
Yeah.
Knight c3 is not possible because the knight on a3 is hanging. So knight c3 might be a possibility.
Well, I mean, okay, knight takes c. I think this is the line where we see the power of g5. Yeah, that after queen takes a3, for example, if white just to illustrate takes, and then you even have moves like g4 kicking the bishop, and then pawn on e4 will be vulnerable. Prague goes rook e2.
Wow. All right. So what is the point of rook e2?
Well, he's trying to bring the rook to b2 in order to target the b5 pawn and put some pressure. So, for example, after g4, I guess he would give out the bishop. And g4 also opens up some new diagonal. I don't know exactly if... I mean, very interesting, yeah, because now bishop takes d5 is met by rook b2. And now finally white will get the rook to b4 or put the pressure on b5 pawn, and it's unclear. Very tough fight.
I'm still trying to make these tactics with knight c3 work, but with this bishop on b7, it's not easy. But let's take a look at this line, Peter. Knight takes c3. You can't take on b7 because the rook is hanging. You have to pick it up with knight c3.
I can't take with queen, yeah?
When a queen c3, can't I just take on f3 and go b4? No, take on f3.
Yeah,
and
probably.
Go,
yeah, probably. I mean, okay. I anyway wanted to take knight c3, and then.
And then I'm wondering if I can take queen a3, rook a3. I'm hitting your knight on c3.
Yeah, knight takes b5.
Knight takes b5, and I have to give a check, perhaps.
Yeah, and then king h2. Yeah, it's I don't know how bad it is. It's clearly slightly better for you, but not the end of the world. But look at this. Actually, Christopher went for g4 takes rook b2 on the board, rook b8. Now, this was the dream scenario for white. I felt like white can never be worse here.
And maybe now Prague is doing absolutely fine because you don't have any knight c3 tricks. You know, suddenly your knights on the board are playing a big part in putting pressure on b5 as well. B4 could be a threat right now.
Yeah, but one really has the feeling that this is the best position that white had in the whole game.
But what's your move? Because I want to go b4 next.
Well, I can put my rook on b4, for example, to start with.
That's a good move.
Yeah, kicking the queen with a tempo. Then I'm going to go queen b2. You are stepping into some knight takes. He wants queen a8. That's the move. That's the idea. So razor sharp business. Okay.
That's tricky. Queen a8.
Yeah, now we also understood finally Christopher's idea. Yeah, it was not like he was just doing some moves, and Prague goes knight c2. He wants to shuffle. Yeah, he wants to get the knight to b4. Probably after queen a8, he wants to simply defend with queen f1. We have been seeing these queen f1 moves from Kramnik from the Catalan. Actually, it was a key move in one of the variations where he beat Vishy Anand in 2007, or when it was. I think that was this queen f1, but then the bishop was on g2, not the pawn, of course.
But also after queen f1, knight e4, I really like black's bind. It's so hard for white to get out of it.
So you mean that maybe Prague will play knight e1?
I hadn't seen knight e1 till you mentioned it, but now that you mention it, I like it more than queen f1.
Because I was not, I mean, I noticed both moves immediately, but The argument for queen f1 was that I was trying still to get knight b4 in, and then eventually rook a2, and then I'm shuffling like this.
But it's so scary after knight e4 and queen a1 coming in. I mean, whenever you go knight
Yeah,
b4,
but I mean, hang on. Please do it. Knight before queen a1, rook a2 traps the queen.
oh my god, that's just brutal.
Yeah, just to show the power and some respect for this knight on b, and also the knight on b1. Yeah, should get some appreciation.
That is absolutely brutal. I was so excited about getting my queen to a1 to hit that rook, and it just gets trapped.
Yeah, well, I think it illustrates that how tricky the position is, and with just 2 minutes on the clock, also not easy for Christopher to make up his mind.
He goes bishop e4, so not falling for any of this. And now perhaps you still can go knight b4.
And then probably he wants to use your idea with queen a1 now.
No more rook a2.
No more rook a2, but then there is f3, and then still rook a2 might appear, yeah? I mean, super tense position.
F3, maybe you can take and go bishop. Oh yeah, that's...
No, I mean, probably after knight b4, we have to go knight b5. We probably can't tolerate this knight on b4 for too long. Can we do knight d5?
At least there's rook a2, rook b2 draw.
Yes.
I found
and who is happy with that result? We don't know. I mean, the position is, I mean, the game is so tense, and Christopher was putting pressure, but he's lower on the clock, yeah? So we don't know how the players are feeling right now. Knight b2
Peter,
played.
We'll come back to this game. Can we quickly go to Vassil's game? Because look at the pressure that he's created. All the pieces playing. He's managed to get the rook on the b5. Knight has jumped into d5. b7 a big weakness. Jan-Krzysztof Duda looks like he's in big trouble. And you can look at him and you know that he knows it as well.
Well, definitely, because he just steadily got outplayed. Yeah, so it's not like he blundered something and like this, but just throughout he was not prepared for this variation. Yeah, that was his first big mistake, because actually it's a very serious line. You have to know your stuff, and Chucky, if he gets his position, you also see he's up on the clock. Yeah, he really believes he has the flow going. All his moves make perfect sense. He's just putting up the pressure.
Peter, this is just so remarkable and impressive. I mean, Vassil is playing this event for the first time. With this format, it's not something that these players have a lot of experience in. And then he just disposed of Anish in the previous round. And now it looks like he's on his way to win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, you know, keeping control over the clock. How is he doing this?
Well, he was always a master of quick time control. I mean, I remember in 2007 he won the, was it already called the World Championship in? No, it was 2009. It was a World Championship in at the time memorial. He did win that with some incredible score and things like this. I mean, he played all these PCA rapid events already in the mid 90s. He was like one of the most dangerous players. I mean, he has tons of experience with quick time control, and he loves it. He enjoys it, and he also has this incredible will to fight. He loves to play chess, and I think this all gives a lot of, you know, this kind of energy that you need for this online events. B5. Apparently, White is crushing. Why is that?
Because also b5 I think was played because Vassil had this tremendous idea of going rook takes c5, rook takes c5, rook b7 with a windmill, with windmill tactics. So you have to fight against it. So b5 felt like a necessity on the board. But after b5, let's just have that on the board. And it's White's move here, and I see our Evalbar says that maybe you just come back with the rook and then knight c6 ideas. Is rook
well, or
d6
c4. I mean, I'm actually thinking that maybe c4 is just breaking everything. Yeah, c4 on the board. Yeah, that's it.
You know, Vassil, Peter, he goes for it. B takes c4, and you want to go rook takes c5. You want to get that rook onto b7. So B takes c4 would lose on the spot. Instead, Jan-Krzysztof Duda with just 7 seconds makes the move f4. And now do you just take on b5?
Yeah, why not? I mean, okay, now we are breaking through on the queen side. We are winning a pawn, and actually black is doing nothing on the king side. It's just some desperate attempt to create something which isn't a mess at all.
You know, Peter, even though, of course, you know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is such a strong player, and one has to admire his chess. He's undoubtedly one of the best grandmasters in the world, and we're all fans. But somehow, anyone who Vasil plays, I feel like we're all rooting for Vasil.
No, of course, also, but I think for Duda, it's also a very special moment. I don't think that, hang on, no, actually, they have a history, because in the Tromsø World Cup in 2013, the very young Duda got a wild card. And exactly, he was paired with Chucky, and Chucky knocked very convincingly Duda out of the tournament. So actually, maybe Vasily has this feeling that, okay, I have already beaten Duda before. Why shouldn't beat him again, even if, since then, almost 10 years had passed?
Well, he's playing with confidence, and as you mentioned, there are reasons for that. Bishop e7, but Peter, still, he needs to win a winning game, and we've seen him, in round one, it didn't go his way, so we see complete focus. He's up on the clock, and after bishop e7, what move would he go for? Because rook takes g3 is an idea. Right now, you can't take rook c5 because of bishop c5. So what does white have here?
Well, maybe also, can we move the knight, like knight c4? How do you stop rook a5 check? Or you don't need to stop that?
No, I'm scared of rook a5 check.
Okay, you will have knight a6, rook a6, king a6, rook a5, checkmate. Let's just show this. Yeah, rook g3, rook a5 check, knight a6 takes, and rook a5 checkmate. What a construction.
Yeah. So, by the way, rook g3, what did he went for rook f5. He just
he went rook f5, rook g3, bishop d5. I think he missed this mating idea with knight c4. Very
easy to miss that, Peter. That's a beautiful spot.
Well, to be honest, when I suggested the move knight c4, I haven't seen the mate at all. Yeah, it was. I just wanted to give a check, and it turned out to be made. But okay, white is anyway in a clear control.
Okay, so now can you go knight c6? Because I think king a6 is the only move. Now he goes with your move knight c4.
Knight c4, yeah. Here I just want to highlight one thing, that these a3, b2 pawns give so much shelter for white's king, and the light square bishop, opposite colored bishop, plays into white hands because white is the one who is attacking. So black in a lot of trouble, despite the material equality.
So let's just point out that now after rook a5, you have to go knight a6 because king b8 is mate in one with rook a8. So rook a5 check, knight a6. And now, unfortunately, that bishop on d5 doesn't allow your idea of rook into a6.
Yeah, it's on the board.
And now what? He goes for b4, simple move, simple and strong. b5 incoming. I don't see a way for Duda to stop this. And Duda shaking his head. He knows that this is goodbye.
Yeah, and he's down to 12 seconds. Okay, no amount of time would help him, but yeah, it definitely does not help at all. Bishop e7. Okay, Chucky has 1.5 minutes, so it's nice to, especially after what happened against Prague, to make sure that he calculates everything till the end and then finishes it off.
100%. But I'm just wondering, what is the line that one could be looking at as resistance after b5?
Yeah, well, I have no idea. It looks like a designable. Yeah, b5 played. Rook c5, okay, but
this is the
it doesn't do anything. And by the way, we have to mention that, yeah, Hans Niemann beat Vincent Keimer. So Hans finishes the day on high note. This game here is basically busted. It's completely busted for Duda. Maybe now we can jump back to the Prague Christopher game because still so much action and down to 28 seconds for Christopher.
Wow. And what's our position evaluation? So equal pawns, and I'm finding it very hard to evaluate this position, but intuitively I feel like black should be fine here.
Yeah, probably black is fine, but also let's not forget where this position came from. Yeah, so white should be also super happy that finally this black bishop, the light square bishop, got shut out with fc4 pawns. White kept the center, yeah, so any ed4 can be met by cd4, and then the knight finally gets a wonderful square on c3. So black will never take on d4, and down to 17 seconds, Christopher, and he takes on d4. So now I'm expecting cd followed by knight c3 to happen, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure anymore about my evaluation of black being fine, especially with this blockade on b4 with the queen and this bishop on g6 not playing a part. The knight on d7 is also not being able to come into any activity.
Yeah, now it feels like it's practically practically very difficult for black. I mean,
How
with
are you
little time
fighting
on the
knight
clock.
c3, knight d5? Okay, queen g5, I like that. No knight
Yeah.
c3, the rook on d2 is hanging. That's a good move.
Exactly, very important that he wants to provoke some f4 weakness because you don't want to weaken your structure unless you
F4.
understand that f4, f5 is not a weakening. But still in a such situation with so little amount of time, yeah, playing f4, maybe some knight f6, knight g4 jump will be available. I mean, it's a messy position.
F4 and he went back queen d8, so no queen g4, which is what I thought he would want to play, but instead queen d8, knight c3, bringing that knight into the game, defending that e4 pawn.
Yeah, now the next couple of moves will be very crucial. Knight f6
And after knight f6, what does he want? Does he want to go?
Well, first of all, he puts some pressure on the e4 pawn. He also eyes at some knight g4.
No, what does white want to play after knight f6, hitting that e4 pawn?
Yeah, not so easy because you would love to play f5, but it opens up some check and then queen g5 jump. Who knows? I mean, it's good for Prag that he still has 1 minute 20 on his clock. Very tricky position. By the way, Levon has beaten Radek.
Not f takes g6, which is what I was expecting to kind of keep your king safe. But Christopher, you doesn't care about king safety. He goes king g6. That's very brave.
Well, hang on. Knight e4 takes, queen d5, queen d6 check just in time.
Queen d7, eyeing that g4 square. You want to jump in queen g4, but now white can give a check with f5.
Yeah,
he goes d5. Played. So after queen g4, he wants to go queen d6. That's the idea. He wants to go queen d6.
Yeah, he wants to create some counterplay, but down to 14 seconds. I'm still, you know, having in my mind this knight takes d4, knight d4, queen d5 line because I noticed that black's pawns were coming also pretty fast. I don't know how to evaluate. Probably it was a draw. But yeah, now it's a different situation already. So h5, black is creating h4, trying to break up the king structure.
But do you have time now to play e5?
Yeah, probably you have to. Yeah, because I mean, h4 and rook g8, that was also the reason why the rook a2 played. Is this, he wants to go rook a6. Do you really have the time?
It feels a bit slow. Do you have the time? Can you not go h4 now? And after rook a6, just ignore it all and play queen g4. King
g7. I was also thinking about rook g8, rook a6, and then king somehow away, and then queen g4. I mean, all kinds of. How do you play this position with few seconds on the clock? Impossible.
And Prag's clock is also running low, and we're not being able to predict a single move by the players. All right, so king g7 played, Peter, and h4 is still an idea. Now e5 is impossible because the d5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, anything can happen, and Prag is also down to his 30 seconds. Of course, what white really would love to is somehow integrate the queen, yeah, back to d4, yeah, via queen c5, but then b4 would come, yeah. You need the queen to stop the pawns.
b4, h4 idea. He goes rook a6, but now h4, and maybe he wants to go f5 and just block this queen from coming on to g4. Because let's say you go queen d6, then black can trade and go b4. So you don't have time for queen d6.
Yeah, he goes queen b2, but now he's trying to hit on f6.
No, after queen g4, he wants to go knight e2, but do you have c3 there?
Yeah, you have c3 there. Very important. No, b4, but b4, rook takes f6. I mean, total madness, yeah, because rook f6.
Queen g4.
Everything continues, yeah.
Everything continues because rook f6, queen g4, knight e2, c3 is still coming in.
Yeah, knight b5, wow.
Unbelievable stuff. Okay, so c3 has to be played, and does he just want to take knight takes c3 now?
Yeah, knight takes c3.
Was this just a blunder then?
No, I mean, according to computer, everything is fine. Yeah, takes and then h3 check, yeah. The counterplay is coming.
So queen takes b8, and you're mentioning the move h3 after that.
h3 or queen g4. I mean, it's very scary for white. Black takes.
And both players playing on seconds, anything can happen. This is a position for all three results.
Well, no, actually now after queen g4, black cannot lose. No, I mean, there is perpetual check always.
So only two results.
Yeah, actually only two results, yeah. Prag needs to fight for his survival, down to 12 seconds.
All right, so at least there's queen g3 and checks. So black can bail out at any moment. He's going to give a few checks and then decide what he wants to do.
Well, who knows? Who knows if he wants to give some checks, because that would also give them Prag some extra time.
Prag down to 7 seconds. He needs to make a move, king h1 or king f1. If he wants a draw, then maybe he decides to go king f1, keeping more options for the king.
Yeah, the point is that probably rook takes f7 is a threat of with perpetual check. Yes,
all right,
yes.
so Christopher is not giving those millions of checks, trying for more time. Instead, just grabs the rook. And now after king e7, there's queen e5 check.
Yeah, I just don't know how they are doing it. Yeah, they are blitzing everything out and not making any major mistakes. King g6.
Oh, nice. You can never go into a king pawn ending with queen g8 check because black just wins because of the c3 pawn.
Yeah, and after queen g8 check, he wants king h5 and then queen f7, king g4. Black is winning, king h5.
King h5, king g4, and you do the king march.
Exactly, you just enter. That's it, king h5.
And is there nothing that white can do here?
No, nothing at all, because in fact, due to the 3 pawns, you won't be able to give a single check. Yeah, king g4, and you hide behind the pawns.
And then you can go king f3 and start threatening checkmate. And after king g4, you just have one more check. No check once the king lands on f3. These 3 pawns that white has, which look like such a big strength, actually turn out to be the downfall in white's position, which stopped the queen from giving any checks to black's king. And black's king actually finds safety in white's camp. This is an amazing king march. d6.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable.
And now after king f3, he wants to go queen h5 check. That was the idea. So queen f3 first, and
yeah, where do you go? King g1. Yeah, I'm expecting king g1. Yeah, correct. Queen e3 check.
And king f1. Then maybe c2.
But then queen g6 check. Whenever you push c2, I have queen g6 check.
And queen g6 is actually checkmating because there's queen g2. Okay, it's not mate, but you've got queen g2, queen c2.
Yes, yes. Yeah, queen c1 check. This is what I was afraid of, but so king f2, queen d2 check. This is the win. Yeah, now you are covering the g2 square, and now you're gonna push c2 and then king f3. And then probably then you
C2,
hide.
Yeah, you can start with c2 now.
Yeah, you can. Okay, anyway, white will still give queen g6 check because after king f3 there is queen h5 check and then some queen c5 check, but this looks already hopelessly lost.
But can you just hide with your king on king h3, king h2 instead? Let's say queen
yeah,
g6.
that's also a fair point. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, white is just lost. Down to 8 seconds, but there is no way to defend.
Queen g8 played, and now you do have king h3 here, I think, Peter.
You have, yeah. It's a very nice, elegant way. Yeah, just king h2 and you hide.
All the pieces on the second rank, and wow, Prag shaking his head for the first time today. Queen b3, king h2, no check. c1, a big threat on the board. And that's it. Praggnanandhaa resigns. Christopher Yu wins his first game of the event, putting a big stop to Praggnanandhaa's streak on day 1.
Yeah, now we have to see the standings because everything is messed up.
So let's go to the studio first.
In first game against Prague, I was totally winning. So after g5, simply bishop c4 check, and I'm totally winning. But I started to combination, totally missed at knight e6, and after knight e6, probably it was still draw after bishop takes e6 and queen c6 check. I don't know, maybe. But okay, so I lost. I played d5, I lost everything. Well, after this, against Ivan Šarić, I was under a very unpleasant attack, but I was lucky, so I hope I defended quite well, at least from practical point of view. And I have feelings that he missed some good opportunities, so objectively, position was really dangerous for me. And against Anish Giri, I outplayed him because he played knight g3, very bad move in my opinion. So I expect rook c8. If c4, rook takes c5 is a very complicated game. So I'm not sure that I'm better there, but he played knight g3, and after this I was much better, and I managed to win. And also last game, so probably Jan-Krzysztof just forgot variation, because according to theory, knight a6 is the best move, but he played some strange move, and it gave me good chance. But in some moment I had feelings that he have good chances to survive. I mean, moment when I played a3, and he played some strange move, rook c8, strange move in my opinion. In my opinion, he should play knight e4, give me the pawn. If bishop takes e4, bishop takes f4, g takes f4, takes on e4, rook takes e4, rook ad8, something like this. Of course I can play bishop f3, but anyway, in that case he can go with rook on d8, and I think black shouldn't lost in this position. So, but he played some strange move. He allowed me attack, and I realized it, I hope, quite well.
Yeah. I mean, massive result, massive games there against, Duda and Giri, two of the top players in the world. And how much online chess are you playing these days, Vasily?
I'm not playing too much. I'm playing some training games, but in official competition, I just played Chess.com Global yesterday. I won 3-1 against Reigns Robson. Before I played the title Tuesday in previous Tuesdays. So sometimes I'm practicing. Also, I'm practicing myself in drafts online, even more than chess. It's a different play, but anyway, it's training to fill time and to keep my brain in good shape.
Well, it seems to be in perfect shape. And I want to ask you, what is your goal in the tournament? Do you have the tournament win as a goal?
So I'm not thinking that my goal is to win the tournament. I'm just play a game, next game, another game. So after 4 rounds today, I will check drawing of lots for next 4 games, and I will just try to prepare for my next opponents.
And Vasil, we know it's been a difficult few months for everyone in Ukraine. Can you tell us about how that's affected life? I guess it's difficult for you to play these days as much as you used to.
Fortunately, I'm more or less safe. If it's possible to be safe in Ukraine. It's not easy to go now from Ukraine to another country, because I'm a man and I'm in category between 18 and 60. So I am staying at home, and I hope at home. I'm staying at home, and I hope war will finish as soon as possible. Of course, I don't want to know that some other people are killed. So of course I don't like it, and I think that people who can think logically need to do something to stop this nightmare, because people killed and very young people, so for nothing.
Yeah, very understandable. Difficult situation. And how important is chess to you nowadays then, to maybe keep your mind on something else and not be in the middle of war all the time?
Chess is very important for me during all of my life, so it's nothing happened. Okay, I didn't play without online more than 2.5 years, but it wasn't my decision to stop play chess. So firstly was pandemic, then war started, so of course I'm waiting opportunity to come back to active chess, not only in online, I mean in live tournament as well.
Yeah. And the whole chess world is looking forward to your first game tomorrow, because that is against Boris Gelfand, our two legends in this tournament. So what should we expect when you two play a game tomorrow?
Okay, I play with white or with black against him. I didn't check yet drawing of lots.
I can check very quickly. You play with the black pieces against Gelfand in the first game tomorrow.
Okay, so of course it will be tough game, but in same moment it will be a very interesting game, I hope.
Fantastic. And finally, are you enjoying this, playing in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour against these youngsters?
Yes, of course, I enjoy it to play against such a strong opponents. Yes, of course, it's a big pleasure for me, and thank you very much for organizers for inviting me to play in this competition.
And we are definitely enjoying watching your entertaining games. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow as well, Vasily.
Okay, bye.
What a player, what a day for Ivanchuk here. He's won 3 games on day 1.
Peter, I don't think it was possible for me to be or become a bigger fan of Chucky than I was. But watching this interview, and one more time, I'm just like, oh my God, I know why the world loves this man. I mean, his honesty, his answers, his love for chess, how he was ranting off the variations at the top of his head, and just his passion for the game that he mentioned, how he's been playing so much draughts, even sometimes more than chess, how he's looking forward to actually coming back to OTP chess. You gotta love this guy.
Absolutely, and we all love him. Yeah, there is no doubt about it. It's just so nice. I was really worried because we have seen him playing wonderfully in the first game, and then he lost, and I thought like, oh my God, no! Please know that suddenly because of this he will get out of his rhythm, but he bounced right back. Thanks to this over-aggressive play by Sadic, and ever since he is basically unstoppable.
And he actually mentioned that your line against Prague as well, that he missed bishop c4, so he clearly realized that. But then form was not a problem in that game. It was that bungle up in the end that happened. One didn't feel that he was struggling to find his rhythm, because it almost felt like he outplayed Prague in round 1. And then winning 3 games in a row, brilliant performance there. Peter, let's take a look at our standings at the end of day 1. And here we are. We've got at the top of the table, we've got the current world champion Magnus Carlsen leading after the first day of the preliminaries. Vasil Ivanchuk, a man we are all rooting for, on second position, along with Prague, Hans, and Arjun. Peter, you know, I'm just also thinking about that we didn't have an interview with Hans and Magnus, and I saw in chat many of our viewers were waiting for it. And the more I think about what Alejandro mentioned in the pre-show, might very well be the reasons. There might be legal reasons why we are not listening or hearing more from these two players.
Yeah, could easily be, but one thing we're gonna see is tomorrow. It's round 6, right? The clash between so chess will speak for itself. That's for sure. Yeah, that's guaranteed.
That phase is not going away for a very, very long time. Big day coming up of Action 2. Let's have the screen on one more time of our current standings and take a look. Let's not forget that it's all about finishing in the top 8 at the end of the preliminaries. 15 rounds, first 4 rounds are over. You've got 4 big matches coming up tomorrow as well. And currently, as we can see, Magnus, Vasil, Prag, Hans, Arjun, Levon, Wojciech and Anish are making the cut. There are going to be a lot of twists and turns, a lot of turnarounds. Peter, what do you think? What's your synopsis of day one?
Well, I mean, we have seen basically everything. I mean, I don't think that we had such a bloody first day ever. It just feels like, you know, all these four rounds just passed like 1 minute or something. I did not even notice that we were sitting here for so many hours. A lot of entertainment. Also, Erigaishi, after losing that horrible game in like 20 moves to Magnus, yeah, he just got crushed completely, bouncing back, winning 3 games in a row. And we did catch that moment when against Navala, he played rook c8 to c5 almost instantly. He's also in a brilliant shape, bouncing back immediately after that loss. Chuki, after losing that heartbreaking game against Prague, bouncing back and having now already 3 wins out of 4 games. We also see, this is unfortunately some very unpleasant things, like Boris is struggling at the moment. Yeah, he lost 4 games in a row. I mean, he lost all his games, but I have just checked. Tomorrow, in the 5th round, there is the Air Clasico Gelfand against Ivanchuk. I mean, nobody wants to miss that, because I'm pretty sure that Boris, after having this terrible day today, will be so eager to bounce back and stop Ivanchuk's run. And we know exactly that Boris can. It will be an incredible, epic fight.
Vasil actually mentioned about that matchup that he's playing against Boris with the black pieces, and he's really looking forward to the match. So it's definitely going to be a really fun day. Before we wrap up, let's take a look at the action coming up for our game 5. And these are the pairings. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri, Boris against Vasil. Christopher Yu, who started the day, had a tough start to the day. He's making his debut, but finished on a high by defeating Pragnananda. He plays Ivan Saric. It's Wojciech against Prag, Vincent against Lev, Arjun takes on Hans, Magnus against David, and Adiban versus Liam. Wow, lots of action coming up. And Peter, what a day we've had. Turnarounds on the board, starting from the first game, and we're just getting started in the Julius Baer Generation Cup. You know, when this tournament was starting, and it's really one of the biggest themes is, of course, how chess is not just enjoyed, viewed, or played at home by players of all age groups, but it can also be competed at the highest level by top professionals of different generations. And the way day one has gone, I think we can see that Julius Baer Generation Cup has established that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was so much hoping for this event. I mean, when I saw the lineup, when I saw Chuki included, Boris, yes, Boris so far is struggling, but it's also so nice to see him. And I'm pretty sure that there are still 11 more games. He will get his rhythm, and he will be very motivated to bounce back after today's horrible games. Not only, I mean, the problem is he will be very harsh with himself because of the quality of the games. Yeah, it was uncharacteristic. He didn't really get to play chess. Yeah, and I think that he will be able to play his usual chess, like what we know Boris Gelfand stands for, with all these incredible strategies, with good preparation, with incredible understanding. He gets the flow, then he will be very unpleasant opponent for any other guys who still haven't met him. But today it was his weak moment. Chuki was shining. Magnus is very stable. Prag got a very lucky start against Chuki, and I think this is his consolation. If he thinks back, then he can think like, you know what, if I would have lost to Chuki and then win 3 games, I would have 9 points, so everything is perfectly fine. Christopher is now also bouncing back. Hans had a good day. There were also some guys who are, you know, not yet making it, but they are there. So much to look for. I'm just loving the event.
I'm loving the event, and Chad, we've had a fantastic day 1 and really looking forward to the excitement on day 2. But I know the world is waiting for that game 6. It's all eyes on the Magnus versus Hans matchup that's coming on day 2 of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. We'll be here watching it with all of you. See you then. Good night.
See you. Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.